Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Luffy Got Harem in Time Travel with Godlike Powers. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A day before the raid of Impel Down. Where were you this time? Here and there. Are you ever going to come back? Asked a raven-haired woman, the one which took over his job when he left. No, working in the shadow is where I am needed, said a tall and muscular man, complete with an all-white attire. Well, he's back. I know. Then you'll resume your post. No, I can't face him yet. Well, he told me that if I ever run into you, he wants you to visit Wano. So he knows, I suppose. They went back and forth casually, in the center of a busy town. Why? No idea. He said one of these days, 5 people will appear from thin air. 4 adults and 1 child. Save them from Kaido. Bring them here. Will that atone for my sins? The man asked as he looked dejected. Maybe. With this, the two figures parted ways. Watch out for the painter, was the raven-haired beauty's last word, to which the tall man nodded, disappearing in the shadow once more. Marineford, how could this happen? Commander-in-Chief, Kong slammed his fist right through his table. For 9 years they have been free of him. For 9 years he's been dead. And yet now comes the news that Muara has returned and retrieved his entire army. Admiral Aokiji sat across from the angry commander-in-chief, not an ounce of fear in his eyes. You killed him, didn't you? I did, I was sure of it, replied the ice user, though he was passive in his response, almost absent from the conversation. Then how the hell is he alive? Exclaimed Kong as he tossed the table straight across the room, barely missing Aokiji by an inch. I do not know, responded Aokiji, looking at the commander-in-chief dead in his eyes. The ice user let out cold air from his body, seemingly threatening the commander-in-chief. Though Kong was no pushover, one does not achieve his rank without having the power to back him up. Whoa, let's just calm down. Sengoku happened to arrive at just the right moment, when things were starting to get intense between the admiral and commander-in-chief. For your insubordination, Admiral Aokiji, you are suspended without pay for 30 days. Get out of my office, screamed Kong, his skin turning a shade of black and fur began to erupt from his darkened skin. Am I dismissed? Asked Aokiji. Though now being stripped of his title, he removed his uniform jacket and had to go by Kyuzen for the next month. And he left, with a smirk on his face. Time to have a little freedom to do things that he needs to handle. How is he alive, Sengoku? Kong nearly popped a blood vessel. Doesn't matter how he is alive. He is. Sengoku then began to walk outside of Kong's office. Anyway, come in, we're late. Damn it all. Just my luck. Insubordination, and now I got the old bastards breathing down my neck. Regardless of being pissed, Kong led the way. Sengoku snickering at the commander-in-chief's choice of word. They were tasked to make way to Marineford Battleship Garage, the largest in their facility. Ever wonder why it had been restricted access for the last 5 years? Sengoku walked alongside Kong as they casually had a conversation. I'm not paid to ask, especially since the Gorosei headed the order. Though Kong looked around, and when recognizing that nobody would be able to hear him, he leaned in and whispered, all I know is, a man goes in, never comes back out. Sengoku began to think. What could be in their biggest battleship depot, that only the Gorosei had access to the bay? Well, anyway, we'll find out shortly. Kong and Sengoku stopped and stepped out of the way as massive dumpsters slowly passed them. A wretched smell passed them. God, what are they doing in there? You there? What the hell is this? Kong asked, pulling one of the drivers to the side. I don't know, sir. My orders are to bring them to the incinerator and leave, sir. Then Kong forces him away. The envoy of dumpsters finally passed them, making its way to the incineration area. Kong and Sengoku made their way through the massive entranceway of the battleship bay. It only took them a few moments to find the 5 elders, all of which had their backs from the 2 of them. They were on a raised platform overlooking a wide area of darkness. At last, our project is complete. A blonde-haired, bearded elder star spoke for the group, looking at the distance. Sengoku and Kong were still confused as to what the hell they were doing there since it was so damn dark. I'll deal with it, Admiral Akenu offered. I'll kill the brat. We can't move yet, not without the blessing of the Gorosei. And from what I hear, Red-haired proposed some interesting information that directed their attention away from Muara. Fuck the Gorosei. Let me go and deal absolute justice. Z would agree with me if he wasn't on his mission, Akenu exclaimed, his body turning into part magma from his outburst. What information did Red-haired provide that is bigger than this fucking super rookie? He provided valuable information that the Marines need to address with urgency, which in turn diverted our resources to these things. Well, what is it? Asked Akenu. He gave the Gorosei information. What is this about? Admiral Kyuzen entered the office. Finish what you were saying, Sengoku. What did he give the Gorosei? Akenu demanded, not only at seeing Kyuzen, but at Sengoku not finishing his statement. He gave the Gorosei information on. Even Akenu and Kyuzen could not believe what they were hearing. Impossible. Many years ago, Red-haired traded information so that our focus shifted from the events back then. We thought about it. Why would he give us this information? Is it to stop our chase of a certain Straw Hat pirate? 9 years ago when Red-haired gave us the information on one of the ancient weapons. Maybe now he'll regret the gamble he made of that young man. Sengoku and Kong collectively gasped. There was no way they obtained them. Sengoku thought that the information was bad. That Shanks gave them the wrong information. It took us a year to find Pluton, ripped it out of the corpse of Water 7. 8 years ago, a buster call was sent to Water 7, destroying everything in sight. This was their goal, why Water 7 was destroyed. It was all to obtain Pluton. Ever since then, we've taken over this battleship bay and interpreted the blueprint. Lights began to turn on systematically, as 3 massive weapons of mass destruction covered the room. A marine battleship was huge, but these were 10 times larger. Pluton is a massive battleship, a pure weapon of destruction. Its purpose is to destroy and to eliminate. In order to test its functionality, we send Pluton 1 to coordinates x 562-457. The combined shocked expression of the fleet admiral and commander-in-chief caused a smile to form on the elder swordsman. This will cause more destruction than a buster call, asked Kong as his eyes were wide. They had the weapons, but the cost of innocent lives. We will see. Metal began to grind together as the sound of alarm began to ring in the air. Wind picked up as the Pluton 1 ship began to ascend, slowly but surely. Admiral Kizaru's nephew was really helpful in providing us with an army of pacifistas. So not a single marine life is shredded in this mission. The roof of the battleship bay opened. The ship flew in the air, eventually disappearing in the distance. Their trajectory to the specified coordinates. What if it gets destroyed? Sengoku was asking the important question, though shaking in fear for who was at the end of the ship's wrath. We make more. An army of people, old and young with shackled wrists, rushed into the room, once again beginning the process from the very beginning. The 5 Elder Stars were planning to destroy this world. They were trying to erase pirates from existence ... and they could succeed. Dawn Island, Straw Hat HQ. The captives of Impel Down have finally returned home, and a new wave of allies have joined them. The last to enter the underground land was Luffy. He observed as people began to get settled. Those who were sick were led to the medical bay, headed by Law, Dr. Hogback, Dr. Kira, Dr. Hurulek, Chopper, and surprisingly Crocus remained on with the crew. I need blood banks set up. We need to get our patients back to health, commanded Law, and despite being one of the youngest of the bunch, he was well respected. We'll get Area X ready for you, Captain, Frankie exclaimed. For Area X was a special location within the Straw Hat HQ. Frankie led a group to the research unit, moving on to the labs once more with Caesar. Usopp put his hands on Bullet and led him to the labs as well. They got to know each other well on the journey back to home base, and Usopp became instant friends with the towering beast of a man. Though in Bullet's mind, he still needed to test the strength of the Muara fellow. Frankie and Usopp worked in conjunction in the research weapons division. They each headed one on their own. A mission unit returned which was out when Luffy returned. Wiper and Baby 5 were in this group, so to say they were shocked would be an understatement. Sugar ran up to Monet and embraced her sister. No longer was she keeping herself young, as she now looked her normal age. Another personnel that was new was Center Pink, who had apparently joined up with the crew as soon as his son asked him to go with the cool pirate. For all of the young life of Gimlet, tales of his time with pirates and a great man named Arlong filled his childhood stories. When he was old enough to become more aware, he began to insist that his father should get back to business. Bonnie, Yurush, and Zeph were the last to enter the mission group. I knew you weren't dead because I still needed to kick your ass for sticking me with all those damned kids. Zeph and Luffy shared a moment, whereas Bonnie gave him an embrace while Yurush shook his hands. It's been a while, Captain, Yurush said, his grip firm, his form a lot stronger than he was before. Though the group retreated and someone else came up to him. Hey babe, everyone is still as busy as ever, huh? And they didn't even seem to have missed a beat, as the Straw Hats functioned well with the return of the imprisoned allies. Hey, he gave her a firm kiss on the lips. How about me? Robin passed by the duo and stole a kiss from Luffy while winking at Hancock. I took care of it, she said as she then proceeded to her unit, the one formerly headed by Rob Lucci, the intelligence unit. Closely behind the beautiful black-haired lady was Kaku, who shook the captain's hands, Jabra, Khalifa, and Bluno. So not yet, huh? So our medical department is headed by Law. Our research, weapons manufacturing is jointly headed by Usopp and Frankie. I am rambling, for that is the old structure. With you back, I'm sure you'll find a better way to structure our division. Hancock began. How about combat roles? Well, the personnel are divided into roles, and each debrief with their unit leaders at the end of a mission. She then pointed at the retreating figures of the mission group, which would debrief with the others. That's as good of an example as any. Luffy then took a seat along a metal chair, whereas Hancock wrapped her arms around him and sat on his lap. So what we had going was a certain mission, we would pull from the units for their mission of liberation and rescue. 2 weapons experts, a nutritionist and a heavy arm was needed for the mission. Wiper and Baby 5 are under the weapons division. Sugar and Bonnie are their nutritionists to keep them healthy for battle. And the mission was jointly headed by Yuru, who is the heavy arm, and Zeph, whose experience and leadership is reliable. I like that structure. Who thought of it? Luffy asked while Hancock placed her head on his shoulder. Kuro. He's been a valuable addition to the crew ever since Usopp captured him before he could execute his plan to retire with Kaya's money. Crocodile found him, but Usopp took care of him as it was personal that he targeted Kaya. Wow, looks like I don't have to do much planning. We're just going to need to acclimate the new arrivals. Then a sweet silence covered them as they let the moment sink in. For Hancock, she was beyond happy to have him back. For many years her goal was to become the strongest woman in all the seas. She could still achieve this, with Luffy being the strongest man. While she was staring at him, Luffy caught her yes. He would ask, which she replied with, "I truly love you." Luffy smiled at her sentiment. It really was like no time was lost between the two lovers. "And I truly love you." They exchanged a look and smiled at one another for being so loving. "Oh, Captain," Frankie approached the duo. "Sorry to interrupt, but we have Area X ready, and everyone is waiting." "It's going to be super." "Yes," Luffy said with a smile before getting up, hand in hand with Hancock, and walked behind Frankie as they made their way to Area X. What was Area X? This state-of-the-art battle arena is created underground to create any terrain to your heart's content. We use it for battle tactics, training, and for your case, Captain, battle. Frankie continued to speak his heart out about his baby. "We, of the research division, have been working tirelessly to create a perfect environment to test your limits. Perfect timing on your dramatic return, Captain, as it's ready for all-out battle. So you're telling me if I go all out, the island won't be destroyed?" "Well, in theory, no, as we have placed counter sensors all over the arena to absorb the shock created by abilities, physical anomalies, and such. Think of it like a sponge." "Excellent." Muara arrived in Area X, where he had requested the presence of people who needed to know where he was. He had been gone for 9 years, and some people doubted his current form. The same man who beat Whitebeard 9 years ago was Yonko level indeed. But those who challenged his authority were needed to be woken up to his true form. New recruits such as Shiki, Bullet, and Bindi needed to know his true power, and those who he personally requested to challenge as he wanted to gauge their power since he disappeared. But all of which declined, acknowledging him as their superior, even the Yonko Katakuri. "Finally I get to see what you're about, Muara," exclaimed Bullet from the other side of the battlefield. Around the arena were spectators. Those who didn't know of him are going to learn about his true power. Why men like Mihawk and Katakuri immediately recognized him as their superior, with an army of doctors ready on the sideline, and the research department in the control room. It was game time. 9 years ago. "Sphinx, you damned brat. Nothing will come of your ploy for revenge." Whitebeard had tossed Katakuri against a stone wall, causing his body to etch within the foundation. "Fuck you, old man. We must avenge our captain." Katakuri attempted to get up, but Marco delivered a knee to his abdomen. "Look, men, you're mad, I get it, but not like this. You'll get your crew killed." Marco and Whitebeard had been trying to calm the enraged commander, having to use physicality to hold him back. "Fuck you too, Pineapple Head. I can still kick your ass." Katakuri attempted to lunge at Marco but was met with a kick to the gut, but none other than Mihawk. "Katakuri, enough. He's dead." No, for the first time, the first commander finally let his emotions take him over. For the participants in that room, Katakuri began to break down. For his adventures with the captain meant more to him than his life with his own mother. The one he strove to make king was now dead. He failed as a first mate, as a friend. I failed him as well. But all we can do is move forward. Mihawk then helped Katakuri to his feet, the first commander swallowing his tears as he cried for the last time. Sometime later, I have to follow his last request. I will continue on as the Straw Hat Grand Armada captain. No objection here. Mihawk chimed in, retaining his composure despite the dire situation. Crocodile, Guild, and Buggy agreed to the plan, though some of the commanders had different ideas in their head. Yeah, Hancock sat beside Robin and Viola. The grieving ladies found comfort in one another. "His request was for me to become a queen for my people, and I shall," proclaimed Viola. To this everyone remained silent, allowing the information to digest. "We need someone on the inside, someone to watch the government's inner working," began Corazon as the group was in a jumble from the recent events. "I'll do it." Law was the first to volunteer, with his op no mai. He'll be able to achieve the place where he needs to be in order to have access to where he needs to go. You need to have someone on the inside, working with our enemies to keep tabs of what they are doing. "Especially that bastard Teach," suggested Whitebeard. "They won't suspect me. I'll even give them a reason that I want Kaido dead. I have a personal vendetta against him." It was Moria's turn to speak up. His profile was that of a villain. They would not suspect a damn thing. "I have to fulfill my promise to the captain. I need to gather the giants of this world and create the giant pirates once more. Restore us to our former glory. Hadrudin added to the group discussion. So after today, I, along with Dory and Brogy, will go on our journey to fulfill our promise. No objection from the group. I too have a promise to the fallen captain, to raise my people to the surface. I have to keep my promise. Arlong, Katakuri began, though Arlong interrupted him. I have to. Which meant only one thing. Either Bruley would come with him or they would have to find a way to make it work. If not ... then ... On the corner of the room were two commanders who remained quiet throughout the discussion. For Enel, his mind was set on revenge. For Lucci, his mind was clouded with emotion. Dismissed. Wano, castle remains. A strong gust of wind enveloped the cold remains of what was once a mighty and beautiful castle. The gust of wind was replaced by the sudden appearance of 4 adults, 1 child. Lord Mamasuke, are you all right? Kaiman immediately tended to the young lord. Kanjuro hung to the side with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Reizo and Kikunojo surrounded the group, protecting the young lord. My father is dead. Tears welled up in the young lord's eyes as the realization of his father's fate finally settled in. In his mind, it just happened, but in the mind of others, it has been 20 years since that fateful day. The 4 members of the Scabbards were on high alert. Below their foot was a remnant of dragon fire, which covered this very castle on the day they were teleported by Lady Toki. My mother is also, began Momonosuke as the young lord cried once more. My lord, we must be quiet, for we do not know who is present, who is our friend, who is our enemy. Hi, said a man blankly. His was shirtless, revealing his bare body, his muscle bulging, for they were maximized for efficiency. Kanjuro and Kaiman immediately went on the defensive. The man noted that the painted face man had a paintbrush for a weapon. The painter, who are you? They were on the edge, for in their head, Lord Odin just died. My name is not important, but I am here to retrieve your party. His tired eyes were evident, and yet he looked serious. Why should we go with you? Exclaimed Reizo, his kunai knife ready at a moment's notice. If you don't, the big guy will kill you all. The man pointed at a location in the distance, though the child and his retainers already knew who he meant. Kaido, the man who defeated Lord Odin. How do we know we can trust you? You don't. Though in the distance, a mighty roar erupted in the distance. The mighty roar of the world's strongest beast echoed in the distance. But you have no choice. Tado Land, Keko Island. This is your son with him. Charlotte Pudding was the minister of chocolate. She resided in Cacao Island, which is the domain given by her mother. Yes, isn't he beautiful? Answered Charlotte Chiffin, as she stood beside her twin sister, Charlotte Lola. So beautiful, sister, exclaimed Lola, taking the young baby from her sister's hands. How do you two do it? Asked Pudding as Lola handed her the young baby. She admired the child and longed for her own. One day, when a man loves a woman, they find a way, Chiffin said with a loving smile on her face, though she pulled something out of her dress pocket, revealing a mirror. And of course, having a sister like Chiffin omitted from saying Bruley's name as to not alarm the homies. Your meeting in the middle of a war was uncanny, wasn't it? Said Pudding as she gently swung the young baby in her arms. He had me at. No lady should participate in a war like this. When a muscular fellow accidentally knocked me on my butt, he helped me on my feet, and it was an instant connection. Chiffin had hearts in her eyes as she retold the beginning of her love story. By the way, Pudding, did you ever recover from ... you know? Lola was treading on thin water, as any mention of the evil doings of their mother was pure taboo, especially with all the homies around Toddleland. I was going to die that day if it wasn't for. She omitted the name of her brother, Katakuri, the one who saved her life and sacrificed his own. If a mention of his name was heard by the homies, Mama will rage. I know, Pudding. I know. Tears erupted from the three-eyed girl, and Chiffin engulfed her in an embrace. Lola swiftly took the young child from her hand as to avoid getting the baby in between the tight embrace. What is this? Who made my sweet sister cry? A tall, purple-haired swordsman entered the palace. He found that Pudding was crying and embraced her along with Chiffin. Brother Cracker, I'm sorry you found me this way, she began as she sniffled. Nonsense. Was it the memory once more? Charlotte Cracker looked at Lola, who nodded. Well, some good news. Brother Oven and Brother Deifuku will listen to us. Sister Smoothie will say she is a firm no, but she will be present. Once we get the support of those three, everyone should see what we see. How about Brother Prospero? To this, Cracker shook his head. There's no way to even bring it up to Brother Prospero. He is embroiled in his quest for power. Right, well, I must go. I have a date, said Chiffin with lightness in her step. She took the young baby from Lola and gave her a kiss on the cheeks. You be good, called Pudding after her sister, to which Chiffin chuckled and blew a kiss to her sister. Chiffin then enlarged the mirror and entered through the doorway, with the young child in her arms. Baby, a gruff-looking man met Chiffin on the other side of the mirror transport. Hi you. Chiffin embraced the man, and the man took the baby from his lovely wife. How are you, baby Pez? Dada, said the young baby, smiling at his father. Baja. He called for you." The two happy parents shared an embrace as their young baby laughed happily at his parents' affection. Back on the other side of the mirror, Lola embraced Pudding once more. "Are you ready for your wedding?" asked Lola. "I'm ready to meet this Mr. Prince. Who knows, maybe he'll make an excellent scapegoat ... for I am ready to ruin Mama's tea party." The third eye of the young lady flared up, for the young lady had been brewing up this plan ever since the day her mother nearly killed her. Pudding was going to kill her own mother. Straw Hat HQ Area X. Sanji sneezed as he swiftly made his way to the stand as it was time for the matches of the night. "Jihahaha, finally Muara, I get to see what you are about." Shiki floated in the air, where Luffy noted that he had both legs. How would that change his levitation ability? "Sure, Shiki, whatever you want." Luffy stretched his muscle. He has yet to use his full power since returning. Magellan was a nice warm-up and all, but Shiki was above the former warden. Speaking of Magellan, he currently hung out with the other members of the Straw Hats, watching the fight. He wondered why he was free to roam the base without being bound. But Luffy kept him free because there was no way Magellan would get through Enel, Katakuri, and Mihawk. Get ready. Their battlefield was a wasteland, mostly rocks, which was advantageous for Shiki. Luffy made it this way. He gave him a slight handicap. "Whenever you are," Luffy said confidently as he posed into his fighting stance. His left fist was behind his right and his left foot was behind his right. Shiki floated in the air, covering his surroundings with rock. His ability allowed him to levitate inorganic objects in his surroundings, making him one of the most dangerous people in the world. Even Roger and Whitebeard acknowledged his strength. The rock which surrounded Shiki launched at Luffy at a high speed, though the Straw Hat Man was faster, dodging the rocks with ease. Luffy slapped the rocks which were aimed at his face and destroyed them. Shiki got in his face, appearing in a matter of seconds. He built up enough concentration of rock on one hand and slammed it against the Straw Hat Man. But he was not there, as a mere after-image was destroyed by Shiki's giant boulder. The golden-haired man raised an eyebrow, though he felt a sharp pain on his ribs as Luffy appeared behind him, kicking him on his side. The golden lion was sent tumbling down the battlefield, his momentum stopping at the use of his ability. Shiki floated once more and grunted, as blood escaped his mouth. Though Luffy was not done yet, as he appeared before Shiki, much faster than the last time. "Maybe my old age was finally catching up to me," was his thought before a barrage of giant-sized fists connected with Shiki, bombarding him onto the ground. In the control room, Frankie was panicking at the sensors being overloaded by the Straw Hat captain. His power was beyond their calculation, an anomaly. Then the sensor exploded as Luffy delivered a blow straight to the guts of Shiki, etching him on the ground and breaking through the thick shell of Area X. Above ground, people felt a sudden quake, although it was sort of like a jolt, then it was gone. You got me." Luffy extended his hands at the fallen warrior, helping him to his feet. "Now there is no doubt in my mind, you will be king." Some people approached the Golden Lion so that they could help him get to the medic bay, but Shiki declined the assistance, as his pride made him walk on his own. It was now Byandi's turn and the man raised his hands. "I surrender. I know the outcome and I'd rather not get hurt." Byandi took a step back and allowed Bullet to finally have his test. Finally, Bullet stepped up, his blood boiling for the intense battle between Luffy and Shiki. Bullet began by assembling mechanical gloves, both of which he immediately threw at Luffy, though Luffy dodged both strikes, throwing his own uppercut, hitting Bullet square on his jaws. But the man was made like a tank, accepting the punishment which Luffy delivered. His best work yet. Muara, the Yonko. 9 years ago, on the end of a world-shattering war, one man stood tall above another. Edward Newgate was dubbed victorious against Monkey D. Luffy. Marine Admiral Aokiji was the man credited with the end of Muara's life. But this was not the case. Muara is very much alive. And the proof is in the paper. Who was the mysterious group that could go into impel down and break out the commanders of Muara? The man himself. Underneath was an image of Luffy standing over Whitebeard from 9 years ago. Photographic evidence of the inland war. He is the man who brought Whitebeard to his knees. With his own 2 hands, he defeated the world's strongest man, the man closest to the One Piece. And it does not end there. For the Straw Hat Man not only won over Whitebeard, he also achieved feats that are unheard of until now. He has defeated the likes of Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Zephyr. He made a mockery of a secret government agent such as Cypher Paul, and pulled in their agents to his cause. He successfully entered Big Mom's territory and escaped with her family members. Dogtooth has since become an emperor in his own right. And now that True King is back, can you imagine? He challenged Kaido's influence by eliminating members of his business, making a dent of the hidden world of the underground. Yes, the underground. For this and his future endeavors, the Marines have reactivated his bounty where it had been forgotten. And the Marines, the government, the Gorosei, and the Yonkos should tremble in their boots as the man known as Muara is back, and his bounty was raised exponentially to 5,021,000,000 beris, a bounty just below the Pirate King and above the one who is dubbed as the strongest. Monkey D. Luffy is the true king of this world. The paper was filled with articles about the inland war, attached with photographic evidence of the event that transpired. More importantly, an image of Blackbeard, stabbing Thatch in the back, a grape on his hands. Morgans trembled as he read over his masterpiece. With this report, he truly was asking for death. But the world needs to know the truth, the man who will liberate them from the old system. The man he put his money on to free them of the celestial dragons, 5 elders, and the throneless king. It will definitely cost him his life, but he's lived long enough anyway. He read it over one more time before publishing it, ignoring editor's advice on not going through with it. Too late now, he said to himself as he opened 100-year-old whiskey, pouring himself a glass as he awaited his fate. In no time, the government, the underworld, or even the Yonkos could come for his head, and he won't go down without a fight. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, the sound of footsteps quickly approaching his office. Today I die. Morgans got on both feet and put his hands up. Come then, Straw Hat HQ. Captain, Shiki and Byandy are gone, exclaimed Virgo, whose usual calm demeanor was overshadowed by his worries. 2 world powers have gone and left without a word or trace. Oh yeah, I know, they left 2 nights ago. Luffy was giving Hancock a massage on her back, as she laid on a massage table with only a towel hiding her skin. Oh well, Virgo began to walk back, his panic replaced by relief. How did he know? Oh yeah, he was the Supreme Commander, of course he would. We'll be up in a moment, we have guests. What do you mean, Captain? Shiki and Byandy have returned, Luffy said with a smile, to which Virgo slowly made his way up to the entranceway, where sure enough Byandy and Shiki returned with people. You best behave, Indigo, especially you, Scarlet, Shiki said as he floated along his companion. The clown genius gave a thumbs up while Scarlet hit his chest as he puffed it. Brother, this is my new home. How do you like it? Byandy brought 4 people with him. His sickly brother rode his shoulder and looked around, impressed by the underground headquarters. Impressive, brother, commented Bayajak. Another 3 people were with the 2 brothers, Garam, a hulking man with a massive hammer, Knighton, an elderly doctor, and Sebastian, the Wanton giant. Welcome. Luffy ascended from his moment with Hancock and welcomed the newcomers along. How do you know we weren't abandoning ship? Said Shiki. They did leave without telling anyone. I just know, Luffy said with a smile. Law and Bonnie joined the group as the 2 were very important for his operation. So listen, for your brother we have the best doctor in all the lands. He was addressing Byandy, whose brother was very sickly. We can find a way to increase his muscle strength and a quick path to recovery. I don't. Bayajak was very shocked. No way, doctors all over the world have been trying. Please, and Knighton, you may join our medical staff. I'm sure you have a lot of practice that we can use. To this Knighton was confused. How did he know her name already? Thank you, Captain, said Byandy, acknowledging that Luffy was indeed his captain. As for you, Indigo, our research division is top-notch. Frankie will show you around. Scarlet and Sebastian, I have something for the both of you. But in the meantime, Virgo will show you around. This left Luffy, along with Law and Bonnie. Shiki and Byandy remained as well as everyone began to disperse. I have a proposition for the both of you. What if I say we can get you back to your prime? Said Luffy. Law had his arm crossed with a smile, while Bonnie continued to eat her food. Shiki and Byandy looked at one another and smiled. There's no way. But there is. Bullet showed up, looking younger than before, for the Straw Hats have made him younger and returned him to his 30 seconds, his prime. Oh shit, Shiki and Byandy said at the same time. Baltigo. A certain death caused him to awoke from his slumber. He was enraged when he discovered that his brother was killed, and he wasn't there to help him. The first thing that Sabo did was to find Ace. He stormed angrily away from Baltigo. His intense training while having amnesia was paying its dividends. Sabo, screamed Dragon, although the child was long gone. Dragon tasked Hack to follow the young man. Eventually, Sabo found Ace. What are you doing here? You died, asked the confused Fire Fist as he believed himself to be alone in the world. Although Sabo immediately embraced his brother and Ace immediately understood. The two shared a moment, reminiscing about their older brother, the man who appeared in their life for only a moment, yet left a lasting impression on their lives. So what have you been up to? As the duo let out their initial grief, they finally began to catch up. I'm a captain of my own crew now. Those pesky Marines are really something else. And I am eventually going to aim for the new world, commented Ace as he drank all of his alcohol, grabbing another bottle. You died, Ace commented, remembering the devastating visual of Sabo's tiny ship bursting into flames. The wrath of a celestial dragon raining upon him. I was saved by his dad, Dragon, the most wanted man. Yeah, the two traded stories of their life until finally morning came. So we should head out now. Ace began to make his way outside of the cabin, stretching his tired muscle from the long night of drinking and storytelling. You're going to like Deuce, that guy is funny as hell. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention Isuka. That crazy marine lady has it out for me. But Sabo lagged behind, stopping in his footsteps. Actually, Ace, I think I'll return to Baltigo. What? But we just reunited, exclaimed Ace. I know, bro, and I think we'll get to reunite once again. But I have a lot to learn from Dragon, and I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity. It took a moment for Ace to accept it. He did not like it, but he was not going to force Sabo into anything. Till we meet again. Ace finally turned his sadness into a smile. He had to respect his brother's decision. Till we meet again, brother. Sabo embraced Ace and the two brothers parted ways. They were not bonded by blood, but in their hearts they were truly brothers. Sabo scratched his head as he did not know how to go back to Baltigo. Luckily, Hack followed him. Ready to go home, brat? Hack asked. Yeah, responded the young Sabo with a smile. The next time he sees Ace again, he will be much stronger, enough so that he does not have to lose another brother. 1 million. Sabo had just completed 1,000,000 push-ups. This was a part of his daily routine. Koala, Hack and Ivikov cheered on the young man. Once he completed his push-ups, Koala ran up to him and handed him a towel. Good job. Koala lovingly pinched Sabo's cheeks as he playfully swatted her hands away. Ivankov and Hack looked at each other with a knowing smile. What? We're just friends, Sabo said with a smile as Koala gave him a punch on his shoulder. Oh, is still sore. Sabo laughed, the two leaving the training field. Ivankov and Hack remained as they laughed in spite of themselves. That's got to be a thing. Hack commented. Yeah, Hack boy, they've grown up together that it would be a surprise if they weren't. But knowing Sabo boy, that young man is blind to women, probably pumped up about the news of Luffy boy's return, breaking out of his people from Impel Down. What a feat. The two made their way to the meeting hall, where Dragon resided. Reverie was happening this year, and they had a couple of months to finalize their plans. Yes, that Blackbeard boy was the one to break me out of my bindings 4 years ago. I still remember the day. Ivankov, why don't you join us? Asked the menacing New World Emperor. Fuck you. I'll pass, Zehaha. With that, Blackbeard left Impel Down, a sea of destruction in his wake. Blackbeard successfully broke out many level 6 prisoners. In doing so, he freed some prisoners from their bindings as well, including Ivankov. Well, if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't be with us. Hack was going to say something else but was interrupted by the sudden shaking of the floor they stood on. They looked at one another as the rhythmic thumping was similar to footsteps. A green-haired, tan woman was running in their general direction at full speed, and right before their eyes, the giant woman shrunk periodically as she got closer, until finally, she fell flat on her face in front of them. She was the size of an average person and she was panting heavily from all the running that she had been doing. Sabo and Koala returned to the area to see what was going on. People from all over the secret revolutionary base peeked through their facilities, and Dragon stood over his balcony. Please help me. She shook violently from exhaustion as she had been on the run for days. No food, no drink, just running. What do you need help me, dear? Ivankov immediately jumped to aid the young girl, as he was not one to turn down a person in need. My friends, they are. She struggled for the words. Blackbeard has them ... I in Hachinasu. Suddenly Dragon's eyes widened as the location of Blackbeard was revealed. Finally, something they can work with. The Yonko was in their radar for countless reasons, more importantly slavery, kidnapping, and oppression. He was bad, if not just as bad as the celestial dragons in how they treat people. Dragon lifted himself in a swirl of wind, appearing before the faint lily. We can help you, said Dragon. In a few days, the revolutionary leaders are going to start flocking in, and their manpower is not one to ignore. But to be clear, you know how to get to Hachinasu. Lillian's stomach pulled a Vivra card from her back pocket. It was named Hadrudin. Yes, and Lily finally passed out, unable to remain awake. Dragon raised up the Vivra card. It was burning slightly. Sabo took the card from Dragon and the two shared a look. Sabo was the one to speak. This giant is Brother Luffy's commander ... from 9 years ago. I know, responded Dragon. This would go a long way of mending things with his son, and it aligned with his motive of operations. Things just got more interesting. Atlantis. This is unbelievable. You read this, Hatchin. Arlong was jumping with joy. He had been hard at work in protecting his nation, that he had been unable to leave his land. Ever since the creation of Atlantis Island, there have been 0 fishfolk slaves caught by the slavers. That was due to Arlong. He, along with his crew, eliminated any and all slaver that tried. Never again. Not on his watch. Though this news was different, the return of his king was evident, and he wanted so badly to join his people. But how could he leave his nation? With the lack of protection, his people could suffer once more. Then he thought of a brilliant idea. Pirates, slavers, and marines feared him. He was the strongest man on the planet. It even says so in the newspaper. So now that he's returned, then it was time to declare their absolute loyalty to the Straw Hats. King Neptune, Queen Ottoheim, we are going to join the Straw Hats once more. I wish to raise their flag on our island, signifying their protection of Atlantis. Arlong, you have sacrificed so much by staying here for so long. Go, you must go to where your heart belongs, said Queen Ottoheim with a smile. King Neptune agreed, as he knew quite well the sacrifices that Arlong had to make, the relationship he's broken, the people he disappointed for his people. Are you sure? I can always. No, Arlong, we can protect ourselves. That old fisher tiger can protect us, plus the Straw Hats will always come to our aid, said King Neptune. Ready your ships, Arlong. You have a long journey ahead of you. Thank you. Arlong retrieved from the castle of Atlantis, rejoining his crew. On his way back, Princess Shirahoshi waved him goodbye, to which he returned. Once he was back to his crew, he gave them the good news. After 9 years, we're going home, boys. Yeah, yelled the crew on the top of their lungs. It has been a long time since they have seen everyone. Alabasta, we believe that Fishman Island should join the surface. The petition is there, so your nation is welcome to the surface in my books. King Riku added to the meeting, to which the other kings and queens echoed his statement. Blah blah, fish people this, fish people that. A stout man who had been arrogant and disrespectful throughout the entirety of the meeting commented, "Who gives a crap? When are we getting more funding in our nations? That's all I care about." This was Wapol who spoke, and the young Princess Vivi quickly interrupted him. I agree about the funding for our nations. It will go a long way for our citizens. Although Wapol did not think that a mere princess should speak during the meeting, so he slowly approached her and slapped her straight across the face. "How dare you speak during the meeting of kings and queens?" yelled Wapol. Lucci was present, an escort of the Dressrosa party. Beside him were Pika and Kairos, and escorted King Riku and Princess Viola. Princess Vivi raised her hands, as Pell and Lucci were going to kill the false king. "Do not do anything on my behalf." She raised her head slowly. "He is not a man worth our troubles," she responded with a smile. A true diplomat. Although in the back, Lucci was seething. How dare he strike Captain's fiancé? The tragedy was still fresh in his mind, and so he still did not accept Luffy to be dead. Some time passed, and Wapol was casually walking through the streets of Marijo, kicking any slaves that blocked his path and mocking everyone and everything he saw. Disgusting. A reverie full of fish-loving idiots. "I want my money. How am I going to afford my new ship?" Wapol said out loud, to which his group flinched. They did not like his behavior, but they had to follow his orders. He was their king. Mujiwara sends his regards. Suddenly, Lucci appeared before Wapol, his hands going through the heart of the false king. On the other side of Wapol's body, his heart hung out and Lucci pulled back, Wapol's heart still beating, and he crushed it. Alarms suddenly flared up all over the Holy Land, as a king was assassinated. Lucci escaped skillfully, although he was hunted by the world government ever since. Oh my god. A blue-haired beautiful princess held a newspaper on hand, trembling at the news. For all her young life, she imagined running away with her knight in shining armor, living the rest of her life under his care. But that dream turned into a nightmare when he died, and she never considered anyone else. "Princess, what is wrong?" Pell immediately ran into the room as she heard the princess cry. "I'm okay, Pell, I'm okay. But I must see him." "Princess, we can't just leave the capital." "Why not? My father will understand. After all, I'm going to see my king." Princess Vivi immediately gathered her traveling clothes, for it was going to be a journey to New Dawn Island, and she needs to prepare for what's ahead of her. It was a promise to a young girl, of a man who saved her nation's life. Will he keep his word, or did he forget about her? The thought of being forgotten caused her to drop everything she was holding. Her once confident composure has shifted to nervousness. What if he forgot her? Dressrosa. No. Viola dropped her cup, spilling everything on the marble tiles. She had been having breakfast, but the morning newspaper caused her to drop everything she was holding. She had been the perfect princess for her nation, helping her people and her nation prosper. She even opened a trade between the new nation of Atlantis with Dressrosa, as she knew the people well. For years she has been denying approaches for her hand. For years she has trained Rebecca to be her very best, but she never took on another man. But here he was, back from the dead, and she did not know how to feel. I must know. I must. Viola shot up. Hika. It took a short moment for the head of security to join her. His squeaky voice remained the same as it always was. Yes, Princess Viola. I will travel to New Dawn Island, relay this information to head soldier Kairos, and assemble an escort. Yes, Princess. On it. Hika comically saluted and ran the opposite direction. She had to know, especially if the feelings were still there. For him, though more importantly for herself. Punk Island. You must leave this place now. A red-haired man stood in the office of Tom. Iceberg and Polly stood close to the head shipwright, as if they could do much. Why should we listen to you, red-haired Shanks? Tom knew who Shanks was, for he was just a little guppy when Roger asked him to build him a ship. I know of Pluton, and I have given my knowledge to the world government. Why the fuck would you do this? Tom slammed his hands against his table, effectively making a dent on his atom wood table. To achieve such a feat, Tom was no joke. Listen, Tom, if I did not give them something, they were going to go after him. By him, Shanks means Luffy, but Tom already knew this, as he met the man in person. Fine, but still stupid. Tom sat down once more on his chair. Iceberg and Polly exchanged a look of confusion. What now then, brat? Tom's mood immediately turned sour, as Pluton was within his vault, but the only people who knew were in Roger's crew. You have to all leave this place immediately, as the Marines and their buster call will arrive in a matter of days. Some bet you made, for that boy is dead. So when they come and Pluton is not here, that's the thing, you will leave it here. What did you say, boy? Once again Tom began to flare up in anger. This damn brat was going to willingly hand over Pluton to the world government. Tom, listen. Shanks activated his Conqueror's haki, causing Iceberg and Polly to fall flat on their face. He's not dead yet. He'll be back. I promise. Shanks brought out his hands asking for the blueprint. Tom stared into the eyes of the red-haired emperor. He then finally gave in, opening his safe and giving Shanks the blueprint. Tell me, Tom, is there a way that we can? Tom's eyes widened at what Shanks told him. I see, responded Tom as he took the blueprint once more, and the memory faded as the people of Water 7 began to filter out. There was not a single life that remained in Water 7 when the world government annihilated it. Surprising them, the blueprint for Pluton lay perfectly on the drawer within's office. They took it, claiming the victory against the people of Water 7, with Pluton now in their hands. Tom stood on the balcony of his new home. For 8 years the shipwrights of Water 7 have silently rebuilt their prosperous shipbuilding land in a new world island known as Punk Island. Old man, yelled Polly from below his balcony. What brat? Yelled Tom back. There's some pirates who want to speak with you. Who is it? Hey, you must be the famous Tom. A red-haired pirate with a thick overcoat stood beside Polly, smiling at the shipwright. I need ships. Oh, why is that? I need to kill some emperors. For in the new world, you either kill them, or you join them. And I'm not one to work under these stupid fuck faces. The red-haired pirate turned to his companion, a man with a blue mask. Ain't that right, killer? To which his companion nodded. This man was none other than Eustace Kid, the 800 million berry man. How many ships do you need? Tom asked, now jumping over his balcony and landing in front of Tom. Kid looked at his crew, the commanders of his fleet, laughing amongst themselves. He pointed at each one as to count. Give me 9, I already have my own ship. Payment. Tom looked over his crew and the numbers which he possessed. This brat could make a dent with his power. A green-haired pirate approached Tom, throwing a treasure chest full of gold in front of Tom. Is this enough? The guy had a maniacal look on his face, and his attire was unorthodox. He had a weird look about him, almost as if he was always looking for a fight. Tom surveyed the treasure and found blood on it. Regardless, he had a duty to uphold. Pirate or not, he was a shipwright. The money was there, no matter how it was obtained. The green-haired man continued to stare down Tom. Bartolomeo, back off. All right. Somehow, someway, the former #1 fan of Straw Hat Luffy became a captain in one of Kid's ships. Hey fellows, we're getting ships. I want the biggest one out of you fuckers, exclaimed Bartolomeo as he went back to the others. Okay, replied Tom. We'll get your ships in a week. Make it 2 days. We got a meeting with a warlord. Kid threw another treasure chest in front of Tom. Fine too. And the two men shook hands. Fuck you, Bartolomeo. A black-haired, sinister-looking man began to chase the green-haired pirate around, as a single booger started their feud. Ha, stupid ass, he exclaimed as he ran away from the mud that rained on him. Enough with this, I must focus. I need to determine the outcome of the coming encounter. another person said as he shuffled a deck of cards. Scrap hop pops and cool rock. Another figure exclaimed animatedly. Calm down, you dipshits. We got more serious business to attend to. Everyone straightened up, listening in on their captain. From Bartolomeo to the mud-slinging weirdo, from the card-dealing man to the music guy. The other members straightened up as well, stopping their snickering. You fuckers better be straight when we meet up with this warlord. This alliance will go a long way with the plan of attack against the Yonkos. I'm going to make her bend on her knees to me, Captain Kidd. His crew cheered him on. Heat and Wire smiled at their captain's plan of attack, although Killer had his arms crossed. What is it, man? A boxing glove-wearing man, beside a much taller and bulkier man, nudged Killer. Killer raised his scythe, revealing the article of a certain straw hat man. Kid ripped it out of the paper from Killer's blade and looked it over, but Kid just crumpled it and tossed it to the side, only for heat to burn it into ash. Doesn't change anything. We're going after the Yonkos. And his crew cheered. They had hundreds of people, 8 formidable captains, and himself at the top. It was time for the Kid fleet to rise. It was his time to shine. Sphinx, you see this, Pops? Whitebeard was laying on his back, enjoying the sun. It had been such a stressful year, especially with that damned weevil after his children. Damn you, Bakken. Marco walked casually to where Whitebeard was resting. They were now the same age since Luffy had him changed to his younger self, and it still freaked out Marco. What is it, son? Whitebeard sat up and took the paper from Marco. The image of his defeat in inland plastered against the front page. Look at that. I did not know Morgans had an image of this war. But what good is publishing this image? Whitebeard asks, failing to read the rest of the article. Marco pointed at the paper for Whitebeard to read some more. Okay, fine. Muara is back, and his bounty was raised exponentially to 5,021,000,000 beris, a bounty just below the Pirate King and above the one who is dubbed as the strongest. Monkey D. Luffy is the true king of this world. Whitebeard read out loud and jumped to his feet. Kurarara, that damned brat was actually alive. Aye, Pops. All right then, get the Moby Dick ready. We are paying the Straw Hats a visit, exclaimed the Yonko, although he hasn't felt like one since his defeat at the hands of Luffy. But people dubbed him as such, so he had to act his part. We have to make up for lost time. 9 years I have been waiting to exchange sake with Muara. So, Pops, are we really doing what you told me all those years ago? He is the one, Marco, his eyes never wavering, backing up his resolve. Right, Pops, Marco said with a smile, although their father and son moment was quickly interrupted by the sound of alarm. For in the distance, a screech of terror erupted. Whitebeard and Marco shared a look. This was not normal. Who would be foolish to attack Sphinx? Was it Weevil? If so, he was going to die. Phil Marco. An explosion filled the air as the after impact was enough to destroy the Moby Dick. Marco nodded and flew in the air, turning into a phoenix within an instant. Whitebeard grabbed his bicento and immediately went into action. Although what he saw made him freeze for only a moment, for before him a massive floating ship launched a light beam straight through Marco, knocking him out of the air. What the hell? Exclaimed Whitebeard as around him light beams escaped the massive ship, eradicating any and all of the people of his island. Fuck. Marco was sent through several buildings, finally slowing down as he went through a deli. What is going on? Jazu had gone outside and realized all hell's breaking loose. Whitebeard immediately went into action, despite not knowing what was going on. All he knew was that a giant thing was in the air and shooting power beams straight through his island. He leaped into the air, punching in the general direction of the massive ship. Crackles in the air began to form as Whitebeard launched a quake-infused punch through the monstrosity. Though in the path of his own quake, 2 pacifistas absorbed the strike and was shattered into a million pieces. Whitebeard's eyes widened as hundreds of pacifistas emerged from the massive ship and began to descend on his land. The cyborgs unleashed a hell fury in their world that they have never experienced, not in their lifetime. All around him there was pain and suffering. Pops, help me, screamed one of his daughters. Pops, said another one of his son. Their pain was echoing in the air and all he could do was fight for them, for their lost and sacrifice. He could not save everyone, that much he knows. This may be the end for Sphinx, the end of the Whitebeard pirates. Midgate launched himself upwards once more, with his entire crew fighting for their life. There was no time to rest. The damn monstrosity of a ship floated completely over his island and there was nothing he could do to even dent it. It was hopeless and yet he had to fight, though a beam of energy was struck him head-on, launching him straight to the ground. And it did not stop at that either as it continued to force him lower and lower into the earth. Whitebeard forced himself to his feet, struggling at his attempt to do so. But he was able to get up on his feet, absorbing the beam with his haki-infused forearm. As the strike finally ended, Whitebeard was finally able to launch his own attack. Whitebeard brought both hands outward, grabbing on the air and pulling it together. Crackles in the air cause a quake to erupt, unleashing the ground to violently collide and erect a massive stone pillar. While performing his powerful move, all he could think of was the safety of his people. and yet he could not keep up. As the pacifistas were wreaking havoc, the ship was destroying everything. Then as his spike erected towards the ship, a powerful blast erupted once more from the ship, decimating the stone pillar into dust. In fact, the blast was so strong that a hole was now created in the center of his island, where the spike used to be. Whitebeard cursed as the charge time for the damned beam was so quick that it could annihilate his island in a matter of minutes. His mouth hung agape as he looked to his right. His people were being massacred. Then to his left he looked directly into the eyes of Blenheim as he met his end at the hands of two pacifistas. Even his commanders were no match. Marco was doing his best. Vista and Jazu were doing what they could. This was truly the end. So Whitebeard gripped his bicento and unleashed hell on earth, launching quake-infused bubbles straight to the core of the pacifistas. Just on his rampage alone, he managed to eliminate 50, but they kept coming and coming. Yelled Whitebeard, cursing the world for his faith. And yet, as he looked up, the ship which had been causing total annihilation was exploding. The ship itself stopped moving and its mechanical integrity was all shut down. Then a massive nail zoomed past him and collided with the core of the ship. The Yonko was too shocked to move a muscle. As a pacifista got near him, its beam-mouthed projectile ready to fire, and yet it never got to launch its projectile. A man whose skin glowed pink punched the pacifista out of the way, smashing its metallic skull into itself. "We got here as quickly as we can," commented the man, for Whitebeard turned around and realized that several doorways and mirrors were created, with people coming through. The Straw Hat Grand Armada came to their aid. "Long time no see, old friend," said Monkey D. Luffy. And just as fate would have it, Newgate recognized Douglas Bullet manipulating the mechanical integrity of the massive ship. Shiki the Golden Lion had suspended the monstrosity in thin air. Then Bindi World unleashed a flurry of driver nails at the ship. "Muara, how?" began Whitebeard. "We'll talk later, we have something to attend to." Luffy engulfed himself in smoke, quickly emerging into his bound man form. He then launched himself forward, going towards the massive ship. Whitebeard smiled, finally realizing that the God of Dead does not require his presence quite yet, and he leaped after the man who returned from the dead, and enjoyed the utter destruction of the object that caused him so much pain. Marco had destroyed two pacifistas, burning them to puddles of metal, although his charging period to launch his devastating blue flame ended up being his shortcoming. As four more pacifistas launched themselves at him, Marco gathered all of his strength inwards. He was going to self-destruct as a last-ditch effort to destroy as many of the bastards as he could. "The hell are you doing?" The voice was a familiar one, someone who he fought against many years ago. Dogtooth had emerged beside him, unleashing spiked machi out of his body and piercing the tough exterior of the pacifistas. "Aren't you late?" Marco joked as he was helped up to his feet. "HN." Katakuri shrugged while going forward, destroying another pacifista with his hammer arm made of machi. "As cocky as ever, Dogtooth," said Marco, though deep down, he was very thankful for the arrival of their allies, even though 2 years ago, when invading Big Mom's territory, they were unavailable for them. "Damn you." Jazu slammed two pacifistas' heads in and tackled another one and ripped it into pieces. But there were so many of them that it had become a hopeless situation. "Need some help?" A golden man sat along a pillar of gold, launching the other golden pillar straight through two pacifistas. "Get to work, Guild," commented the Thunder user as he shorted a couple of pacifistas out of their max voltage. And last to arrive was Mihawk, who cut through 8 pacifistas with one swing of his sword. "Jazu," greeted Mihawk. It had been some time. "Hawkeye," he acknowledged the swordsman and then the Golden Emperor and Thunder God. "Guild, Enel. You're lucky to have a quick thinker like Izo of the Blazing Ember," said Mihawk as he launched a wave strike from the tip of his blade and dealt with another set of pacifistas. "If he did not call for help, where would you be now? I didn't think you all would come." Flower Sword Vista stood back to back with Sir Crocodile as they worked in conjunction to deal with the pacifistas. "Tusk, you think too little of us." It was unspoken, but Crocodile hinted at his disappointment when the Whitebeard pirates were not present when they needed help. "But let bygone be bygones." "Thank you." Vista unleashed a tornado of flowers. White Crocodile filled the pacifista with sand to the point that it imploded. "Whatever," Crocodile said with a smirk. It had been a while since he was able to let loose. It was nice to have some cyborgs to destroy and go all out. Around the battlefield, the Straw Hats were dealing with the pacifistas, while protecting Whitebeard's people. Haruta obtained the assistance of Usopp, Brook, and Galdino. Usopp gave them perfect coverage while Brook and Galdino dealt with those who got close. As a wave of pacifistas surrounded them, Magellan came in to melt the damn things. "You are the head jailer of Impel Down," said Haruta, recognizing him from the news report. "The breakout of Impel Down 4 years ago." Usopp covered them, unleashing a deadly combination of different plant life and explosive combinations. Galdino created a wall of wax that pushed the pacifista away from them, and Brook unleashed a cold strike through a pacifistas, freezing the cyborg in their core. But this Mugiwara guy is not so bad," said Magellan with a smile. For a long time, he has not been happy. His job was redundant and draining. But with the Straw Hats, he could truly let loose. It also helped that his gastric issues were resolved by the doctors of the crew. When one doesn't need to shit all the time, that one person is truly happy. For how the doctors of the Straw Hat figured out how to counter the effect of his devil fruit, you would have to ask Chopper. Speaking of Chopper, he was in his horn point as he ran straight through a pacifista. Then Law removed the core of the pacifistas within his area. Dazbones and Virgo went through the cores and destroyed every single one of them. He quickly got to Blenheim and began resuscitating him. There was still hope for the fallen man. It was just very thin. Baby 5 and Wiper were a tandem. It seemed like there was something there. Wiper had Baby 5 turn into a tracking missile in which he launched her forward, unleashing a devastating blow at a pacifista. Atmos looked up as he was nearly squashed by said pacifista and gave them a thumbs up. Then Trebol and Bonclay worked against an enemy pacifista, with Trebol swallowing the pacifista in snot, slowing its mechanical movements, while Bonclay hit it so quickly that it was no longer functional. "Good job, Snot Man," exclaimed Bonclay as he struck a pose. "Not so bad yourself, Bon Chan." And the two exchanged a spirited high five. Center Pink and Dice went through an enemy. Center Pink dragged a pacifista into the ground while swimming on it, while Dice rammed straight through the immobile pacifista. Baccarat, Matchvise, and Ohm worked together to eliminate another. Matchvise embraced the pacifista while Ohm cut its mechanical arms. Baccarat then launched a lucky rock through its core, shutting it down for good. Speed Yuru was finally able to plop down on his butt, as he had been so tired from constantly having to speed up against so many pacifistas. He was so glad they had reinforcements. "Excellent work if I do say so myself," commented Ohm as he placed his sword over his shoulder. Matchvise nodded while Baccarat smiled at the job well done. Jin and Kuro combined together to destroy a pacifista. Kingdu was going to be at the receiving end of a light beam, but it could not release its beam as Kuro pinned it to the ground, and Jin unleashed a flurry of strikes with his tofa. "I don't think we've met." Jin helped Kingdu to his feet. "Anjin, grumpy over there is Kuro." "HN," scoffed Kuro, ever so friendly. Zala, Satori, and Tanaka were able to destroy another. Satori created spheres that limited the pacifista's movement, while Zala pinned its limbs with her spiked abilities so it could not activate its beam hands and mouth, and last was Tanaka, who went through it with his phasing ability and pulling the core out of its chest. Blamnico had a smile on his face as he dropped his mallet, exhausted from the constant fighting. Lucky they had allies come to the rescue. Jabber used his wolf form to mull a pacifista with Kaku slicing it down. Bonnie could not do much as she could not turn the cyborgs into babies or old people, but she can fight. Plus she had the combined explosive energy of Gladius and Gem fighting alongside her. Namor was doing his best as he too would get overwhelmed. Though lucky for him, Jinbei came to the rescue. And Jinbei was widely regarded as the second strongest of all the fishmen. Powerhouses such as Fisher Tiger and King Neptune have fallen down the ranking with age. Namor was glad to have Jinbei there by his side. The numbers of the pacifistas were numerous, and yet the Straw Hats and the Whitebeard pirates eventually dwindled the numbers of the enemies by a handful. Hancock observed along with Robin in the corner of their eyes as Sanji kicked a pacifista straight to the sky, while Nami electrocuted another one with her weapon and finished it with an air palm. Then Zoro cut up two pacifistas with his three-sword style, which impressed Shura and Jadatsu. Sugar and Monet watched the swordsman as well, also acknowledging his growth. The new recruits were too much in amazement to do much, as they did not have to really do anything. The former members of the World Pirate and Golden Lion pirates looked at one another and finally realizing that they are Straw Hat pirates now. Up in the sky, the world-shattering combination of Luffy's level 6 escaped prisoners in Byandy, Shiki and Bullet, Whitebeard the Yonko, and himself was a sight to behold. Whitebeard unleashed his frustration on the giant ship as Shiki floated him to the deck. There were hundreds of pacifistas aboard, and yet the combined effort of Luffy and Whitebeard were enough to eliminate the pacifistas in mere instances. Luffy unleashed a flurry of his signature Python with one strike, destroying a pacifista in its path, while Whitebeard shattered the pacifista with his quake-infused Bicento. He was not holding back either, as Luffy limited his aftershock by making the deck of the ship into rubber. Therefore minimum after effect, maximum the damage. Bullet joined in on the fun by assembling the fallen pacifista and made them go into the ship, destroying it from the inside, though he used his good old-fashioned fist to annihilate any pacifistas that got close to him. "Newgate, I can't believe you lost to Mugiwara," exclaimed Shiki as he caused two pacifistas to slam into each other, destroying it. Keep in mind that Shiki still held the massive ship into suspension, unable to use its weapon to rain hell into Sphinx Island. "You lost to him, to our captain," added Byandy, to which Shiki tossed a rock at him. Instead of getting angry, Byandy instead redirected the rock and increased its size and tossed it against a pacifista. "Barororo, oh, they have joined you now," Whitebeard said as he tossed another quake-infused sphere towards three pacifistas. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Luffy delivered a jet stamp to the center of 2 more pacifistas. And you made them young as well, huh? Excellent. What are you planning, Muara? Well, going into Big Mom's territory and waging war on her. But this damned. I'm in, said Whitebeard with a smile. Isn't this crazy, Newgate? Bullet stood beside Whitebeard as he punched the neck out of a pacifista, gathering under Captain. Yeah, Bullet, the last time I've seen you tame, Rogers kicked your ass. Kehahaha. Yeah, he was one strong bastard, but Captain, in my opinion, is stronger. I agree, replied Whitebeard. You guys talking crap? Asked Luffy in jest as he was now in bound man form, launching a King Kong gun at a pacifista. Hell yeah, exclaimed Bullet, as he sent another one flying, to which it was sent straight to the deck of the ship by Shiki. We're talking mess, I'm in. Though the ship suddenly lost its integrity as it began to rapidly descend, Shiki directed it to the ocean water beside Sphinx, the side where a massive mountain would protect the island from the impending tsunami. But just in case, Keldino, Katakuri, Guild, I need a wall on the mountain range, the tsunami is coming in. The trio heard their orders loud and clear and went to work. Zoro and Mihawk, stand by on any water that passes the wall. Though Luffy knew that Mihawk could deal with it by himself, he just wanted to see how far they've all gone. Sure enough, Geldino created a wax wall, Katakuri made a Machai wall, and Guild made a golden wall. Though Katakuri's wall was higher than the other two, so therefore it looked like it was flipping off someone. Excellent job, whoever called in this damn strike. They now know how the pirates felt. A fitting imagery, really. The massive ship began its slow descent and crashed in the ocean. The impact caused a massive tsunami to make its way to Sphinx. The waves eventually crashed against the walls created by the Straw Hats, and those which were able to get through were cut into droplets by Mihawk and Zoro combined. Impressive, commented Whitebeard as the group slowly descended into the ground, celebrating their massive victory against the destruction machine. Marine HQ, they are all gone. Pluton is down, said Sentomaru, as all of the pacifistas he provided for the Gorosei were destroyed. Initially they were slowly being destroyed but quickly overwhelmed the Whitebeard pirates. Pluton was a magnificent weapon of mass destruction able to level an island in a matter of minutes. All the feeds showed that they were succeeding, until their view was interrupted, which was followed by the rapid decline in operational pacifistas. Then, Pluton was down. Who would be able to do such a thing? It's Mugiwara. Admiral Kizaru entered the viewing room and recognized his handiwork. He is the only man willing to aid Whitebeard, and would be successful in doing so. That man is torn on our side. We must deal with him immediately, said Sentomaru. Soon, nephew. Soon, said Admiral Kizaru with a smile. Ever since his embarrassing defeat at the hands of said man, he had improved his attitude. A perfect record since that day, as he had never failed a mission. A perfect 5,299 out of 5,299. He had been obsessed with killing pirates ever since that day, and he could not wait to get his hands on the Straw Hat Man. He just couldn't. No longer did he enforce unclear justice. His justice was now similar to Akainu, Fujitora, and Zephyr. His justice was now absolute justice, all thanks to Mugiwara. Though in the circle of the most elite of the Marines, Mugiwara was on the top of their target list. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Fujitora, and even the suspended Admiral Aokiji. Straw Hat HQ. Meanwhile, in the Straw Hat HQ, Zeph stood watch of their base as everyone was engaged in rescuing the Whitebeard pirates. Hey old man, how's it going? Sanji had just arrived from the portal, returning quickly as he needed to make a meal for the crew as soon as they returned. Plus the Whitebeard pirates were joining them for dinner. Though Zeph was not moving, acting all weird. Then spoke Sanji, we require your presence for a wedding. Tamago, the knight of the Big Mom pirates, had infiltrated the Straw Hat HQ as the main forces were busy elsewhere. Accompanying him was Bobbin, who was the reason that many of the personnel that remained in the base were sleeping. Careless. It was carelessness that caused the surprise infiltration from the Big Mom pirates. Nobody refuses Mama's invitation, said Bobbin as he continued to bob his head side to side. I say fuck you, not interested, said Sanji, his feet blazing up as he spun to gain traction. Then your entire family will die, said Tamago with a smile. Suddenly, Sanji dropped his cigarette and realized what he was saying. Sanji's family was going into the wedding party, and they were going to be murdered in cold blood if he did not attend. Fine. Despite how they treated him, they were still his family, and he does not want to stoop into their level. Sanji began to follow them against his will. Sanji, you don't. But Zeph fell asleep from the power of Bobbin. Captain Will, he said drowsily before falling asleep. Sphinx calibrated the left arms, adjusting thrusters. Frankie called on his communicator. He was the last to arrive as he had to prepare his masterpiece. You are clear, Iron Pirate Frankie Shogun, called Caesar on the other end of the line as he entered through a mirror portal at the same time as General Frankie. Ready to tango. Frankie exited the doorway, complete in his mechanical masterpiece, ready to fight the weak beings that called themselves Cyborg. He looked around and then up. Suddenly his knees became weak as his mouth was wide open. General Frankie deactivated as Frankie hopped out of the robot. He then pointed at the sky, his massive mechanical arm trembling as he followed the ship. PLU.PLUT, exclaimed Frankie as the massive destruction device began to crash into the ocean water. What is it? Caesar then looked up and finally realized what it was. And he too nearly shit his pants. How did it come to fruition? He could tell it was Pluton, for he saw the blueprint firsthand. Though his mentor, Tom, told him that a ship like this should never be created for it could destroy an entire island without much effort. Is this why Water 7 was destroyed? Who got their hands on the blueprint? Captain, Frankie yelled as Luffy celebrated along Whitebeard, Shiki, Bullet, and Byandy. This is Pluton. Suddenly the mood changed as the participants in destroying the massive vessel were familiar with its name. No, Luffy began as his joy turned into despair. How we need to go to Tom now. Luffy wanted some answers and he was going to get it. Straw Hat HQ. Luffy entered through the portal at the same time that Sanji was being taken away. He immediately recognized Temego from his eggshell attire. He f***ing said no, and Luffy covered the distance, slamming his fist against Bobbin's face. Temego was caught off guard and he too received an axe kick straight through his skull. Tell Big Mom that she can fuck off. I'll deal with her next. Captain, they'll kill my family, said Sanji, torn at the prospect of saving the very people that made his youth a living hell. His sister is savable, but the rest of them were bastards. Not on my watch, Sanji, not on my watch. It was then that the Straw Hats and Whitebeard pirates began to filter in. Jin and Caesar immediately apprehended the perpetrator. No, let them go. Send a message to Big Mom for me. He then brought up his middle finger. Tell her to go fuck herself. Whole Cake Island. What you say now? Big Mom had been enjoying a tray of sweets when this terrible news reached her ears. Mama, Vinsmoke Sanji refused your invitation, said Temego, on his knees, bloody from the beating he received from Muara. In a mere whisper, he added the last part. Muara said, go fuck yourself. Sorry, Mama. Bobbin was also beaten to a pulp, but they were scared at their punishment. Mama, it doesn't matter, the show must go on. Big Mom had already invited the Vinsmokes to the wedding. Regardless of no prince in attendance, the assassination plot must go on. But after this, we are going to eradicate that cocky little ant, him and his merry crew. I have a score to settle with him and the bad children that went along with him. Big Mom's hair became ablaze at the memory of Luffy invading her land and taking Katakuri and Broly from her. Though in the shadow, Pudding had been listening in. Her heart beat even greater at the thought of this Sanji declining Mama's invitation. Nobody ever refused her, and to know someone had the confidence to do so, it made her flutter in excitement. Pudding made her way into some deserted ruins, one in which was run down and forgotten by even Big Mom herself. It was here where her meeting would take place, where she would attempt to convince her sibling to work together to end their mother's terror. She entered the ruined land and found her brother Cracker sitting beside Raisin, Nougat, Noisette, Oven, Snack, and Deifuku who awaited her arrival. Then on her sister's side, Smoothie was in attendance to observe. There was a chance to sway her. Also there was Lola, Colette, Custard, Broy, Praline, and Flam. Chiffon was noticeably missing. Well, we are all here in secrecy as no one know of our meeting today. Pudding began. As many of you already know, Mama was going to kill me 2 years ago ... and if it wasn't for Brother Katakuri's sacrifice, I would be under the dirt like Brother Brownie. To this the crowd remembered their fallen sibling. All because their mother needed to prove a point. So I would like to cut to the chase and say what I want to say. She paused for a brief moment. I want to kill our own mother. If someone were to hear the conversation it would sound bad. But the way Big Mom operates, it was justifiable. My, little Pudding throwing out big words. Flamp spoke up, using her snarky voice over her own siblings. Pray tell, what is your plan for this assassination attempt? On the day of my supposed wedding, Mama is planning on murdering the Germa 66. When her plan begins and our siblings put a gun to their head, we will be able to take advantage of the chaos by all putting our combined efforts in killing our mother. The mere shock should be enough to give us an opportunity to pierce her impenetrable skin. I thought about this for a very long time, and this is the only way we can be free as our own individual people. No longer are we going to be carted off in alliance-based marriage, die on the whim of our mother's mood, suffer due to our negligent parent. Excellent plan, Oven began. But she is an emperor for a reason. Our mother is strong enough to level mountains, kill you in one swipe of her hands. What then? Deifuku looked at his brother, agreeing with his statement. Despite being neutral in the whole thing, Smoothie was listening carefully. This strategy was very risky, but Pudding hoped that her siblings would stick together and agree with what she saw. She knew that Sister Lola and Sister Chiffon were on her side. And so was Brother Cracker, it was everyone else. You know, began Broy, the twin sister of Broly. Ever since Sister Broly left with Brother Katakuri, I have felt her joy through our twin connections. I would truly love to feel what she is feeling. Yeah, it seems like Brother Katakuri has it figured out. even achieving the same rank as Mama. I would love that sort of freedom. This was Raisin who spoke up, grasping his sword at the thought of self-freedom. It was non-existent as a member of the Charlotte family. I have secretly married a fishman named Aladdin. We have been together for 8 years, married for 4 years, and I regret nothing. Charlotte Praline admitted her bond with a top officer of Atlantis Island. My husband will aid us in our mission, I guarantee it. I am not against the idea, it would be nice, added Nougat, to which Noisette nodded his head in agreement. I'm in, said Gallied. Me too, said Custard as she hugged her sister Lola as she was sitting beside her. It's about high time we reunite with our brother, isn't that right, Brother Oven? Deifuku finally was swayed to the thought of freedom. About high time, Brother Deifuku. Oven was now fully on board with the plan. This only left Smoothie and Flamp. The former was not saying a word, but the latter got up and was going to say something. But no word ever escaped her as her figure was replaced by a perfect copy, using her balloon system to manifest a perfect clone even for just a moment. The real Flamp was running at top speed. She was laughing maniacally as she was going to reveal Pudding's treacherous plans and become one of the most powerful members of the Big Mom Pirates. She was going to finally become her mama's favorite once she tells her about all who participated in the coup d'etat. Haha, traitors all of you. Wait until Mama hears of this, exclaimed Flamp as she zoomed through the abandoned relic. As she looked back to see if she had any pursuers, her body suddenly collided with something solid, as her momentum brought her to a sudden stop. She must have lost several teeth at impact and fell on her butt. Her backside was caught by her balloon system. What the hell? Exclaimed Flamp, although she trembled as she looked at the person in front of her. Where are you going, Flamp? A deadly tone spoke over the fallen girl. For over Flamp was Charlotte Smoothie, signifying her allegiance change with the people for their personal freedom. Flamp was brought back to the meeting area. All her limbs were bound and her balloon system removed from her as it acted as a storage for her many weapons. So the wedding is in 4 days. What do we do now? Said Smoothie as she held the pouting Flamp on one arm. We bid our time and weigh our siblings' allegiance. Just drop a sly comment here and there. Cracker had been thinking about it for a long time. So what about Mama? Definitely more than 2 of us will have to die in order to achieve this level of freedom that we are wanting, said Galette. But she did not fear death. She just feared for her siblings' life. I got something to say about that. For through a mirror portal, out came Chiffon and Pez. The siblings immediately recognized the mirror ability. Hello, brothers, sister, it has been a while. And out came Bruley, to a flood of tears and love as everyone tried to embrace her. It had been a long time since they have seen their sibling, way too long. Even the ever-so-reserved Smoothie got in on the embrace. It was truly a heartfelt moment. But more importantly, Capone Gang Bajet exited last. Our captain will definitely be here for the wedding, said Bajet, referring to himself and Bruley, with his signature smug smile plastered over his face. The baby, Pez, then exclaimed Mujiwara. In glee, Wano, this should be good for now. Rob Lucci was heading a rescue party for the time-traveling samurais. He continued to look around, stretching his observation haki to its limits to make sure that they were not being followed. All right, O Lucci. Kaiman sheathed his blade for a moment and began to give out orders. All right, if we want to reunite with our allies, we must blend in and hear what people are saying. Kenjuro, a camouflage house, please. You got it, Ken. Kenjuro noticeably used his left hand to start painting, creating a poorly drawn camp for them, and yet it will have to make do. Everyone's sweat dropped at the appearance of the place but went in regardless. Kikinojo looked at Oluchi, who remained outside. I'll keep watch, said Lucci, to which Kikinojo nodded his head. Inside the tent, there was a poorly drawn table along with some weird-looking zabuton that felt like bricks when people sat on them. Alright, so in the past 20 years, there must have been a lot of different events that have transpired. But loyalty transcends even time, so we must locate those who are loyal to our lord and your father, Odin. I must locate my brother. He will definitely know more about this situation. Kikinojo began. I know that Nekomamushi and Inuarashi survived the chase. I must get to them in zoo, said Reizo as he revealed a Vivra card of both minks. Excellent, thought Kindmum. What about this man who is supposedly helping us? Kanjuro began to rouse suspicion towards Lucci. Momonosuke was fast asleep, curled up like a ball and sucking on his own thumb. He was exhausted from all the crying he was doing. Though something exploded outside which caused the group to rouse and panic. Reizo and Kikinojo immediately went outside and found Lucci in combat with warriors of the current shogun of Wano, Orochi. Lucci kicked a samurai straight to the face and tossed another man in the distance. He then transformed into his leopard-human hybrid form and engaged in combat with 3 different samurais. We have sensed your intrusion. This is a direct order from Lord Orochi to slay you, exclaimed the swordsmen as they brought their sword down towards Lucci in unison. But Lucci pushed them back and delivered a powerful Rokuamen that sent them flying the distance. How could they know we were here? We were well hidden. exclaimed Lucci. Suddenly a familiar yet strange spike came rushing towards Lucci. Its substance was clear and yet it was very sharp. If Lucci hadn't activated his tech eye, he would have a hole through him. He knew this power. The string-like substance could only belong to one person. They must have eyes everywhere, exclaimed Kindman. Their escape must continue once more, though they were brought to an immediate stop by a single woman, who wore 2 blades on her back. She had a mask over her face, but her face was fierce and determined. Come quickly, said the blue-haired swordsman. Who are you? Asked Kindman. Once again they were being asked to trust a stranger. Lucci was fighting back their pursuer and was lagging a little bit behind. I am Shimitsuki Kuina, a loyal subordinate of the Kazuki clan. Please follow me to safety. On the back of this Kuina character was the blade of Lady Hiyori, Enma. Kindman immediately trembled, as on his waist was aimed no Habakiri, the twin blade of Enma. This woman can be trusted, or she could have stolen it from Lady Hiyori. All right, where to? Said Kindman, still cautious at the new arrival. To safety. And she slammed several smoke bombs before opening a contraption below her feet. We must hurry. The party entered through the contraption, first Kindman, with Momonosuke in his arms. Then Kikunojo and Reizo followed. Kanjuro entered, then Lucci right after him. Hyuna closed the contraption from behind her. It can't be. Lucci had to run, for he could not believe who he fought with just moments ago. What is it? Asked Kanjuro, who was in front of Lucci in the narrow tunnel. A man my captain killed many years ago is somehow here, said Lucci in disbelief as he looked at his hands that had the remains of the clear strings that was used against him. The sound of footsteps filled the area above them, and they were already making their way to safety. Who is it? Asked Kuina, who brought up the rear. Many years ago I, along with the likes of my captain, the Yonko Dogtooth, and the strongest swordsman, fought against a very powerful family which overtook an entire nation. But it can't be. He was killed by Captain. You know Hawkeye? Asked Kuina as she remembered him from the time she died in Shimitsuki village. I do, replied Lucci. Who is the man? Interrupted Kanjuro, wanting to get more information. The group continued on through the narrow tunnels, not stopping even one bit for a break. Finally Lucci said, even with the disbelief in his voice, Doflamingo, Crimson Island. A new world island sat in between the dangerous waters known as the Calm Belt. It was fairly unknown, and that was the way Shanks, the Emperor, liked it. He stood up from his bed and stretched his tired body. For months he had been putting off a date with a certain dark green-haired bartender. He looked himself over the mirror several times, fixing his khaki pants and his dress shirt that he borrowed from Ben. Someone looked swift. Yasop entered his room and mocked his appearance. Shut up. You're married, stupid, responded Yasop. And as if fate would have it, a certain green-haired woman snaked her way to the arms of Yasop. Damn right he is, the woman said as she pinched Yasop's butt. To which the elite sniper yelps in surprise. Happily married too, said Yasop as he began to lust over his wife. Once the sniper heard that his wife was cured, he immediately set out to get her as soon as he could. Due to his responsibilities, he wasn't able to return home until his son left with the Straw Hats. Bakaina was spiteful at first, but love finds its way in reconciliation. So Bakaina went with Yasop and had been living in Crimson Island, safe along with the other family members of the red-haired pirates. Gosh, get a room. Shanks laughed as he went outside to get to his ship. It had been a long time coming. Speaking of a long time coming, something rumbled in the distance, and within an instant Shanks felt a familiar presence. Oh, looks like I won't be going on that date after all. Shanks removed his dress shirt and revealed his toned body. An emperor's body, rock solid. Shanks exited his house and outside heavy air filled the surroundings. Looks like we might have to fight. Ben Beckham joined Shanks. Then the members of his crew began to filter out of their homes and join their captain. The entire red-haired pirates were present, lining up. This was the entire fighting force of an emperor, so therefore they were overwhelming in numbers, and not just that, in fighting power as well. No, stand down. This is between me and him. Shanks stepped forward. He was going to meet him in halfway. For on the other side of red-haired was another Yonko, a man out of time. In his company were his strongest commanders, the former Emperor Katakiri, the greatest swordsman Mihawk, along with his apprentice-turned-equal in Roronoa Zora, the Thunder Emperor from the depths of Hell Enel, the most beautiful woman in the world Hancock, the Sand User Sir Crocodile, the Snow User Monet, the Gold Emperor Guild, the Golden Lion Shiki back in his prime, the World Explorer Bindi World, the Master Mechanic Douglas Bullet, the Undying Phoenix Marco, and surprisingly, the world's strongest man of his generation Whitebeard. So Mugiwara took several steps forward. His frustration was reaching its peak. Shanks matched Luffy's resolve with his own. Their clash was going to be right down the middle. Luffy, Shanks trailed off his words, wondering what his reaction would be. You bastard, Luffy exclaimed as when they finally got close. Their haki exploded with each strike. Luffy delivered the first blow, a right hand straight to the face of Shanks. The Emperor underestimated the strike as it was short, but an invisible fist connected with his face. Advanced armament. Shanks was surprised yet quickly recovered, pulling Luffy by the arm and delivering a clothesline. He had a reason for doing the things he was doing. Why? There was hurt in his eyes. The question was quite simple and yet weighted so much. Why did Shanks put a hit on him? Why did Shanks betray him like this? Why did Shanks decide that it's necessary to keep him frozen for exactly 9 years? It had to be done, was Shanks' response, their fists colliding with each other's face. It was unspoken and yet Luffy understood. The tenacity of Red-Haired and his response to his challenge made Luffy understand that it was important, but it was still wrong and he was going to make Shanks feel his pain. Luffy and Shanks were careful not to reveal his time travel fiasco as only 3 people truly know his travels. Shanks the rat bastard, his grandfather Gar, and Dragon, his rat bastard father. "You are the man promised," exclaimed Shanks as he delivered a knee through Luffy's guts. "In the prophecy, a man who will change this world." He then toned his voice down a little, only speaking with Luffy. "By traveling to the past, you have inadvertently changed our future, the world's future, and you were too early for your promise. You should have let me live through those 9 years, with my people," exclaimed Luffy, throwing a powerful 1-2 punch right at the guts of Shanks. The red-haired emperor spat out blood, but continued to exchange blows with Muara. Though there was a bigger problem, something more urgent. "Why did you give them Pluton?" And Luffy delivered a jet stamp over the head of Shanks. But the red-haired man recovered, creating some distance. "The Marines were hot on your tail. The Gorosei were going to send their forces to stop you. They needed something to keep them busy," said Shanks with a sad expression on his face. "You gave them a world-shattering weapon, you bastard. They destroyed Whitebeard's island, Sphinx." Luffy continued to exchange blows, each strike swapping haki-infused punches in each other's body. Across the ways, the Straw Hats and Whitebeard pirates were watching in anticipation, while the red-haired were not concerned about their captain. "Hey!" screamed Yasopp across the way. The 2 Yonkos were destroying their surroundings. It was intense, but Yasopp wanted a drink. "What?" yelled back Shiki. "Want to grab a drink?" yelled back Yasopp, though Bakaina smacked him on the back of his head. "Aren't you a bit concerned about your captain?" asked Bakaina. "Nah," responded Yasopp, to which Katakuri and Whitebeard exchanged a look and shrugged their shoulder. "Why not?" And just like that, on the other end of the battlefield, the Straw Hats and the Whitebeard pirates came to an agreement to go and have some drinks with the red-haired pirates. Crimson Island Bar. The group started filtering out to have that drink. "So, part of the Straw Hats now?" asked Ben Beckham to Marco as they shared a drink. The bartender gave them a shot of a decade-old whiskey. "Yeah, he's a cool guy. He saved us from Pluton." The thought of the massive ship caused a shiver to run through the first commander, for one blast from the monstrosity was enough to send him through the ground. 9 years in Impel Down has brought a level of clarity in my worldview, for all I strive for is for my captain to be king," said Enel as he had a glass of wine. "HN, are you going to eat that?" Lucky Roo took the chicken wings from Enel's plate and began eating. "I could have escaped when Blackbeard took all those prisoners 4 years ago, but I chose to stay, to reflect, to wait. I knew he would return, but it was just a matter of when," continued Enel as Lucky Roo continued to eat. The rest of the crews were mingling and getting along well enough for such a tense situation. Moving across the bar were 2 powerful individuals, just sitting together and sharing a drink. "Why weren't you there 2 years ago?" Katakuri sat in front of Whitebeard as they both finally had a chance to decompress. Whitebeard took a heavy gulp through his drink and got another. "When you waged war with Big Mom, we were going to come. But somehow, Kaido decided that he wanted to invade my territory. So I had to make the difficult decision of pulling my forces there. You decided not to come after Huh." Crocodile sat on another side of the table, finally letting out his frustration. "Fucking 2 years we've been in that shithole. Some allies." Crocodile drank his alcohol and poured himself another. "Yeah, I got to live with that decision." Whitebeard was silent for a moment. "You know what I never understand? How Kaido decided to attack my territory, in conjunction with your invasion of your raid of Whole Cake Island. This piqued Katakuri's interest, as knowing his mother, she was very sly but smart about her tactics. She must have made a deal with the beast. That must have been it since when we arrived. The beast pirates barely put up a fight and retreated after 2 days. Crimson Island. The positioning of the island was shifting dramatically, shifting slightly to the east, then west as the exchange of the 2 emperors was enough to move the island with their punches. "You're a bastard, Shanks." Luffy was bloodied from the barefist exchange with Shanks. "I'm just looking out for you," replied Shanks as he too was not looking any better than Luffy. Neither man purposely used their true power, as Luffy never used his fruit ability, nor did Shanks use his Conqueror's hack, though an exchange such as this could not truly contain their astronomical abilities. As crackles of haki escaped their punches, their kicks caused the island to shift, and their will was enough to make people from different islands to unexpectedly pass out. Fuck you, Shanks. Luffy used what energy he had to deliver a powerful punch straight to the face of Shanks, and the man took it. No matter what, he knew in his heart that he was doing his best for the Straw Hat Man. Then Luffy felt a familiar feeling, one that he hasn't had in a while. Flicker of light covered him, and in that moment, Luffy was transported within Shanks' memory. Visions of his life and past action were revealed to Luffy. This ought to be good, Luffy said as he began to see the light at the end of the tunnel, where the first memory was revealed. The vision was a young Shanks. He was sick with an extremely high fever, Buggy caring for him. The Roger pirates had just returned to them, finally completing their voyage to the last island of the world. Captain, Shanks felt the presence of Roger, though Roger didn't allow him to get up. Rest, my boy. So Roger pulled up a chair next to his bed, while Buggy ran to get more fresh water and towels. So how was it? Was there a lot of treasure? Asked the young man weakly, though the reaction of the captain, "Wehahaha," as Captain began to, and he immediately felt stupid for his question. "I'm sorry, boy, but what we found ... well, that's not important. All that I can really tell you is that we arrived too early." "What do you mean by this, Captain?" asked the young man, sitting up, forgetting that he was very sick. "In 20 or so years, my boy, the person who is promised will arrive to fulfill the prophecy which I could not. I only wish to live long enough to see this come into fruition," said Roger. "But alas, I'm nearly dead," the captain joked as he crossed his neck with his finger. "Damn it, Captain, don't joke about such a thing," young Shanks screamed in a comical manner. "Wahaha, okay, boy, okay. Well, anyway, I have a very important task for you." "What is it, Captain?" "When you run into this person, I would like to ask you to do all you can to ensure they fulfill the prophecy. Our world depends on it." "Aye, aye, Captain." The vision shifted, and it was Shanks watching Luffy leave. He remembered this day as the time where Luffy looked for Ace and Sabo. Shanks had followed Luffy. Disbelief still filled his eyes, then a certain realization hit him. He already knew that Luffy was the one that was promised. He felt it in the moment he met the young man. Shanks was going to let Haguma toss the young Luffy into the ocean, and Shanks would do everything he could to inspire him to fulfill his destiny, even give out a limb to do so. But the arrival of the young man into the past means that he failed in the future. Lady Toki must have sensed something from him. "I must do all I can for this man, Captain's orders." Then it shifted once more, Shanks delivering a powerful blow to Admiral Zephyr to hinder him from chasing after Luffy. He did not want to collide with an admiral at this stage of his piracy, but he had to protect Luffy. It was the time in Fishman Island, when Shanks entrusted the journey of Luffy to Fisher Tiger, as he would need to stop the Marines' interest with him. There have been growing rumblings around the grapevine that this new Muara is starting too much trouble. He had to interfere, or the wrath of the world government would rain upon the unprepared pirate. So he concocted a plan, one in which he would need to go to Marijo, give the world government what they need to keep them busy, and talk to someone he needs to get in contact with. The location of Pluton is where the sea meets an island that sinks. That was all Shanks gave them, and it was enough to keep them busy. Though as he left, he managed to meet with the man he needed to meet. "Take care of it," he said, to which the man responded with, "Okay." As time would have it, Shanks realized that Luffy truly was the man that was promised, and he openly challenged Whitebeard. The event was magnificent, and yet it was the perfect opportunity to unleash his plan, the one in which will save the world. He had to make the difficult choice, and he pulled the trigger. He stood in front of the Marine's path, allowing Kuzan to pass him and engaging Admiral Zephyr and Admiral Akinu for a short while before ultimately retreating. This bought enough time for Kuzan to do what was needed, and so it was done, as Shanks stood over a mountain, listening in on Luffy's final will. It had to be done. The memory disappeared as the time reverted to normal. Shanks fell on his back, spread eagle, as Luffy delivered the devastating punch. He panted heavily as he was exhausted from their exchange. Neither man truly avoided each other's strike. They continued to punish each other, and by the best way they knew how. "Hey," Shanks began as he laid on his back. "You done?" "Yeah," said Luffy. Despite not agreeing with Shanks and his conniving way of handling things, Luffy finally saw his side of things. "I'll tell you something." "What is it?" "Don't mess with my life anymore." "Got it." To this Shanks laughed, though his chest was too much in pain to continue to do so. "You got it," said Shanks, glad to have finally concluded the animosity that Luffy had with him. "You were heading out to a date, weren't you?" Luffy extended his hands to help Shanks onto his feet. "Yeah, with Makino. Do you remember her?" Shanks took his hand, but his pain level was so high that it was almost numbing. It was funny how just a few moments ago, they were trying to kill each other and were now having a casual conversation. "Of course, big sis, and you are a thing now, huh? Good to hear." And the two simply walked to the bar, the one in which everyone was hanging out in, and joined them. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the duo. "So?" asked Mihawk, looking at the man who he challenged daily for a spar in his early life, and his captain who he highly respected. "We're okay now," Luffy said, to which Shanks had a smile on his face. "Yeah," and the crew celebrated, drinking together for the rest of the night. Whitebeard looked back with a smile, reminiscing on his time with Roger. They used to beat each other up all the time and finish their encounter with a drink. In 4 days we're going to dethrone Linlin. You in? He asked to Shanks. Whitebeard was already on board, and it was going to be a catastrophic event. I will do you one better. I won't let Kaido interfere. How about that? Offered Shanks, because there was some sort of alliance with Kaido and Linlin. They just don't know to what extent it was. Sound good to me, said Luffy as he toasted Shanks. Remember, do not interfere with my life anymore. I, Luffy, I. And the two shared a drink to their newfound alliance. Once again, Luffy had obtained the promise of another Yonko. What do you have for the Marines? Asked Shanks. I got that covered, red-haired. Shiki joined in their conversation, meaning the Golden Lion was going to make his presence known once more by the world. All Shiki really needed to do was distract them long enough for Luffy to take up business with Big Mom. What about Blackbeard? Asked Shanks. I still don't have anything on him, his personnel or even his location. The bastard is a shadow. Hachinasu Island. The Revolutionary Army finally arrived in the last known location of Blackbeard. But the thing was, it was empty. Only the starved figure of several giants. Dragon immediately called for the members of the Revolutionary to bring them down from their binding. Something was truly off. Lily went to help Hadrudin, growing to her normal size with her devil fruit, and unbound his binding. Lily, began Hadrudin, very weak from being tortured and starved to this point. Where the hell are they? Exclaimed Karasu, sending his crow all over the island, not finding any life form. Not here. Lindbergh began to scan around them. Not a single person was there other than them. Strange, below Betty said as she emerged from the ground with Morley and Ivankov. Where the fuck is Blackbeard? Exclaimed Sabo, wanting to beat the shit out of these damned pirates. They are gone, said Dragon, confused as hell as where the Blackbeard pirates were. For once in a long time, it would seem that Dragon was outsmarted. What now then, Dragon? Asked Karasu. Their resources were precious, and now they wasted it on an empty lead. We have to prepare for the reverie. Dragon turned around, disappointed at himself. And yet deep down, he was just happy to save his son's friends. It was the least that he could do. Where were the Blackbeard pirates? Whole Cake Island. It was magnificent, extravagant, and exciting. The wedding party was finally commencing, and the guest of honors were sitting along their designated area. No weapons were allowed during the event, so therefore the members of the Germa 66 only had their fancy suit to go to their funeral. The Germa 66 arrived confused as to where Sanji was, though the Big Mom pirates just said that he was busy getting ready. And they bought it. The participants were numerous in numbers. The sheer amount of guests were amazing. All in all, everyone who matters even the slightest to Big Mom was present. Pudding stood on her position, where she was tasked to look and act the part of the perfect bride. The members of the Big Mom pirates were scattered all over Whole Cake Island, with Prospero heading security measures. Mama, what an exciting and fruitful day. Big Mom addressed the crowd, her family and their special guest. I would like to thank all of you for coming to this special day for my daughter, Pudding and Sanji of the Vinsmoke family. Big Mom looked at the crowd and enjoyed their undivided attention. To my lovely guest, I thank you for being here. She addressed her allies who cheered for her acknowledgement. To my children who remain loving and loyal to me. Her children, even those who were planning on betraying her. She had an unusual glint over her eyes as if she knew something. Pudding looked into her mother's gaze, which sojourned onto hers for just a moment longer than the rest. Did she know something? The moment that Big Mom shifted her gaze from Pudding, she immediately looked down to her hands, with a panicked look about her. She must know something to look at her in such a way. Looking into the small mirror in her hands, she could see that Bruley was staring back at her. She was panicking as the weight of the plan was on her shoulder. And if it all fails, everyone is dead because of her treachery. She trembled, and yet Bruley returned her fear with a fierce resolve, as if to say, hang in there. Big Mom continued her speech, now addressing the Vinsmoke family, the one in which perfected their cloning technology, something that Big Mom is very interested in. And to the family of the groom, welcome to this amazing day. This was the steps which will trigger the children of Big Mom to pull their weapons on the unarmed Vinsmoke family, although their momentum was halted, as strong air filled the island. For in that moment, the attention of the crowd shifted to a blonde-haired man, wearing an all-white tuxedo, casually lighting a cigar as he coolly made his way to the reception. A change of plan, thought Big Mom. She accounted for this, and so her children brought down their weapons as they will wait for the end of the wedding to kill the Vinsmokes. Here comes the loser, said Yanji, noticing the arrival of their brother. Late as always, commented Ikiji, who tortured and made the life of Sanji a living hell. Useless as ever, said Niji, smiling under his shade. About damn time. Judge stood up and acknowledged Sanji's arrival, but instead of greeting him, he went to Ryuju and gave her a kiss on the cheeks. Hey sis, said Sanji while proceeding to the wedding reception. Everyone was silent, following Sanji as he took over the moment. Big Mom was surprised at the arrival of Sanji, which means that the Straw Hats were just around the corner. But she'll play along with his little games. Anything to make him come out, anything to kill Straw Hat's Luffy. My wife. Sanji looked into the eyes of Pudding, causing her to blush feverishly. His entrance, his aura, his presence, they made her tremble. So this was who she was going to marry. Maybe she could get behind this arranged marriage. Continue on with the wedding, exclaimed Big Mom. Although she had her homies in high alert, searching for the Straw Hat Man, she owed him a world of pain, and she was going to deliver on her promise 9 years ago. She was going to kill him. So there she was, standing in front of Sanji, holding onto his hands as the proctor proceeded to commemorate their bond. Each moment Pudding's heart trembled, as the part of the I do was coming closer and closer. This was the moment that the Vinsmokes would die. Look at me, whispered Sanji, as he noticed her fear. I got you, he said in such a manner that her heart fluttered. Did she just fall for Mr. Prince? As the part finally arrived, Sanji responded with the sweet words of I do. It was her turn. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were itching to pull the trigger. Her siblings were eager to gain their freedom. Once she says I do, all hell is going to break loose. So once again she looked down, with tears welling down her 3 eyes, and finally she triggered the events which will change the balance of the world. I do, she said, and the sequence of events were as follows. The Vinsmokes found a cold metal chamber over the back of their heads as their body was encased in thick candy-like substance. Judge looked around in confusion and realized that it was an assassination attempt. What is the meaning of this? He yelled, although knowing full well what is going to happen. Shut your mouth, father, you are being weak, exclaimed Yoji, who laughed at their predicament. You ungrateful little shit, began Judge, though he was interrupted by laughter. Ikiji and Niji laughed at his slew of emotions. This is your fault, father. You made us this way, said Ryuju, accepting their faith. It was death for her family, and yet she found peace to it, almost as if it was meant to happen. One less evil in the world. Though the guns were never able to fire, as behind the members of the Charlotte family members in charge with the assassination found themselves on the ground, beaten by the arrival of some strong individuals. Soul King, exclaimed one of the members of the Big Mom Pirates as he was responsible for the fall of Charlotte Effely, his gun falling from the head of Ikiji. Charlotte Bascart fell at the slice of Charlotte Noisette as some of the Charlotte family finally revealed their plot. As Noisette sliced his sibling, he went with Oven and Deifuku as the group started to filter in, surrounding the Emperor. Ryuju looked up at Noisette, then Niji laughed at being freed from their hostage situation. The Whitebeard Pirates, Charlotte St. Mark, the hulking stature of a man, found himself flat on his face at the handiwork of Marco the Phoenix. Marco sat on top of the man and casually whistled as he looked at the shocked look of Big Mom. Yoji looked at Marco and gave him a cocky smirk. I didn't need your damn help, said the green member of the Vinsmoke family. She knew of Pudding's treachery, but the department of her plan was never this high in terms of her expectations. Big Mom was actually proud of her child, proud of her for bringing him Monkey D. Luffy. Corazon stood over Charlotte Montdor as he held his pistol over the fallen man. Judge looked at Corazon, his tears finally halting for a moment. What is this? Who are you people? The Straw Hat Grand Armada, said Corazon. His voice was clear as day, a new thing for the usually silent man. Charlotte Dacois panicked as he too found himself sprawled on the ground by Boncle, unable to move due to being knocked out. Big Mom stood in between her children, which now surrounded her. Oven, Deifuku, Smoothie, Noisette, Cracker, Galette, and Raisin, Custard, Broy, and Nougat were told to wait it out as it could get ugly for them. You dare oppose me, children? Big Mom warned as her surroundings filled with thunderous clouds. Her head spawned a flaming entity and her bighorn became a blade. Oven was the first to lounge at his mother, superheating his fist as he looked to strike her face. But Big Mom took the punch, with Oven being absorbed within Prometheus. Brother, exclaimed Deifuku as he unleashed his jin. Though he met his match as Big Mom went through his jin in one slice, Deifuku received a deadly gash through his chest. He then fell flat on his face, shocked at how easily they were being handled. Cracker then charged forward, summoning his army of Cracker soldiers against Big Mom, but they were immediately toasted at the thunder strike of Zeus, which reached far as it targeted the rest of the traitorous sibling. Noisette tried to hop away from it, but he could not do a damn thing as he was electrocuted. No, this time Smoothie blocked off the thunder strike of Zeus, protecting the rest of her sibling. Raisin and Galette looked at one another as Zeus lightning went through Smoothie and it continued on to shock the both of them, frying them alive. Where is Muara? Exclaimed Big Mom as those who surrounded her were defeated. She looked at Pudding, with Sanji standing in front of her. You treacherous child. I should have killed you 2 years ago. At least Brownie would have remained loyal to me. Big Mom then covered the distance. Not a single person in that wedding party could have stopped her. They tried, with Marco boosting himself to Big Mom and Corazon using Sora to catch her. But they were not quick enough as Sanji was the last line of defense before Big Mom could kill Pudding. He braced himself, ready to give his life to a mere stranger, his feet superheated from creating friction, and he was going to die fighting. though it never got to that, as noticed that nobody in that party could stop her, at least not yet, as a blur of light escaped from the tiny mirror within Pudding's hands, coming in between Big Mom and her target. The familiar Straw Hat Man was wearing haki on his forehead, as he absorbed the strike from the bighorn sword that was meant for Sanji and Pudding. At that moment, the participants of the wedding party were in awe, as the arrival of the Straw Hat Captain signaled the beginning of the end, the one in which Big Mom was no longer terrorizing the lands. "I wanted to tell you in person to go fuck yourself, Lin," said Luffy with a confident look about him, as he blew back Big Mom and created some separation between them. The blowback was enough to send Oven out of Prometheus, as even the heat user could not defend himself against the flames of the homie. "Go now, I will deal with Big Mom," said Luffy, to which Sanji nodded as he escorted Pudding to safety. They had their work cut out for them as they were within Big Mom's territory, with all of her alliance. Prospero looked around, shocked at the betrayal of his siblings, though he immediately felt cold as a trident passed near his head. "Next time I won't miss brother," said Dogtooth, the man who used to be an emperor of the sea. He brought out his hand and brought his trident back to him. Back for more katakuri. Prospero raised his candy staff, as he once and for all wanted to settle who was stronger between them. Law and Chopper were immediately in retrieval duties, getting the fallen figures of Oven, Deifuku, Raisin, Galette, and Smoothie. They were destroyed by their own mother with such ease. What kind of a monster was Big Mom? Sand engulfed the Charlotte Opera, as he was completely isolated from his family. "Crocodile, Big Ugly," replied Crocodile with a smirk over his face as he had a hand on his cigar over his mouth, casually floating over the sandstorm which he created. "I got a bone to pick with you, Hawkeye." Snack had intercepted the arrival of Mihawk. "You wish to die once more, I see," said the world's strongest swordsman as he brought out Yuru, gracing the sweet commander with his blade for the second time in Snack's life. "You will go no further." Boa Hancock stood in front of Charlotte Compote as she tried to attack the other members of the Straw Hats. "Snake Empress, I know of you too well." Compote took a deep breath, filling her lungs with air, ready to unleash her mysterious deadly weapon. More people began to filter in, matching up with the Charlotte children and Big Mom's allies. A slice went through the middle of an ally of Big Mom, though it wasn't fatal as the man merely reformed his body back to normal. "Interesting ability you have here." Zoro stood in front of another candy user, though this man was more adept with his ability, almost as if he was a Loja. "Isn't it? Gaspard is the name. I am a candy human," he bragged as he resumed his normal form despite the cut done by Zoro. "Silent are we." Kuro stood in front of a man who used 3 claws, nearly similar to his style. "Needles." The man with 2 swords tattooed on his face said simply as he brought his 6 claws forward, ready to engage with the black cat. Well, do you think you can keep up?" A tall man with a yellow jumpsuit and a sickle for an emblem along his chest. "Sure, why wouldn't I?" Kaku commented as he readied the 2 blades, pointing them back as was his style. "Eyes here." Robin had her arms crossed as her enemy was a strong member of the Charlotte family. She had an accurate strike that would kill someone in a single slash. Though lucky for her, Robin wasn't going to die with just a simple cut. "Your death demon," said Charlotte Amand as she brought out her sword, swaying at each movement that she performed. "Our other alliance can't make it to the mainland," exclaimed another member of the Big Mom Pirates. For in the surroundings of Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Praline along with her husband, Aladdin, are leading the charge against the allies of the Big Mom Pirates who are now stuck outside in the sea. At the hull of Strussen's ship, Big Mom's longest-lasting ally, stood a saw shark fishman, one in which was hungry for a good fight. He hoped from a massive whale onto the ship, which was a feat on its own. Arlong the saw. It was unfortunate that he would be late for the wedding, and now he was stuck out on the sea against the world's strongest fishman. "You will make a great dinner," said the sick old man. "Not if I can help it," said the saw shark fishman as he brought out his great saw blade. He had a smile on his face as the events that led up to this moment were truly exciting. Around the sea of Whole Cake Island, the members of the renewed Straw Hat Grand Armada Sea Division were scattered, and working in unison to stop the approach of Big Mom's allies. "You should have stayed down when Captain commanded you to only deliver a message." Crackles of electricity escaped him as he wielded a golden metal rod. Enel had not fought in so long that this was a welcome change. He was standing across from Tamago. "If I was not ambushed by the Straw Hat bastard, I would have won." Tamago twirled as he readied himself, though he was met with a rude awakening as Enel sent a strong current through his body. "Nobody, and I mean nobody, ever speaks harshly of the captain ... not on my watch," warned Enel. And so there was no way to obtain new allies on land, so therefore they had to use what they had. Counter was face to face with Yuruj, his brother Kaidza was against Bijeh, Cabaletta was in combat with Wiper, and lastly Gala was against Baby 5. Lola and Chiffon remained inside Brulee's world as they could not risk the safety of Pez in this war. Those members who held the Vinsmokes at gunpoint finally stood up. but they found themselves at the mercy of the Vinsmokes, as they were now garbed in their signature armors. To make it more grim for Linlin, there was Whitebeard, standing in the distance, along with his commanders who were well enough to fight. This included Jazu, Vista, Flamenco, Namor, and Izo. Of course Marco, who was already at the party. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were recovering in the Straw Hat HQ. Try as they may, there was nobody in that land that could stand toe-to-toe with Whitebeard, and the only person who could was duking it out. If there was ever a doubt, it was Big Mom and Mugiwara. "Furuara, when have we ever hung back?" said Whitebeard as he observed the ensuing chaos. The foolish chess soldier charged the Whitebeard pirates, causing the group to smile. "Never, Pops, never." Jazu transformed part of his body into diamond and charged through the forces of thousands of chess soldiers. Vista cut through a bunch of them in one swing while Flamenco slammed his mighty hammer through their forces. Meanwhile Izo used his superior swordsmanship to cut down any and all who opposed him. Namor was tasked with helping with the sea warfare while Whitebeard casually swung his bicento through the fodder. Though these lowly chess soldiers were overwhelming numbers, the Whitebeard pirates were simply stronger. Marco arrived to aid his fellow commanders as he landed in a blazing blue flame, blasting back the enemy chess soldiers. "Need some help?" asked the first commander with a smirk on his face. A poppy seed zoomed past Marco's head as a group of the chess soldiers were swallowed whole by a giant plant monster. "Hey everyone, sorry we are a little late." On the shoulder of a massive cyborg by the name of Frankie, Usopp hung out. He had his kabuto ready to fire at a moment's notice. And beside Frankie was Nami, who twirled her weather-manipulating weapon, unleashing a cold front on a layer of chess soldiers. Now that the party was set, where were the rest of the group? Straw Hat HQ. "Thank you." Haruto laid on his back as he was recovering from the massacre, which was the work of Pluton, the ancient weapon. "Don't sweat it, just keep up with your meds, and do not get up," warned Dr. Kira as he changed Haruto's wet rag. In the headquarters were those who were unable to fight due to injuries and some fighters who remained to keep watch. The rest of their forces were either with Shiki, which was tasked with stopping the Marines from interfering, Shanks, who would interfere with Kaido if he wanted to join the party, or the bulk of the forces which were in Whole Cake Island. "Good, you're making good progress, King Do." The Whitebeard commander was taking small steps as he injured his lower body, his primary form of combat. Dr. Hurulek noted as he checked King Do's heart rate. Another patient spoke up. "You can do it, King Do." Dr. Hurulek then went to check up on this man. As he was yet to move his injured muscle, he had to do some movement, even minimal, or the consequence will be permanent muscle damage. "Yeah, well, you use your arms, Fasa, and I'll use my feet," King Do said as Fasa was yet to lift anything. He tore his biceps from the war against Pluton. "Satori, I'm going to need a saline solution," called out Crocus from another room. He was tending to Curiel and Blenheim, who were heavily injured from the airstrike. "This is so embarrassing, getting help for nothing but a flesh wound." Rakuyo appreciated the help, but that does not mean he liked it. Along the facility were Caesar, who remained watch along with the likes of Gladius, Gem, Buffalo, Tanaka, Dice, and Matchvice. Then there was the patrol party, which was outside at the moment. Outside of the facility, a group was patrolling the surrounding. "God, it's good to be home." Shu stood outside as the fishman was left to stand guard of the HQ. He patrolled alongside Absalom and Baccarat. The trio were on a casual walk around the premises as they did not expect any trouble. "Yeah, it's been some time, hasn't it?" Baccarat said with a smile as she kept a vigilant eye throughout the surroundings. "Hey, wait up." Speed Juru, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, was left behind due to being injured thanks to Pluton. But he was quick to recover, so he volunteered to patrol. "Hey Juru, we're just going around on patrol," said Absalom, stretching his tired muscles. "It's good to be out of that hospital bed. I hated not being able to be there with everyone," said Speed Juru as he joined the patrol. Though Baccarat picked up a note that appeared from the shadow. It was a simple, 3-letter that could have saved their life. Absalom read it over and was confused at what it meant. "Run, what the hell?" Though Absalom was never able to finish his words, as the next thing he did was plop face first into the group. Behind where Absalom once stood was a swordsman who smoked a cigar. He sheathed his blade and turned to look at the frightened figures of those who were with the invisible man. He was invisible no longer. "What have you done?" asked the terrified Baccarat as a bullet penetrated her skin, straight through her body as she also fell on her back. It came from a good distance, from a sniper that sat along the porch of their ship. In the hands of the swordsman was a fruit that suddenly turned into a familiar spiral pattern. The swordsman then took a bite out of the fruit and he immediately turned invisible. "He's dead," Chu shot randomly, hoping to tag the rat bastard who killed his friend, but he found himself at the mercy of a massive man who held him by his face. "Let me go." Shu attempted to fight, and yet his flailing turned into lack of movement, and then nothing. "No." Speed Juru tried to blaze forward, attempting to pierce the blue-haired man who killed Chu. but instead of flesh, he met the stomach of a long-nosed big man, bouncing back from his attempt. No, he cried as the end was near. He met the end of the club of the long-nosed man. Speed Yuru only regretted one thing, for dying before he saw another man become the king of pirates. Baccarat trembled as she used all of her luck to get out of this situation. Though her pleas were naught as she burned through the fire of a firefox. She suffered a great deal of comfort, and yet it was emptiness, almost peaceful. In her mind she could only apologize to Guild for not being able to be there with him till the end. "Zahaha onto the base," said a man with full-pledged captain's attire. He then proceeded to unsheath his pistols, pointing them forward. Foolish revolutionary, thinking they would hang back and get invaded by Monkey D. Dragon. Teach was no idiot, that much is true. A giant man, easily double the size of a giant, appeared from the horizon and using one hand, grasped the entranceway of the hidden base by the hill. He then destroyed the entranceway of the hidden HQ to the surprised look of the guards in the entranceway. Dice and Matchvies were shocked, but it was either fight or flight, so they charged forward, attempting to slow the approach of the enemy, and yet they were pushed to the side, with the invisible swordsman using 2 strokes of his blade to cut down the 2 powerhouse. They fell flat on their face as the invading forces were moving forward, further down the hidden bunker. Though finally, the members of the base finally made their stand. Even those who were injured stood by the forces, the last form of defense, as they were going to get run through either way, and they were going down fighting. "Hello, Teach." The superior running officer of the base was Zeph. The red-leg pirate chef stood in front of the group, no fear in his eyes, as it was either fight or die. And Zeph was going to fight. Around him were Satori, Crocus, Dr. Kira, Dr. Harulek, Gem, Gladius, Buffalo, Caesar, Jabra, Khalifa, Tanaka, and Trebol. Then it was the injured commanders of the Whitebeard pirates who hobbled and struggled into position. They were short in number as they faced the overwhelming numbers of the Yonko. "Zahara, red leg, looks like you're still kicking." Teach outstretched his hands, revealing a hint of his darkness. Above his group was San Juan Wolf, and not a single person present could deal with the damned Watan giant. Though a pressing issue were the captains of Blackbeard's ship. Jesus Burgess, Shiryu, Vasco Shot, Avalo Pizarro, Katarina Devon, Van Auger, Doc Q, and Lafitte. Then Zeph noted that their spy, Gecko Moria, stood with them, and all they could do was look at each other, as if a secret conversation was going on. Moria wanted so bad to jump ship, returning to his friends. But Zeph was saying no, not yet. It was not the time. "What do you want, Teach?" Zeph had a tired expression about him. He was stalling for time, as he was hoping that anyone would come and help them, but it was bleak, almost impossible, as everyone who could help them was busy elsewhere. "We just want to destroy the seed before it blooms into a forest. That is all." He had a crazed look about him. He was pure chaos, an embodiment of anarchy. And just like that, the battle for their life had begun. Zeph was attacked by Burgess, but Zeph kicked him out of the way, to head straight for the Emperor himself. If anyone was going to do some damage to the Yonko, it would have to be him. "I am a former commander too." Trebol was fighting for his life, and the snot user launched a heavy load of snot against Avalo Pizarro. And yet the blue-haired muscular beast was not bothered, dispersing the snot and lunging forward. "Your funeral," exclaimed the crazed Titanic captain, penetrating right through the chest of Trebol. One strike and he got through the thick layer of snot that Trebol equipped around him. Down goes Trebol by Pizarro. Katarina Devon engaged Gem, one of the early members of the Grand Armada. He was formidable against the Foxfire. Gem was struggling. He tried to press on, trying to make contact with Devon, but he was being pushed down by Fox Flame, and he struggled to continue. The whole time she was laughing, enjoying his torture of him. Down goes Gem by Devon. Then there was Caesar, who tried as he may to suffocate Shiryu, and failed at every turn, as the invisible swordsman was able to wound him despite being in his gaseous form. With little to no pain tolerance, it was a foregone conclusion. Down goes Caesar by Shiryu. Crocus, a member of the famed Roger Pirates when Gall D. Roger reached Laugh Tail, was down on both knees, bloodied by the sheer brute punches of Jesus Burgess. "Commune, is that all you got?" Crocus defied him, but Burgess simply laughed it off, continuing to beat down the doctor. Kira and Harulek were sprawled out, unmoving, as Burgess was quick to deal with them. Down goes the doctors by Burgess. Satori used all the balls that he could, and yet Vasco Shot looked at him as if he was the idiot. "You are the dummy." "You are," Satori cried as he continued his barrage. And it was no effect on the Titanic captain. "I'm no dummy." Vasco Shot used the same club that murdered Speed Juru. Down goes Satori by Shot. Then the Whitebeard commanders worked in unison against San Juan Wolf. They worked well together, and yet they were handicapped. And the giant Watan monster was barely affected by their explosives. "Be my friend," asked San Juan Wolf. But Rikuyo unleashed his chomper, and San Juan took offense on the bite. So line any logical Watan giant would do. He grabbed Rikuyo in between his hands and squeezed. "Bad human," said San Juan to the terror of King Du. Haruta tried to hack and slash, but his skin was so thick and even his best strike would do nothing. and Senwan simply stopped, and it was over. Blenheim and Curiel tried their hardest to save Haruta, but their muscles gave way quickly, and the foot of Senwan came crashing down on them. No, and the pain continued as they were handicapped. The Whitebeard commanders did their best, but their best was not good enough. Down goes the Whitebeard commanders. Gladius and Buffalo worked together against Lafitte, but they could not hit him as he simply zoomed through them, accurately puncturing them on their vital spots. Gladius wasn't even able to launch his explosive, and Buffalo rotated for the last time. Down goes Buffalo and Gladius. Tanaka got close to Van Augur, but he was knocked back by an accurate shot. Jabra tried to follow through, but he too met the cold hard bullet of the marksman's weapon. Down goes Tanaka and Jabra. Meanwhile, there was Teach fighting Zeph. Not once did Teach move as behind him. A bag full of all sorts of fruits were turning into devil fruits. With each fallen straw hat, a new weapon was added to his arsenal. "Zahaha!" exclaimed Teach, but he noticed something odd. Moria was helping some of them to escape. In fact, Moria used his shadow to hide Dr. Hurlek and Dr. Kira. Hey, what the hell is this, Moria? But this distraction gave Zeph an opening to strike him directly in the guts. I'm with the Straw Hats. He couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't wait any longer. His friends died while he pretended to be the enemy, and he could not do it. Moria was with the Straw Hat. A giant wave of shadow engulfed the fallen Straw Hats, tears welling up on his eyes as he waited too long. His friends were dead because he was deep undercover, and he could not let it continue. Teach looked shocked, wiping the blood from his mouth from Zeph's kick. And instead of toying with the chef any longer, Teach swallowed Zeph in a sea of darkness. Screams of agony escaped the encasing before silence, as Zeph fell flat on his face. Moria remained in the center of the Titanic commanders. His allegiance was finally revealed, yet everyone there was close to dead, or even dead. Shame, Moria. You were a valuable asset, said Teach, and suddenly, Moria found a sword through his chest, as Shiryu appeared behind him, puncturing a hole through him. Fuck you, Moria had substituted with a Doberman, appearing behind Shiryu and countering by puncturing him with his scissor blade. And then he opened the scissor, causing a deeper damage. Shiryu was in pain, yet he merely laughed at his predicament. Avalo punched Moria back, and Doc Q immediately went to work on Shiryu, with Teach covering them in a shroud of darkness. To the shock of Moria, Shiryu was back on his feet. His wound was now repaired. How? We are the future, Moria. I will be the king of this fucking world, said Teach, and created a darkness spike in his hand. He then sent the spike forward, though it never met its mark, as a freezing cold wall separated Moria from his death. Get out of here, Teach. A new arrival had finally joined the scene, as the suspended admiral found himself in the territory of Straw Hat Luffy. He initially came to meet with Muara to apologize and explain his action, but the scene that he found was a massacre. It was brutal, even for the seasoned Marine. In the surrounding of the base, Baccarat laid in her own pool of blood, with a small smile on her face as she used all her luck for help. Anyone ... and out came Kuzan. Though that wasn't the extent of her luck, as from the port of Dawn Island, a blazing path of flame was made by a furious warlord of the sea. Porgas Diaz had arrived, and he came with a vengeance. Teach analyzed his situation. Kuzan was trouble, and so was Ace, so there was no point to possibly lose one of his commanders to these top-tier fighters. Another time then, said Blackbeard as he manifested a black hole, swallowing his crew into them. Zahaha. As Blackbeard disappeared, Ace arrived, throwing a massive fireball at the retreating Yonko. And yet it was too late, as Ace was nearly in tears, arriving a moment too late. He was going to join them in patrol just to make sure everything was okay. What the hell happened? Ace looked around, immediately tending to Zeph, who remained lifeless. Do something. He looked around and found Crocus, laying in his own pool of blood. They're all dead, Moria said, looking down as two bodies escaped the shadow. Only two survivors out of the members of the Straw Hats and Whitebeard pirates who remain. His work undercover with the Blackbeard pirate was not enough to give his crew enough time to escape. Just a measly note. Fuck. Dr. Hurlek and Dr. Kiriha is alive thanks to Moria, but everyone else is dead. Fuck, Kuzan said as he could not arrive any sooner. He was too late. They were all too late. Straw Hat HQ, 3 days before. Overhead on the centralized speaker system, all thanks to Frankie and Caesar, a fine tune was playing. It was an original piece by Brooke as he poured his soul into it. The melody was upbeat, and the lyrics were heartfelt. This is why everyone enjoyed it. The sun rises with the morning air. I love this song. Jazu was snapping his finger as he was carrying a load of supplies for their journey. He dropped off the 2 massive crates next to the Thousand Sunny. Isn't it? Brooke had been energetic since the return of the captain, so these songs come natural. Matchvise dropped a package next to the one that Jazu carried. Then Usopp and Kaya passed by them, where Usopp caught a piece of fruit falling from the crate that Matchvise dropped accidentally. Breath it in, let it fill your hair. Finder's keeper, said Usopp with a smile as he took a bite out of the apple. Kaya playfully slapped her boyfriend as she too was given the apple and she took a bite out of it. You big meanie, she said, laughing at his silliness. I got to head out soon. My team needs a doctor. Be safe, okay? Usopp gave her a firm kiss on the lips. For once trouble brews, I'll be there. In the underground cafe, two people were enjoying a meal together. Aren't they cute? Young love, right? Baccarat leaned against the chest of Guild, as they were enjoying a delicious meal made by the fine chef of the Straw Hats. To be young again, huh? Guild said with a smile as he kissed the forehead of his love. It was strange really, seeing the captain back. But Baccarat was now loyal to only one man, and Guild, while finding love with someone he worked closely with, was new to him. He never thought he would ever find it again, but here they were. I'll be there. I'll be there. You guys make me gag. Tanaka sat with the duo, then next to him was Buffalo, who became good buddies with the phasing human as they had shared a similar humor, best friends even. You're just jealous of them, Tanaka and Nin. Shut up, Duffus, you're not doing any better either. Keep it down, why don't you? Exclaimed Caesar jokingly from across the way, to which Tanaka waved him away. Bunch of rowdy pirates, aren't we all? Said Monet as she sat beside Caesar, laughing at him. Anyway, how's your project going? So my friends smile once more. Oh, the Pluton excavation project. It's going well. We have so much more toys than we can count. It's a wonderland. He then leaned in. Our new boss is kinda stiff though. He'll loosen up eventually. What about me, Caesar? Bullet sat on the other side of Caesar, plopping down next to him. Ooh, Caesar trailed off, but luckily, an explosion occurred in the distance as Wiper and Baby 5 were having an accuracy contest. Come and give up, babe, Wiper said as he wrapped his arms around Baby 5. Though the human weapon arsenal simply smiled lovingly to her boyfriend and accurately hit her mark 5 times in a row. Da, damn, D. I'll be there. Sure, babe, replied Baby 5 with a smile, which caused Wiper's mouth to hang open. Passing by the shooting range was Sanji, who walked alongside Jin and Kaku, ready to be locked down. Asked Kaku, who had his hands behind his head. Baby, she's a babe, you know. Putting ... Nah, I'm thinking stout and mean. Jin jokes, to which Kaku laughed, though there was someone who wasn't laughing. Zeph stood in front of Sanji, and the head chef immediately grabbed his ears. You dumbass, we have thousands of meals to cool. Get back to work, fumed Red Leg. Damn it, Oldman, I'm on my smoke break. My smoke break, replied Sanji, to which Jin and Kaku chuckled. Put your troubles away. You both too. Zeph delivered a powerful kick on the forehead of the two snickering men, which caused them to follow Red Leg to the kitchen. Bija and Kuro noticed this, to which they just shook their heads. Are you sure your sources are accurate? Asked Kuro for the 1,000th time. He wasn't going to have people die on his order. Yeah, for the 1,000,000th time, Kuro. It's my wife, the mother of my child, so yes, my sources are accurate. Stop sweating it. If anything goes wrong, our captain is the insurance, replied Bija. Suddenly, they were stopped by the appearance of Dice and Absalom, who was trying to scare them. Let your worries fade. Damn, you were too loud, you big log, exclaimed Absalom. No, you tripped, replied Dice. Yes? Asked Kuro, who snickered at their attempt to scare them. Alright, listen, why don't you leave Galdino and Brook to do the boring monitoring duty? Asked Absalom. He wanted to be in the fight. Yeah, and we take their place on the mission. No, Absalom, replied Kuro. We need you both to watch over the injured, and to make sure everything is okay here. It's going to be so boring, replied Dice, to which Absalom nodded his head. Well, everyone needs to do their part, replied Bija. For I will always be, everyone ready. Galdino was heading the party. He looked over his group and was satisfied with the people he had. The group was animated, excited for their mission. So how is Zoo? Bonnie was speaking with Popo, who was a mink who knew the way home. They were tasked with going to Zoo to garner allies in the coming war with Kaido. If there are people who would help them in this coming war, it would be them, as the minks were faithfully loyal to the Kazuki. I'd like to think that Richie would love it there, said Moji, who was part of the mission. He had missed his buddy, and he was doing a lot better than 2 years ago. He was a mess when Richie died, though he was getting better by the day. I feel like it's winter there, Monet said, joining the group. Or would it be summer on top of an elephant? It's going to be so awesome, Ohm exclaimed, rounding up the party. Elephant, exclaimed Beppo. To Zoo they go. Be safe, exclaimed Treble, a man who has changed his ways, now a valuable ally to the group. There, you too, responded Galdino with a smile, and waved as the group left. I am completely against this, but it is the captain's orders. Buggy had his arms crossed, his bag packed, and his people ready to go. The Straw Hats distributed their forces. A group would go to Big Mom's island, another will go with Shiki to stop the Marines, and lastly a group with Shanks to halt Kaido from aiding Big Mom. Oh, you'll be fine, Buggy. It will be like old times. Shanks stood in front of the group, overlooking the team which Luffy gave him. I don't like working with you, always stealing my thunder, Buggy said. Come on, man, it's not like I lost to Alvida, joked Red-Haired, to which Buggy began to chase after him with a knife. the two having a comical exchange. Their Kaido party involved Kaya, Center Pink, Django, Kabaji, Sugar, Shura, Daz, Zala, and Jidatsu. How's the little one? Asked Kabaji, while still on his unicycle, to Center Pink. He can't wait to join the Armada, but I hope we can wrap things up before he reaches the age to join. I am doing this to have a simple life for my child. Once more we must say goodbye. Having a child would be magical, said Sugar with heart over her eyes, though she hasn't found a proper partner to explore these options with. And stressful, joked Center Pink as being the only parent of the group. Don't you want children with Usopp, Kaya? This question caused Kaya to blush feverishly. And the group laughed, even Daz, who let out a snort of air. Zala and Jidatsu were sharing a look, almost as if they were hiding something. Django was gasping for air at the joke. For some reason it was extra funny to him, thinking of Usopp with a child. Luffy arrives through a portal, returning from a scouting mission. He analyzed all the points of Whole Cake Island to make sure their plan went smoothly. He could not lose anyone, especially being invested in the relationship he established with everyone. All good. Luffy wrapped his arms around Hancock and began to walk towards the depth of the base. Though a report came in, they have arrived. Who are they? The Sun Pirates arrived from their journey from Atlantis Island, and there was no word exchange, for Luffy and Arlong exchanged an embrace. Welcome home, my friend, Luffy said as he tightened his embrace, a single tear falling from the eyes of Hancock, as the exchange was very passionate, like two long-lost brothers finding each other once more. It's good to have you back, Captain. The rest of the Sun Pirates greeted their friends. They were the Straw Hat Pirates, turned Sun Pirates, and once again they are proud to be called the Straw Hat Pirates. And the sun sets once more, present time. Above the former underground base of the Straw Hats, Kuzan and Ace were leaning against the now broken gate. Moria was huffing and puffing. As Ace took his frustration out on him, Kuzan getting in between them. Words were exchanged, where Ace blamed Moria for not revealing his allegiance quickly enough and Moria blamed Ace for being so fucking slow. And the two duked it out, enough so that they made a new hole in Dawn Island. Though that was over, now Kuzan was calming down Ace and separated him from Moria. So you're with the Straw Hats, Warlord? Asked Kuzan. I am ... You helped us, replied Ace. I won't say anything if you don't. Fine, Ace, we came as soon as we can. A masked warrior arrived, alongside a parasol-using woman. This man was masked use and in his company was Perona. What happened? Asked Perona, to which her question was met with silence. Oh no, it was bad. Meanwhile with Moria, Dr. Hurlek joined him, taking a quick break from his painful job of counting the fallen. Hey, hi, replied the shadow user. Thank you for saving my life, Dr. Hurlek said as Moria was quick to hide the doctors in his shadow. He, along with Dr. Kiriha, would have died. Not quick enough, said Moria, to which Dr. Hurlek touched him in his right hand and squeezed it. Don't blame yourself. Not a single soul here today could have stopped this from happening. To this, Dr. Hurlek returned to his job of declaring the dead. It was silent, empty, then just as fate would have it, there was air in his lungs. He was lifeless, laying along his fallen comrade. And yet, for some reason he took a breath once more, sitting up suddenly. He felt a sharp pain all over his body. This wasn't right, this isn't right. He continued to play over and over in his head. Another one here, exclaimed a familiar voice. Her tone was panicked and yet relieved. Who was it? Who was he? He looked around, finding himself in a sea of bodies, his friends, his allies. They were all unmoving. And yet why was he breathing? He died in a painful fire, one in which, come to think of it, was very soothing. Why is he alive? Jem, look at me. Someone got in his face, immediately looking at his eyes with a flashlight. Dr. Kiriha. He spoke, his mouth was dry. How long was he out? Across the way, several beds away from him, was a red-haired woman, drinking glasses and glasses of water. Welcome back, Jem. How are you feeling? Dr. Kiriha asked. Though looking closely, Jem noticed the fresh tears from her eyes. Doctor, why am I alive? Asked Jem. Tears started to well up. He was finally realizing what happened and he felt guilty for being alive. I don't know, Jem, but I'm glad. On a day like this, we need a little bit of miracle. She turned once more, letting the tears flow. The only other person to survive the massacre stood up, walking slowly towards him. She then got close and embraced Jem. We have to keep going, for everyone, said the red-haired woman, Baccarat. She too asked why she was alive, as it was nothing short of a miracle. The flames were painful, then peaceful, then nothing. Yes, replied Jem, though the hug caused him to break down. Finally, the weight in which they had to bear was heavy, though they could not do anything now. Their captain will know what to do. He will have to. Somewhere. What the fuck do you mean we are missing some fruits? Teach had slammed their sack of devil fruits. They had gone on a hunt in Straw Hat HQ and the fruit that they actually wanted were missing. What is missing? asked Lafitte in his usual silky smooth voice. Luck, bomb, and gas fruit, said Van Augur, scouting through the bag of fruits. Fuck, the Loja, out of all things, the Loja is fucking missing, exclaimed Teach, unleashing a deadly wave of darkness all around him. We still came out okay, boss. We got the wolf, phase, snot, rotate, and rupture. Burgess tried to make the situation seem a little bit better, but Teach was not in the mood as he immediately grabbed Burgess by the neck. Do I look like I want okay, you fucking idiot? Teach then tossed Burgess to the side. How could this happen? Meanwhile, on the side, watching this frustration erupt from Teach, was the single woman in Teach's crew, who licked her lips and smiled at his frustration. What was her play? New world. We're the closest. We have to press on. Got him. Muara is going to beat another Yonko. The balance of power will be tilting toward him. It's too much control for one man to have. Aboard the Marine ship were Admiral Zephyr and Admiral Fujitora. They were the closest to Whole Cake Island. And once again events happened under their nose. I wish to see this man who has returned from the dead. Fujitora had his eyes closed, though his signature scar was non-existent as he opened them, revealing a clear white iris. Due to the changes in the timeline, Fujitora never changed his justice, and therefore he never blinded himself. Where did the two admirals come from? They actually came from the World Economy newspaper, shutting down the news line and arrested every single member of Morgan's staff. The entire news operation was replaced with Marine agents, so therefore they now completely control the news. All it took was Zephyr to take down the news network. Fujitora just hung back and did not even lift a finger, though the massive Marine fleet was put into a halt. For 4 people stood in their path. Their ships were held in suspension as Z looked onward, eyeing the floating lion mane-wearing man. Jihahaha, where do you think you are going? Exclaimed the Golden Lion, floating along in front of the Marine fleet. Shiki, I'm going to fucking kill you. Though Zephyr had to worry about others, for alongside the Golden Lion was the Bindy World the Explorer. Then there was Douglas Bullet, the strongest soldier, and last was the Golden Emperor Guild. All 4 were former prisoners of Impel Down Level 6, and all 4 were tasked in slowing down the world government from getting in between Muara versus Big Mom. Oh, and to complete the team, there was also Magellan, the former warden of Impel Down, standing along the quartet, opposing the institution which he once stood with. This was familiar waters for the Marines, as once again they were being prevented from pressing onward. 9 years ago it was Shanks, now it was the Golden Lion and company. Not again. Zephyr did not achieve his rank by sunshine and rainbows. No, he got to where he was due to a mastery in haki. In fact, he was so widely respected that only Garp could rival him in sheer strength. To have that form of respect, why, he didn't care much for it. All he really cared for was absolute justice. So the first opportunity he got, Zephyr jumped from his Marine ship, lunging into the sky and meeting the unsuspecting Guild straight through, trucking through him with a single punch. And the Golden Man would have fallen in the ocean water if it wasn't for Shiki, who caught him moments before he landed in the water. Glad you're still spry, Z, exclaimed Shiki as he brought Guild aboard the enemy Marine ship, the Golden Man going off as he brought the gold towards him, easily recovering from the initial shock from Zephyr's strike, though Fujitora would not stand pat, as he was shifted to manifest 2 massive meteors from the sky and unleashing them on the 3 level 6 prisoners. Bindy got to work and absorbed the size of the 2 meteors and minimized them, so much so that the massive world-ending meteors were turned into 2 tree-sized meteors. The effectiveness and quickness of casting his abilities was impressive. Even more impressive was Bindy redirecting the tree-sized meteorite towards Fujitora, and Bindy sped up the projectile and increased its size as well. Fujitora looked directly at Bindy as he was swift in cutting the tree-sized meteorite towards the sky, back to where it came from. Though with his gravitational power and momentum of the redirection, eventually those tree-sized meteorites were going to destroy something, especially with the lack of gravity in space. Regardless, Fujitora jumped into action, colliding immediately with Bindy as the 2 squared off. With the 2 admirals busy with Bindy and Shiki respectively, Magellan and Bullet jumped along the Marine fleet, causing as much damage as they could. These are the more simple times, exclaimed Guild, jumping over to another Marine ship burying a pole of gold into the core of the Marine ship. What? Destroying Marines? Asked Bullet as he gathered material and created a mechanical sword that swung around the battleship with his orders. Magellan kept quiet as this was his people previously, though his allegiance has shifted since. He now worked with the Straw Hat, and his loyalty was unwavering with the man. It was strange, and yet he felt at home with these people. He smiled as a wave of his poison swallowed the mast of a Marine battleship, eliminating its movement. Shiki the Golden Lion versus Marine Admiral Zephyr. Shiki threw debris from the battle at Zephyr, but the Marine Admiral simply jumped in between the debris, getting closer and closer to him. Once Zephyr got close, Shiki threw 2 wooden piles together and attempted to squeeze the purple-haired man. though Zephyr got out of his encasement and threw a powerful punch through the guts of Shiai, causing the Golden Lion to double over. His punches were heavy, comparing even that of his captain. The Admiral didn't let up, continuing on assaulting Shiki with punches wherever he would land in the air, until finally, Shiki created just enough separation by catching Zephyr mid-air and tossing him as far away as Shiki could possibly muster. He gasped painfully as he had a lot of internal damage from the bluntness of Zephyr's strikes. Any moment now, the purple hair bastard was going to return for more, and Shiki needed to get ready. B&D World vs. Marine Admiral Fujitora. His projectiles were easily parried by the gravity user. Fujitora's skills were not limited by his swordsmanship. Once Fujitora got close, B&D felt very heavy, unable to unleash his projectile at the gravity user. The Admiral exerted so much force that he felt like he was going to be drawn to the earth, disappearing forever. B&D attempted to enlarge a rock and sent it to Fujitora, but the swordsman simply cut his attempt into pieces. Foolish world, surrender or it will be death. The pieces of the same rock that Fujitora sliced up still retained their trajectory and hit him across his face. Looks like B&D was not going to go down without a fight. Death it is, scoffed the swordsman as he took his blade and slashed B&D across his chest. The strike was enough to send B&D off the platform into the edge, and finally falling from the edge to the mercy of the sea. B&D began his descent and nearly fell into the open ocean before Bullet retrieved his fallen form with a mechanical contraption he created. It was time to go. They're coming. Retreat, exclaimed Bullet, who sensed the approach of some powerful Marines. Bullet carried B&D on his arm while Shiki was breathing heavily. The admirals were no joke, but they weren't there for that. Got it. The reason why Guild was asked to tag by is for the sole purpose of doing the following. A streak of light was zooming through the air, and with the element of surprise, Guild was able to deflect the light using Admiral with several panels of gold. Let's get out of here. Magellan provided a wall of poison, blocking an incoming magma wave. All these techniques were not meant to kill the admirals. It wouldn't be enough, it was just enough to slow them down. Shiki gathered his allies and swiftly put them aboard their ship, the Great White, and pushed them through the treacherous water. Aboard the Great White was Zio, who drove them to safety. Let's go, Zio exclaimed, launching the Great White through the open sea, away from the Marines. Once again the pirates succeeded in stopping the Marines long enough to slow them and disturbing the war between Big Mom and Muara. Too slow, Fujitora said as he retrieved his blade and placed it in his sheath. Couldn't handle some damn pirates? Asked Akenu, slamming his hands against a barrel, decimating it into hundreds of pieces. Fucking Shiki and Bullet were here, replied Zephyr. They weren't here to fight, they were here to stall. Yup, added Kizaru, crossing his arms. If Aokiji wasn't suspended and Aokiji sucks. And 80% of the Marine forces were there. They were even given assistance from the world government, as 4 members of the Cypher Paul Aegis Zero were apparently already on their way to Whole Cake Island. The question is, was Shiki's attempt to stall them long enough to miss their chance? Open sea. On the moment of his magnificent descent, a dragon stood still as his body twisted around its own. For before the dragon was red-haired, who halted his attempt at going forward. Why do you defy me, red-haired? Roared the mighty dragon. Around him were the forces of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, who, if called upon, were ready to engage the upcoming forces of the dragon. Kaido, it is not your time yet, Shanks proclaimed, to which the dragon let out a mighty roar. Fine, red hair, your death then. Kaido began to build up energy inside his mouth, and he was going to release a mighty beam. And yet Shanks simply pulled out his blade. Come then, Kaido. And Kaido released his beam, in which case Shanks caught it with his blade, infused with haki. The clash was intense, almost unbearable for others, but Shanks came out unscathed, and Kaido transformed to his human form. I'll make you move eventually, Shanks. Behind Kaido, a prehistoric Zoan flew to his side. He then transformed into his human form, revealing King. Next to arrive was Queen, who retained his Brachiosaurus form alongside Jack in his mammoth form. The Calamity of Kaido were not the only members of the Beast Pirates there. Out came the Flying Six, which were the 6 people in line with becoming all-stars. And then the rest of the Beast Pirates started to appear around the Red Force, surrounding the escape of Shanks. Sure thing, Kaido, Shanks replied with a smile, remaining confident despite the dire situation. It only appeared dire, but Shanks was not confident for no reason. He had his entire force with him too. Ben Beckman and Yasop shared Shanks' confidence. Buggy rallied the Straw Hats. He feared no one. His goal was to simply put away Alvida, the woman who put him in the hellhole for a very long time. Kaido stared down the Shanks. King was targeting Ben Beckman. Queen felt like he would be mostly entertained by Buggy, who was far from being the joking meaning of clown. Jack cared for no one, but looks like he will fight with Yasop. Go, commanded Shanks, and another titanic war was commencing, while another occurred on the other side of the New World. Whole Cake Island. Whole Cake Island. Chopper, yeah, how are they holding up? Law had been doing 2 surgical procedures at one time. Deifuku and Oven were suffering immensely from their own mother's power. Critical damn it. Chopper was trying to resuscitate Smoothie. This was insane. Just goes to show that a Yonko was way above their capabilities. Cracker remained heavily injured, but he tried his best to help his siblings. Raisin was out. Noisette was down. Colette remained gone. It was not a good day for the Charlotte siblings. Jin helped the group carry the people to a proper position. He was tasked with assisting the doctors. Custard, Nougat, and Broy came to their aid, immediately asking, "Please, tell us what we can do." Broy and Law looked at one another for a moment. Even if they weren't professionals, they would have to do. This was crazy. The war between the Straw Hats and the Big Mom Pirates was officially underway. Whole Cake War. Emperor Mugiwara Monkey D. Luffy versus Emperor Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Wano Zoro versus Gaspard. Demon Child Nico Robin versus Charlotte Amode. Vinsmoke Sanji W. Pudding. Soul King Brook. Warrior of the Sea Jinbei. Bami. Cyborg Frankie. Sniper King Usopp. Dogtooth Katakuri versus Charlotte Prospero. Sand King Crocodile versus Charlotte Opera. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk versus Charlotte Snack. Queen Boa Hancock versus Charlotte Capote. Mad Monkey Rouge versus Charlotte Counter. Capone Gang Bajev versus Charlotte Kaidza. Wiper versus Charlotte Cabaletta. Baby 5 versus Charlotte Gala. Thousand Plan Kuro versus Needles. Kaku versus Shiraya. Champion of the Sea Arlong versus Strusen. Thunder King Enel versus Tamago. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Marco the Phoenix. Diamond Jazu. Flower Sword Vista. Blamenco. Nemer. Izo. Corazon. Boncle. Bluno. Bruli. Jin. Charlotte Lola. Capone Chiffin. Capone Pez. Charlotte Praline. Icarus Much. Hatchin. Hirubai. Surum and Laboon. Vinsmoke Yonji versus Charlotte Effeli. Vinsmoke Ryuju versus Charlotte Dakwise. Vinsmoke Ikiji versus Charlotte Bascard. Vinsmoke Niji versus Charlotte St. Mark. Vinsmoke Judge versus Charlotte Montdor. On the outskirts of Whole Cake Island, 4 masked individuals finally arrived. They were imposing and powerful. Their goal, death to all pirates, even if it caused them their life. This was the way of the Cypher Paw. This was the way of the world government. Whole Cake War. Vinsmoke Judge versus Charlotte Montdor. You traitorous bastards. Judge had brought down his mighty pole axe, and yet Montdor was too quick. A simple sidestep was enough to avoid the frustrated strike from the Vinsmoke head of household. Don't hate me, I didn't do it. Montdor was loyal to a fault, willing to die for his mother if it had to come to that. He opened his book of strange oddities and released a stampede of unique and unusual animals that are very rare for the world. The stampede wreaked havoc on the battlefield, but more notably, Judge was stomped by the incoming beast and could not get up. Even with all the time he spent to make himself stronger, to make his children become the perfect weapons, he was about to die from some damn animals. I won't die. Judge panted as he could barely breathe. The stampede was finally over, but he was laid out. Montdor held a pistol over his head. His book closed for a moment as to hide the other monstrosities in his book of wonders. Goodbye, Vinsmoke. Thank you for the cloning technology. We will make great use for them. Just as Montdor was going to pull the trigger, a blazing hot kick met the edge of his face. The heroic Sanji came swooping in, saving the man he used to call father. In his tail was Pudding, who swiftly leaned in next to Montdor and pulled out a string of film in regards to his memory. Judge. Sanji stood over his father, signifying his growth. Years ago he was turned away by his own family for not being manipulated into a human weapon. Sanji, you little bastard, survived after all. Judge was slow to get up, and Sanji did not even consider helping the man on his feet. When he was finally up, Sanji looked down on him. Judge was hobbled and broken. It was a good thing I kicked you out after all. Now you're ready to resume your place with your family. Fuck you, Judge. I will never be part of this family again. Consider this a final courtesy for the blood that we, unfortunately, share. I will never help you again. Sanji tossed his cigar to the chest of Judge, and the man was fuming, though he could not do anything about it. Sanji was no longer his son, and Judge was no longer his father. Judge stood still, watching as his son, no Sanji, left with Pudding. Mr. Prince, Mama knew of our plan even before we concocted it, and through the memories of Brother Montdor I was able to find the reason why Kaido is helping Big Mom. To think she kept me in the shadow for so long. Mama is truly a mastermind. Excellent work, Pudding. But tell me something. Sanji grabbed Pudding by the waist and pulled her close. Adrenaline was high on his body as confronting his father felt real good. How does it feel to be Mrs. Prince? And Pudding blushed and placed her hand over her lips. Oh my, I only just met you, Mr. Prince. Sanji, call me Sanji, and we are officially married. Sanji held her close, causing her to blush feverishly. Usually he wouldn't be as focused as he would be twirling and jumping at a chance to get close to a female. Though today, due to adrenaline, he was more confident. Good thing too, cause Pudding was smitten. Judge lost to Montdor. Montdor lost to Sanji. And Pudding, well, she lost to Sanji. It wasn't a bad thing as she had given her heart to her now husband, completely switching the meaning of the word loss. Vinsmoke Ryuju versus Charlotte Dacois. Ryuju unleashed her frustration, equipping her raid suit swiftly and catching Dacois on the side of his face with a flying kick. Her transformation was mesmerizing. Even a lowly foot soldier was able to admire as the poisonous member of the Vinsmoke family transformed into a magnificent-looking butterfly. She did not let up either as despite Dacois attempting to escape her wrath, Ryuju chased after him and unleashed melted poison on his skin, causing his flight to be interrupted. The Charlotte family member crashed on the ground and passed out. It was an easy victory for the eldest Vinsmoke, and yet she did not feel satisfied. She felt that maybe the Vinsmokes should have died. Maybe they actually deserve it for all they did. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed something. One sneaky girl was making her way suspiciously towards a very important battle. Not if she could help it, and the butterfly chased after the girl, leaving the defeated Dacois in her wake. Dacois lost to Ryuju. Vinsmoke Ikiji versus Charlotte Blackbeard. Number 1. Sparking Red. Vinsmoke Ikiji was fully equipped with his raid suit. He faced a fellow flame user, though Ikiji chose to demolish the child of the woman that ordered his death. Blackbeard tried to counter Ikiji's strikes, but he was falling behind. The strike from his brother, Noisette. It wasn't like a deep wound could heal in an instant. He didn't have any massive healing factor. So Blackbeard was falling back, but Ikiji would not let up. Maybe this will be his deathbed. He deserved it for following Mama, but they never invited him to join the betrayal party, so he wouldn't know. So he unleashed his strongest attack, removing his scarf and releasing a superheated breath from his mouth. That should do it. Blackbeard collapsed as the pain in his midsection was too much. But see, Ikiji does not care for things such as sympathy and empathy. All he cared about was absolute victory. So the Red Vinsmoke continued his assault, slapping and kicking his enemy without letting up. He was angry due to being betrayed, almost killed, and overall just wasting time on such a weakling. Blackbeard was breathing down his own blood. He couldn't retaliate as his earlier wounds were finally getting in his way. Well, it was a good life. Just as Ikiji was going to eliminate him with a blazing kick, cold air covered the surrounding, and as swift as the wind, a skeletal man brought out his cane sword to stop the momentum of the fiery man. Soul King, why do you interfere with this weakling? Ikiji tried to push down to finish Blackbeard, but Brook would not let up. His soul has surrendered. Blood should not be shed to those whose pure soul is to live. Brook pushed the Vinsmoke back, allowing an opening for Jin to grab Blackbeard from under Brook. The man needs some medical treatment. I don't get you. First you help us and now you help them. Which side are you on? I am a Straw Hat pirate. Nothing more, nothing less, answered Brook. If you pursue him, I will have to put a stop to you. Brook released his chilling aura, making the fireman shiver slightly. Though Ikiji does not feel fear, it is not in his DNA. So instead of the obvious response to escape, Ikiji pressed on, which would be his mistake. As Ikiji charged forward, Brook was quick to draw his cane sword, then within a blink of an eye, he had retrieved his weapon. Behind him, Ikiji froze midair. The chunk of ice crashed into the ground within the frozen structure. Ikiji cursed and swore, but nobody would hear him, for his soul was stuck in between Brook's freezing soul. I think my age is getting to me. Brook limped slightly and grabbed his humorous bone. I must have pulled a muscle, if I had any. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho skull joke. Blackbeard lost to Ikiji. Ikiji lost to Brook. Vinsmoke Yanji versus Charlotte Effely. Surprising no one, Yanji found himself beaten to a pulp by Charlotte Effely. The female warrior was one of the stronger daughters of Big Mom, and her skill was on full display. She wielded a dual pistol that accurately bombarded Yanji, not allowing the youngest child of the Vinsmoke family to retaliate, though it wasn't in his DNA to feel fear or to run away. So despite losing his mechanical arm and his metal frame being bombarded, the green warrior continued to fight. I love a woman who can beat some sense into me, the green-haired man said, joking despite his predicament. How about death? Effely pointed her dual pistol in the face of Yanji. With one press of the trigger, the youngest of the Vinsmoke would finally meet his end. Though it never got to that, as from the sea, a great warrior saved Yanji from receiving his sentence. Captain's orders, said the warrior as he redirected the sea he brought with him to push Effely back. Who the fuck are you? I don't need no help, exclaimed Yanji despite being incapable of moving on his own and remaining on his knees. Ungrateful child. With that statement, Jinbei delivered a wave crashing through Yanji, effectively knocking him out. Namor caught the tail end of the fight and looked at Jinbei with a knowing look. He had it coming. Yanji lost to Effely. Effely lost to Jinbei. Yanji lost to Jinbei. Vinsmoke Neji versus Charlotte St. Mark. In a similar manner as his brother, number 2 Denjiki Blue, Neji would not let up against his opponent. Charlotte St. Mark was a hulking figure, though his stature was no match for the crackling energy of Neji's attacks. A punch to the face caused the man to stumble, and the blue-haired warrior continued his assault. It was enough so as for the Charlotte child to wish that he wasn't on the receiving end of the beatdown. If only he could sit and play with the flowers once more, to smell the fresh air. And just as Neji was about to deliver a finishing blow, 2 seeds zoomed past over his head, causing him to jump back. Missed me. Though the seeds were right where the marksman wanted them to go as the seed exploded into giant vine monsters, bonding Neji and all his limbs. Who would dare? Neji looked around in panic, as he could not tell who shot at him. And that was because the marksman wasn't within eyesight, for the marksman was on the other side of the battlefield, fighting alongside the Whitebeard pirates against the chess soldiers. Usopp, did you get it? Nami asked as she unleashed a 100-tile punch through a chess soldier that got too close. Of course, I never miss, replied Usopp, for in fact, the marksman does not miss. Look out. Frankie used his body as a shield as a massive explosion was aimed towards Nami and Usopp. Frangie was quick to shield them, but Nami had crossed her arms and manifested armament to shield herself, while Usopp held his black Kabuto sling in front of him as a shield. Thanks, Frankie, exclaimed Nami. That wasn't very super of you. Frankie turned around, swiftly facing the enemy which fired off the shot. For before the trio of Straw Hats was a tall and bulky masked figure, wearing an all-white attire with his hair swimming around him. Leave this to me, Nami exclaimed, to which Frankie and Usopp agreed, returning to the battle against the chess soldiers. Meanwhile, Nami twirled her climb attack, while also forming her hands into a fist. She was serious, and this masked figure was about to learn how serious she was. St. Mark lost to Neji. Neji lost to Usopp. Nami versus CP0 Agent. Champion of the Sea Arlong versus Strusen. Not gonna lie, it's been a while since I stretched these old bones. Arlong twirled his arms as Strusen missed once more. The personal chef of Big Mom was strong in his own right, but Arlong was simply stronger. Fool, do you know who I am? Strusen took out his kitchen knife and caught Arlong's saw blade, skillfully cutting it into food. For Strusen could make anything he touches into food. I didn't like that sword anymore, anyway. He then retrieved the golden trident which hung on his back, the same golden trident that belonged to Prince Fukaboshi, the hero of Fishman Island. He twisted and twirled it and tried as the chef may. He was unable to cut the golden trident, for Arlong infused the trident with his will, his golden resolve to always protect his people. And now that the captain had returned, his goal had shifted back to making the captain into king. Therefore his resolve was stronger than ever before. There is no object that I can't make into food. Strusen jumped forward, delivering a serving of fish fillet gun parts, trying to irk the fishman, which worked. You think this is a damn joke? Arlong swung his golden trident at the chef, to which the chef was able to duck down to the wild swing. For once we have created a utopia for humans and fishmen to coexist, and here we have people like you to throw insults at my people. Strusen struck a nerve with his fish trick. Typical head-headed fish, he knew he would find an opening eventually. Strusen continued to cut things up along his ship, throwing them at Arlong and making him angrier. An octopus tail here, salmon belly there, and Arlong was fuming. Just as the elderly chef got close to his mast, Arlong disappeared from his spot, faster than anything Strusen could comprehend. Then within a blink of an eye, Strusen was pinned to the mast by the same golden trident that Arlong held so dear. Strusen tried to speak, but he could not as his lungs were flooding with blood. Good riddance, you despicable piece of shit. Arlong was holding the other end of the trident, burying it further to the chef. Strusen gasped to try and gather air, but it was too late, as the old man took his last breath. He thought it was over, that he had done his part and he would just have to monitor the sea. But it was not over, as standing on the bow of the ship was a masked figure, wearing an all-white suit. In front of him were the bodies of Kirubai and Icarus Much. The 2 members of his crew were out cold. You got a death wish. Arlong stared deathly into the eye-hole of the masked figure before him, though the figure simply turned its head as if to mock Arlong. He was dubbed as the strongest fishman in all the land. For this masked figure to not fear him, why, he must be strong. To measure his skill, Arlong took the same golden trident that was covered in Strusen's blood, letting the old chef fall lifeless into the deck, and tossed it at the masked man. The golden trident of Prince Fukaboshi weighed 1/4 of a ton, so it was definitely not light, though the masked figure easily caught the golden trident with his right hand. In fact, to put emphasis on insulting the strongest commander, the masked man tossed the golden trident into the ocean, effectively spitting on the memory of the fallen prince who once owned the trident. In frustration, Arlong chose to tackle the masked bastard into the ocean. If he was a fruit user, he'd die. If he wasn't, he would be in Arlong's domain. Strusen is killed by Arlong. Kirubai lost to CP0 Agent. Icarus Much lost to CP0 Agent. Arlong versus CP0 Agent. Roronoa Zoro versus Gaspard. Not only did Zoro annihilate the Candy Loja, but he made it so that the man could not reform to his human form, as Zoro had diced him into pieces and separated his parts in between ocean water. He achieved this feat by creating a hole deep enough for ocean water to seep through and by isolating different parts of Gaspard so that he could no longer reform. This was no match for Zoro, but what he saw in the distance made his blood boil as his friends started falling like flies. by a suspicious masked figure. Gaspard lost to Zoro. Mad Monk Yuru versus Charlotte counter. Mad Monk Yuru kept getting pounded by counter. Not once did he try to counter well. Counter. A right punch to his face, then an uppercut through his face, then a kick through his guys and a shoulder tackle that took his breath away. And yet Yuru let it happen. Why would he? It was because of his abilities, that whatever damage he took, he would use it into his own raw power. So each strike of counter was making Yuru bigger and bigger until he towered over the Charlotte child. Counter finally understood his mistake as he looked up on the giant monk, who had a smile on his face. My turn. And Yuru used his enlarged fist to return Counter's strike from earlier, and unleash a flurry of strikes that pinned Counter to the group. Yuru was deadly but merciful. The fallen Big Mom pirate didn't see it coming as the Mad Monk stood tall. Yuru brought both hands together as the man was unmoving, and he took a bow, as if to show respect for the fight that they shared. Then 2 more people joined him as they too were done with their battles. Viper held Baby 5 as a bazooka, but she reverted to her human form, now sitting on top of his shoulder. "This is crazy, isn't it?" exclaimed Viper. "It is so much fun. This is normal for us when Captain Luffy is in charge," replied the monk with a massive grin over his face. Then like an elegant flower, a swordsman came swiftly cutting Yuru on his back. The pain of the cut was enough to make the massive man fall on both knees. Though suspiciously enough, the cuts weren't one, it was multiple cuts all over Yuru's body. Viper immediately reacted, with Baby 5 turning into a chainsaw which Viper wielded, though they were too slow as the masked agent plowed through them, utterly destroying them. Now Viper and Baby 5 laid in their own pool of blood. Yuru unable to move due to the injuries by the Cypher Paul agent. The man with the all-white suit was about to slay the 3 fallen warriors when 3 swords came rushing at him. The CP0 agent was quick enough to dodge, though his mask would not be able to stay on from the incoming strike. The green-haired swordsman stood in front of his fallen friends, defending them. He had a crazed look in his eyes as he was short on time. His friends were running out of blood and he had to fight this very strong opponent. And as the mask fell off, his face was finally revealed. The man behind the agent mask had long flowing blonde hair, blue eyes, and his mouth hung agape into a deadly smile. "Who the hell are you?" Zoro placed his sword in his mouth, preparing himself for his battle against this blonde-haired swordsman. "Hakuba," said the blue-eyed swordsman, launching himself forward and clashing with Zoro. And to the man's surprise, this Hakuba man was very skilled and quick. Counter lost to Yuru. Cabaletta lost Viper. Gala lost to Baby 5. Yuru, Viper, and Baby lost to CP0 agent. Zoro versus CP0 Hakuba. Thousand Plan Kuro versus Needles. Kuro stood over Needles, for the Gaspard pirates had fallen at the hands of the strategist. His claws were weak compared to his as his will was just that much stronger. Kuro immediately noticed that his friend was in trouble and rushed to his aid. Needles lost to Kuro. Kaku versus Shiraya. Kaku was poking at the unmoving body of Shiraya. "Kamian bro, where was all the big talk earlier?" The fallen man would not move anymore, which largely disappointed Kaku, though his confidence would immediately be crushed by the arrival of a very strong opponent as he found himself with a hole through his chest. He stumbled backwards as a masked figure had appeared from before him. It had to be a woman based on the figure, but her mask could only mean one thing: Cypher Paul Aegis 0. I am. Funny enough, the agent removed her mask, revealing a blonde-haired beauty that had short hair. Stussy is the name Kaku. I'm sure you are familiar. Damn, Kaku knew his faith as this particular agent had 100% success rate. She never failed her mission. Never. As he was bleeding out, gasping for air, Stussy was going to cut his head off, effectively sending a message to the Straw Hats that the CP0 were out for him. Though she was never able to do so as a set of cat-like claw blades intercepted her knife. The man who intercepted was none other than Kuro, who was done with his fight with Needles. "Begone, you wretched creature," Kuro proclaimed, though deep down he knew he was outmatched. And yet he had to look strong for his friend. Shiraya lost to Kaku. Kaku lost to CP0 Stussy. Kuro versus CP0 Stussy. Queen Boa Hancock versus Charlotte Capote. The eldest female of the children of Big Mom stood over Hancock, the Queen of the Sea, on her knees by the attack of Capote. How did this happen? How did she become so careless? One moment she was on her feet and the next she was down. Surprised, Capote extended her arms, to which her voice carried a powerful shriek, enough so to make Hancock's head feel very heavy. She tried to close her ears, but the pain continued to echo throughout her body. Echo, her voice. That was it. She was an echo human. That's got to be it. All she had to do was stop her from speaking, and her ability would be fully nullified. So Hancock immediately released her grip on her ears and ate the powerful echo that was released by the enemy. Capote was all smiles as she released her powerful voice, blood escaping from the ears of Hancock. But she had a goal, and it was simple: to release Medusa. Hancock created her slave arrow, aimed at Capote. She released the arrows and completely missed Capote. Such futile attempt, beauty is measured by strength, and you are but a weak soul, exclaimed Capote, causing more pain throughout Hancock's body as she found herself collapsing on the ground. Though her slave arrow didn't have to hit Capote, as Medusa manifested from the mist arrow, Capote swiftly turned around and opened her mouth, unleashing a powerful voice that effectively imploded Medusa into tiny pieces. That's all. Capote turned around once more, thinking that she was victorious, but what she found was Hancock delivered a powerful roundhouse kick straight to her face. It had so much frustration and power behind it that Capote was sent into the air. Hancock followed through by continuing her deadly assault of kicks. Capote was out cold, with Hancock standing tall over her fallen body. Luffy was going to give her such a hard time for struggling against Capote. She chuckled to herself as she effectively collapsed. It was a bad matchup for her, but she still came out on top. Capote lost to Hancock. Demon Child Nico Robin versus Charlotte Amode. And time to find the road Poneglyph. Her built-up frustration was enough to gain Robin the upper hand against Amode, as she overwhelmed the enemy with her limbs. Amode was not even able to breathe as Robin stood on top. Her primary mission was to obtain the ever-so-elusive road Poneglyph that caused their crew's demise. 2 years ago they lost their chance, and yet here they were given another chance to right their wrongs. All thanks to Luffy. Her Luffy. She blushed at the thought and shook it off. For the moment, she had something important to do. Amode lost to Robin. Robin going deep into Big Mom's territory to obtain her road Poneglyph. Capone Gang Bajet versus Charlotte Kaidza. Bajet smoked his cigar as Kaidza sized him. The powerhouse was the first to strike as he brought his haki-infused fist forward. Though his fist would never reach the gang boss as he was shrunk into a tiny little creature as he entered Bajet's range. His rapid descent was met with a gang of Bajet's men within his body, to which they immediately ganged up on him. Bajet smiled to himself as he made his legs into a tank tire and traveled through the battlefield, with Kaidza disappearing from the world. Now where was he headed? To Chiffon's room to take her things, as Bajet was determined to move his beloved wife away from this damned land. To get there he would have to steal a boat, then travel to her island where she was the Minister of Puff. When Bajet was making his way to the dock, he was stopped by a body falling directly in front of him. It was a fried man who was still twitching from getting massively electrocuted. Bajet looked back and found that Enel was floating by, delivering his handiwork. I apologize for the intrusion of Bajet, but the Eggman was needed to put in his place, said Enel as he stood alongside Bajet. Nah, don't worry about it, Bajet replied, but he had to go get his wife's stuff, so he left in a hurry. See you, he called out. Enel waved goodbye at Bajet, but he felt something coming at a rapid rate. Thank God for his reaction time, as Enel was able to substitute himself into pure lightning, appearing behind Bajet. Bajet was confused as he felt a strong wind on his back. As he turned around, all he could see was a crackle of electricity along with a bright beam of yellow light, diverting away from him. If Enel would have been even a millisecond late, a hole would have been on the back of Bajet's head. Oh well, if it isn't the prison rat. The two figures landed on the far mountains of Whole Cake Island. Their momentum brought them far away as what would be necessary for their climactic battle. Kizaru, it had been some time. Enel had intercepted the deadly strike of the one and only Marine Admiral Kizaru. Kaidza lost to Bajet. Tamago lost to Enel. Enel versus Admiral Kizaru. The Marines are here. Whitebeard pirates with Straw Hat pirates versus chess soldiers. The Marines have arrived, floating the shores of Whole Cake Island, engaging both the Big Mom pirates and the Straw Hat pirates. Usopp and Frankie had their hands full as they engaged the hot-blooded Marines. Sanji, who brought his wife, Pudding, with him and joined his crewmate Jinbei, came along with Brook as the two eldest of the crew went to work on the Marines, who pushed their forces back. Vista found himself in collision with a particularly powerful soldier, one of which was not supposed to be here. It was in his understanding that there was a party that was supposed to stall these people. Surprised to see you here, Marine, said Vista, allowing his flower to circle around the enemy swordsman's blade. Yeah, well, here we are, replied Marine Vice Admiral Momonga. Vista versus Vice Admiral Momonga. Flamenco brought out a net and an axe from his cheek pocket, as his enemy was very powerful. Vice Admiral Doberman had arrived, whose men were fighting their forces. Flamenco versus Vice Admiral Doberman. Izo tried to fight the separate limbs of the enemy. He was a skillful swordsman due to being a samurai of Wano, but his enemy was a Vice Admiral of the Marine, so he had his work cut out for him. No biggie, just Vice Admiral Onagumo. Izo versus Vice Admiral Onagumo. Across the ways was Marco, who found himself having to melt a flurry of plant life that threatened to bury him. He took several steps back as he continued to be bombarded by the plants. Oi, enough already, Marco called, knowing full well who had come for him. No can do, Phoenix, for I, Admiral Ryokujiu, will put you to your place. Marco versus Admiral Ryokujiu. Diamond Jazu found himself in a predicament, for despite his indestructible nature, he was being pounded by a certain purple-haired admiral. It was a matter of if Zephyr could destroy Diamond with his bare fist, or if Jazu could hold out. Truly a difficult situation. Jazu versus Admiral Zephyr. Whitebeard tossed an enemy across the battlefield. He was wanting to join the fight against Linlin, but he knew that he would be needed here, due to the fact that some strong people had finally arrived. Whitebeard instinctively ducked down, as a fist of magma was out to get him. Newgate, I shall deliver absolute justice over your decapitated head. Before Whitebeard was a fearless Marine admiral, who stood in the sea of pirates to make sure that he would face off with Whitebeard. Muara, you're 10 years too early to challenge me, dog. Whitebeard and Akenu were now the same age due to the age manipulation that Bonnie performed. And if the normal timeline saw Whitebeard decimate Akenu, what would this timeline bring? Whitebeard versus Admiral Akenu. Sand King Crocodile versus Charlotte Opera. Crocodile had drained Opera of his fluids, effectively shrinking the size of the former massive man into nothing but a wrinkled old suit. He wasn't dead, just extremely dehydrated. Crocodile tossed Opera to the side only to find himself surrounded by white smoke. Well, if it isn't the sand asshole. Before him was a white-haired man, scarred from his experience as a Marine. He removed his shades, revealing his deadly gaze. Along his mouth were 3 cigars, as he covered his surroundings with white smoke. And the smoked fucker. Crocodile had a bone to pick with this particular man, as this was the man who cuffed him and put him in his cell and impelled down. This was going to be sweet, sweet revenge. No cuffs on me this time. Opera lost to Crocodile. Crocodile versus Vice Admiral Smoker. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk versus Charlotte Snack. Was it even a question? 11 years ago, Mihawk utterly destroyed Snack in the mirror world. And fast forward to present time, and Snack was still a weakling, and Mihawk was now the strongest swordsman in the world, though Mihawk immediately felt something heavy, as if he was being weighed down. Finally a worthy opponent, for before him was a swordsman, his blade slightly exposed to release a little bit of his ability. Finally someone to challenge him. Today you rest in the depth of hell, Hawkeye. The swordsman pulled out his blade, multiplying the level of gravitational intensity, though Mihawk remained unfazed, despite feeling the pressure. We'll see, Fujitora. And once more, Yuru is out for blood. Snack lost to Mihawk. Mihawk versus Admiral Fujitora. Dogtooth Katakuri versus Charlotte Prospero. Prospero was no match for his younger brother. Katakuri was beating him at every turn, smashing through his hardened candy shield with his Machai mace. His candy shattered into hundreds of pieces as Prospero was becoming more and more desperate. His brother has grown into an even more powerful warrior than he remembered while he relaxed and lived out his days in the safety of Big Mom's name. This would be his ultimate downfall as Katakuri continued to bombard him with Machai Fist, manifesting from donut holes that floated around Katakuri. Prospero was on the floor, unable to move due to the beatdown, though that wasn't really the primary event of this war, for the Marines were here, and more importantly, the hero was before him. We need to talk, said the old man. If it was anyone else, Katakuri would have attacked them. What for? Asked Dogtooth. Not here. And just like a typhoon, Garp delivered a powerful punch that sent the former emperor to the edge of Whole Cake Island, away from all the craziness, to talk about something, whatever that meant. Prospero lost to Katakuri. Kataru versus Vice Admiral Garp. On the belly of the largest Marine ship, 4 figures were scouting the prison unit. No, not you, said a woman whose glasses were swirled. Any luck, Knighton? Called out a gorilla, one of which happened to be named Scarlet. The tall gorilla was knocking out every pirate who tried to pretend like they were the person he was looking for, effectively eliminating any imposer. Hurry on and keep looking, you buffoon. We have to find him, we have to find him, called out a clown man, whose hair was a funky color of blue. Hey, be a little nicer to Scarlet, Indigo, said Garam, though still no luck. On another cell block, 2 more people were looking for their target. One was Bayajack, who has since obtained a muscular feature along with a healthier appearance. He was no longer the sickly man that relied on Byandy for anything. Sebastian worked with Bayajack to find their target, but he too had no luck. Until finally, the person they were looking for caught a painful tune. That's who they were looking for, and they found him. They finally located. Who the hell are you people? Bayajack was in front of his cell, with Sebastian obtaining the key and opening it. Hello Morgans, we are the Straw Hat Pirates. Care to join us? Asked Bayajack as he was now joined by Knighton, Garam, Scarlet, and Indigo. The 4 not believing that they were beat out by Bayajack on finding their target. Kiwaha, so he comes for me then. Morgans got up, dusted his dirty attire and opened his wings. Fine then, let's join the party, called Morgans, as he obtained the key to release his staff who had a bone to pick with the Marine. And yet people must have forgotten that the titanic battle between 2 emperors were underway, Big Mom against Muara. Years of built-up animosity was finally coming to full head, as the strongest woman in the world was going against the strongest man in the world. East Blue. In the Sea of the East Blue, a small ship containing 10 royal guards of Alabasta and 1 blue-haired princess. Amongst the royal guards was Pell, the strongest warrior of Alabasta, who watched over the princess. It is his duty to watch over the princess with his life, and despite being against her decision to leave her kingdom to see Muara, he was their savior, the man who gave them rain in the olden times. Gosh, has it been that long already? Pell, I see it. I see his home island. The princess of Alabasta was politically savvy, well-respected, and sought after by many suitors, but she never really got over her first love, the man who punched his way to her heart. She thought he was dead, and yet, here he was, back from the dead. "Ah, I see that, princess," replied the guard, though suddenly he felt an evil intent. "Princess." Pell immediately used his body as a shield while the entire roof of the room was wiped clear off. Above them was a red-haired man with 2 mechanical arms, one in which had a sadistic smile over his face. "Well, what do I have here? Who the hell are you?" asked Vivi, demanding an answer as she brought out her twin peacock slasher. Not that it was any good, as the man just pulled in her metallic weapon. "A man looking for a date with your hubby," replied the magnetic man, and suddenly his metallic arm was sent at Vivi, only for Pell to kick the metal objects away from the princess he swore to protect with his life. Defiant, I see. But that the red-haired man unleashed a flurry of metallic objects, hurled at the head guard of Alabasta. He dodged and twisted, kicked and punched while maintaining the safety of the princess. He took a metal pipe through the thigh that was meant for the princess, a spike of scrap metal through his forearm that would have pierced through her. The red-haired man smiled sadistically. "This will be fun." His onslaught continued until finally, the stamina of the Alabasta warrior was fully deflated. Try as he may, Pell was no match for this new world captain, and Vivi could only do so much as she was the primary target of the crazed man. "I've grown tired of you." And Kid, the man which tormented them that day, grabbed Pell with his metal hand and squeezed him into submission. Then, like the bastard that he is, he tossed Pell into the open ocean water, knowing full well that the Zoan would not be able to swim. "No, Pell." Vivi tried to swim after her friend, but Kid had other ideas, as she was also encased in a metal confinement. "Calm down, woman. Everyone dies eventually. You will too, after you've served your purpose." Kid then brought her metal encasing aboard his ship, the Victoria Punk, and tried as she may, Vivi was not going to be able to get out of this one. So aboard the Punk Victoria, she was forced to enter the dungeon, where she was bound by her arms. Kid then left her and closed the dark dungeon prison of the ship. "Hello, hello." Vivi tried to scream, to no avail as nobody would hear her. Tears welled up in her eyes in desperation. Who is this guy, and why did she go after her? And Pell must be dead. Oh God, what will she do now? Is anyone there? A female voice called out from the other end of her cell. Vivi immediately perked up at some company. "Hello, I am Vivi of Alabasta, here against my will," called Vivi. The voice which spoke was weak, possibly held against her will. The light shined in her face for a moment, only to reveal the beautiful face of Princess Viola of Dressrosa. "I am as well. I reckon you were on your way to see Luffy as well?" asked the princess, to which Vivi nodded slowly. "For some reason, they are after him. This Kid guy has a force of 9 strong new world captains. What should we do? What we can ... wait." And with that they entered a period of silence, desperation, and anger. For the 2 women were strong political figures, strong individual women, and here they were being used as leverage against him. "These pirates will pay." Though up above, they could hear him on the loudspeaker, spouting off some threat, possibly towards Dawn Island, where Luffy should be. "I got Nefertari Vivi aboard this damn ship, and Riku Viola. You better show yourself, Muara," exclaimed Kid, to which the air was filled with silence. Then explosions, and then more silence. Suddenly the roof of the ship was ripped clean off by an unfamiliar face. He was a black-haired young man, with the Ace of Spades tattooed along his forearm. Though when he tried to reach down to free them, an invisible barrier pushed him backwards. Then the 2 princesses couldn't see anything again until the ship was suddenly frozen, and around them, shadow figures emerged and made their way out of the hole. A man fell through the hole and was cradled, crying while saying that he was useless. Vivi and Viola shared a look. What the hell was going on up there? Whole Cake Island, and the island of Chiffon. Beja was finally able to gather her things, not missing even a single dress as he emptied out her castle. If he missed anything, he would be dead. She made that clear. And nothing is scarier than a woman's fury. So he gathered all of her things and eventually left, returning to the main island to regroup with everyone. And what he found was insanity, as Marines, Straw Hat Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates were engaged in an all-out battle. Crazy, huh? Beside him, Robin appeared from out of nowhere. She had a grin on her face as she pocketed a mirror. "Tell me about it. Did you get the road poneglyph?" asked Beja. As one of the strategists of the crew, he knew the entirety of the plan. "Yep, I placed it in Brulee's mirror world just as planned," replied Robin casually. "Oh, you know, just another day in taking a road poneglyph from a Yonko." "All right, well, ready to join the craziness?" asked Beja, transforming himself into a tank. Sure, let's go. Robin crossed her hands and manifested a set of beautiful wings made out of her hands. Millefleur, Alas and Robin began to fly after Budget, joining the massive war which they were currently living through. Open sea. There was a war across the ocean, where two other emperors were going against one another. Shanks and Kaido exchanged blows, evenly matched in their conquest for dominance. Beckman was contesting the power of King. Queen stood over the struggling figure of Buggy, and Jack could not get close to Yasopp, but the sniper could not damage the mammoth. Though Shanks had two massive miscalculations. One, Kaido had figured out a way to resurrect his dead card from his deck. Joker, the string user, went through the battlefield, first going through Daz Bones and pinning him on the ground with his string ability. Center Pink and Django were stringed together, allowing the numbers they were facing to play with them like a soccer ball. How did he achieve this feat? Well, it was quite simple, as Kaido laughed internally, the memory of his dealings with the world still clear in his mind. 20 years ago, he took control of Wano, under the puppet daimyo of Orochi. 9 years ago, tomorrow, send the Flying Six to kill 1 or 2 of Linland's children. This will teach her to stay in her territory, so that the 3 calamities can agree to the plan. A massive smile on their individual faces. Chapter 23. Though the Flying Six went and returned with Big Mom, who went willingly and had an offer for Kaido. Leave her island alone. And in exchange she would revive his precious Joker back into his former glory. Though there would be a catch, he would be zombie-like, with no emotions or aspiration, just servitude to the dragon. Kaido took the deal with another caveat. He would owe her one, which he promptly accepted, obtaining the service of a Joker once more, which had no thoughts but to follow his orders. 4 years ago, the favor which he owed would end up stopping the Whitebeard pirates from interfering with her war with Katakuri's Straw Hats. All they had to do was dent Whitebeard's land and get out, causing Whitebeard to miss his chance to help his friends. Wara fools. 1 year ago, in a more recent development, Kaido was able to control the black market and, more importantly, be involved in a devil fruit dealing with Blackbeard. In exchange, he provided him with masterful crafted weapons exclusive only to Wano. A fruitful relationship that sort of made them business partners. Allies? Hell no, as their pride and ambition was too big. Shanks' second miscalculation was not accounting for this alliance, as Blackbeard appeared from thin air, fresh from his massacre of Dawn Island, with victory already plastered across his face. Zehahaha, red-haired, how is the scar treating you? Asked Blackbeard, in which case annoyed Shanks greatly. Though their predicament was more dire than that, as the 9 Titanic captains of Blackbeard were present, and it had become a hopeless situation. There is only one way out of this one. Someone will have to be left behind. So with a powerful swing of his blade, he created a ripple on the group, bringing out his superior haki through the cracks as if to warn anyone of crossing the line. A line appeared from all the fighters separating them. Ben was separated from his clash with King. Buggy's bloody form was pulled from Queen, and Yasopp just had to keep his distance, as Jack could not even reach him. Ben, I order you to retreat now. He never once turned around, though his order was loud and clear. But what about you, Captain? This I must do, replied Shanks, to which he sent out another pulse of his haki to send back the Beast Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. Buggy regretfully agreed with Shanks. They had to retreat. Without the captain, they stood no chance against 2 Yonko crews. A noble sacrifice, red hair, exclaimed Kaido, now morphing into his dragon form, preparing his massive breath attack. But nobody will escape today. Kaido unleashed his breath, creating a massive destruction in the near vicinity. But with his sword, Shanks absorbed the strike, cutting it so as to not allow it to reach his retreating friends. Meanwhile, Teach simply watched, as his presence was enough to cause a panic within the red-haired, Straw Hat Alliance, though the zombie Joker was a nice touch. He liked how Kaido operated. What the hell is going on out here? A small man with a round plump nose arrived via a massive golden ship. He wore a gold kimono signifying his stature. Go home, Orochi. You don't need to be involved in this, called Kaido, to which the large man responded. Fine, Kaido, but hurry along. News of their arrival is spreading throughout the land. We need to take care of this, yelled Orochi before ordering his ship to turn around. As his daily stroll was rudely interrupted by these damn invaders, little did Orochi know that these invaders were as powerful as Kaido. Hurry after them, exclaimed the Beast Pirates, with the 9 Titanic captain remaining dormant, waiting for their captain's orders. The All-Stars and Tobai Rappo had grown bored of the exchange, leaving as soon as the fight had left. Interestingly enough, King and Shiryu exchanged a deadly look, and Avalo Pizarro shook hands with Queen. They had a fire festival to prepare for, and Blackbeard continued to watch as they fled, like the cockroaches that they are. He laughed as Kaido and Shanks continued to exchange blows. Then Shanks was fighting for his life. The allies would be long gone when Shanks finally met his downfall. Once he did, the crew immediately chained him with a new breed of sea prism cuffs. You will die in the grandest way possible, red-haired. Kaido addressed the kneeling Yonko. "We are done here, Teach." To which Teach smirked, ordering his crew to turn their ships. "Sure, Kaido, just send me the weapons." Blackbeard then began to walk away, once again coming out on top against the former cabin boy of Roger. "You did well," said a voice within his head. "A public execution for the famed red-haired Shanks during the Fire Festival," exclaimed Kaido, to which the remaining beast pirates cheered. This was a way to flame out the time-traveling bugs, along with demanding a war with Muara. Yes, Muara, who's taking care of Linlin for him. Whole cake war. In this sweet land, where the matches are set, not a single soul could know the events which would transpire that day. Luffy, the promised child, is warring with Big Mom, the remnant of the past. His allies were present, some were arriving a little later than the other. The arrival of the Marines was unexpected, yet it was not detrimental, for as long as Luffy had Big Mom in a one-on-one battle, it would be just fine. For in this moment, Muara was going to cement his claim for the sole Emperor of the Sea. Emperor Muara Monkey D. Luffy versus Emperor Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Once more the Emperor unleashed her full power. It had been a long time coming since she wanted to personally kill Muara. She thought she missed her chance when he apparently died, but he was actually alive all this time. Their exchange was magnificent, a spectacle. For each punch unleashed by Big Mom, Luffy would match her. Not a single one of them was gaining an advantage over the other. Luffy had reverted on going into awakening, filling the area with rubber qualities. Though that wasn't the extent of his abilities, for thanks to Hancock, he was able to discover something else about himself. It wasn't the time to reveal it yet, as he was not struggling from the Emperor, and neither was she. On a more minor note, she got free, Flamp got out of her bondage, and her first order of business was to help Mama to slow Muara for even just half a step. So she snuck past the battles, the bodies, and the chaos. She got into position and found herself near enough to launch her darts. Luffy sensed her arrival. He sensed her will to smite him. And yet Luffy did not need to do anything about her, as a beautiful butterfly swooped down and slammed the smug child into the ground for her attempt to interrupt his battle with Big Mom. Luffy smiled to himself as he felt who it was. Number 0 of the Vinsmoke family, Poison Pink Ryuju. Without needing to turn around, Luffy thanked the pink-haired beauty. "Good looking out," called out Luffy as he jumped from an incoming thunder strike from Zeus. He didn't need the help, but he sure appreciated it. Ryuju stared at him for just a moment as she returned to the battle, and her eyes twinkled at what she saw. In her mind, all she could think of was delicious, as she licked her lips at such a tasty snack of a man. Luffy smirked at her obvious lust for him, but he had something to deal with. He'll say hi to her later. He knew they were watching, his queens were. And to ensure that he was going to get some of the best nights of his life, Luffy decided to show off a little. Big Mom delivered a Prometheus-infused flaming punch at Luffy, to which he casually dodged, and Luffy kicked the Yonko straight through her ugly mug. Big Mom stumbled slightly but quickly recovered, only to find Luffy in her face, with a massive gear third fist straight through her skull. That one was for Robin. Once again Big Mom took more step backwards, now drifting away from the whole cake shadow. Her overarching belief that she would come out victorious with the head of Muara was starting to become nothing but a bleak dream. Luffy pursued her, launching a rain of jet Gatling that met Big Mom head-on, causing her to stumble several more steps backwards. That one was for Hancock. He then brought his rubber arms together, twisting them into a complicated knot and smashing down directly onto Big Mom's head. Not even Napoleon could stop the rapid descent of the strongest man of the world. That one was for Ryuju. Then he was broken out of his streak by remembering his promise with Viola and Vivi. He wondered if they still think about him. Now that she was of age, would Vivi still remember his promise? Would Viola remember their love? Or did she move on? For crying out loud, this was frustrating. In Big Mom's mind, the man was the real deal. At first she would not believe that Newgate would come out the loser against this scrawny little fucker. But now, Big Mom's confidence was replaced with desperation as the man was pushing her to her limits. In her lowest point, she could do it, but that would cause the collapse of her kingdom, her entire work. She could not do it. That was a last resort. But if it meant coming out victorious, then so be it. For now she openly challenged the Straw Hat Man by defying his push to be the king. She brought Napoleon straight down his thick skull, and yet he took the strike head on, once more countering her power move with his absolute defense. Zeus Thunder was ineffective against the Rubber Man, and only Prometheus was giving him a little bit of trouble. And by a little it truly was minor. She would have to endure his strike. Maybe then he would finally give way. But the piece of shit was able to survive 9 years in ice, so his endurance was out of this world. Big Mom hopped on the back of Zeus, launching herself in the sky, a streak of purple lightning trailing her, trying to strike down her pursuer. Though that wasn't her goal, for her goal was quite simple. Muara followed her, using his bound man form to chase her up. The higher they went, the more her smile grew, as she was baiting him, telling him to follow her. Luffy looked up, chasing at the fleeing emperor. This could not be it, as she was an emperor of the sea, so why was she fleeing? Then his answer was finally revealed as a storm of lightning and sunfire surrounded Luffy in the sky. Below them, people looked up as they saw that the sky was covered by the hellfire and black lightning. Luffy looked around him, as Big Mom had guised herself in the chaos, effectively splitting her presence into 4, one of which would represent one of the homies. If he had to guess, she would have to be the one due north, as she was a true representation of pride and she would not take anything else but the north. So Luffy charged forward, unleashing a massive King Kong gun straight through the cloud and finally connecting with Napoleon the Bighorn Blade. In confusion, Luffy looked around him, finding that the 3 other beings were no longer there and instead the 3 powers were merged and raining down on him. For Big Mom was now coming down from the sky, like a meteor from outer space, crashing down on the unsuspecting pirate. Luffy brought both arms in front of him, covering himself in armament. He tried to defend himself as much as he could, but Big Mom's full weight, plus the rapid descent, combing with the force generated by a backburner created by Prometheus and energy created by Zeus, Luffy had no choice but to meet the crash head-on. His rapid descent felt like his soul left his body, staying in the hellfire and thunder-covered sky. But in a blink of an eye, he was sent from the sky to the ground. And further down he went as Big Mom's momentum was truly astronomical. Though it was strange, as Luffy saw his vision flicker. Oh no, he was going to see Big Mom's life. Mother Caramel, where are you, Mother Caramel? This was the thought of a young Big Mom, overlooking the ocean. She had been waiting for days, waiting for the return of dear old Mother Caramel. Her purpose was to create a world where Mother Caramel would be happy, a world where all her friends could have fun and enjoy themselves, a world where all people could live together in harmony. And yet she was very misguided. She was a child at heart, and if anyone opposed her, she would use her full force to discipline them. Fast forward several days to which Stussy found her, convincing her of a world where she could have peace and harmony between all the races of people, and she bit. Interesting enough, Stussy took this partnership as his stepping stone to major prominence, a world where he could cook any food that he wanted and serve any food that he wanted, and Linlin's stomach was insatiable. Then in order to grow her strength, Linlin ventured out to find people in her new land, but she ended up losing to a very powerful man. Zebek was his name. She ended up joining him for some time to gain knowledge on her goal, his goal to be the queen of the pirates. By doing so, she would have a monopoly on the world, and nobody could defy her, nobody. In her crew were Kaido, Shiki, Whitebeard, John, Shaki, bunch of weaklings. Not one could measure to her ambitions. Linlin ended up leaving the Rocks Pirate due to God's Valley incident, where Zebek lost to Garp. When she thought she found a man that could measure to her expectation, well, she was mistaken. So this newfound discovery that not a single man could be enough for her caused her to realize what she needed to do. For she needed to produce children, partner with different races of men to make sure that her reign would encompass all. From then onward, she became known as Big Mom. Throughout the entirety of the vision, Luffy could care less. In fact, he barely paid attention, as he really did not care about what her past was. All he cared about was the present in regards to Big Mom. His current predicament was dire, as the memory finally disappeared. He found himself under the full weight of the crashing Big Mom, unable to move a single muscle. Luffy must have lost consciousness several times as his back collided with the solid earth behind him. His poor judgment caused this to happen, and now he had to pay for it. He had to pay for it with his body. Just as her momentum finally slowed, the massive crater created by her impact was enough for the ocean water to begin flooding it. Big Mom hopped away from his broken body and let the ocean water crash on top of him, and such is the form of the crater, the ocean water was headed straight for his unmoving body. Try as he may, he was unable to move. He looked up as the ocean water was starting to filter in. Any minute now he was going to be swallowed by the sea that he loved so dearly. It was his time then. Too bad he wasn't able to achieve the stuff he set out to achieve. Damn, he will die once more. This time it was permanent. But he can't go, not quite yet. He had a promise. He had to keep it, no matter what. He could not die, or Hancock and Robin will kill him. The promise which he gave Viola and Vivi would be empty. And he would never know if Nami truly felt a certain way about him. His friends would kill him too, his Armada and his allies. He was not going to die from this, hell to the fucking no. And to his surprise, his body suddenly stood up. Despite the pain, despite the fatigue, he was up on his feet. The ocean water was coming closer and closer, attempting to fill the void left by the female emperor. He yelled for his body to respond, to move, and yet he was stuck on both feet, and the ocean water was finally in his face. This was his limit, this was it. You must survive. A voice echoed throughout his mind as the ocean water came crashing down on him. Who was that voice? Though more importantly, energy drained throughout his body as he began to submerge in the ocean water. He was getting weaker and weaker by being underwater, though from the depth of the earth. He felt trembling as something was making its way up, and it spoke to him. Hang on, called whatever, to which Luffy was confused. What did that mean? Who was speaking to him? and suddenly, a black staff emerged from underneath him, and with every ounce of his strength, Luffy grabbed onto the staff, which then launched him straight up. The speed of the launch was so quick that it only took a moment for Luffy to emerge back to the surface of the whole cake shadow, where Big Mom was waiting. "I knew that wasn't enough to kill you," called out Big Mom. But Luffy would have been dead if it wasn't for this black staff. Luffy caught his breath as he stared down Big Mom defiantly, with now the black staff on his hands. "You have summoned me," called out the voice, then it was silent once more. The staff was on his hands, and suddenly it extended into a great length, rapidly piercing the cloud which Big Mom stood on. "What is the meaning of this?" exclaimed Big Mom as Zeus was split in two. She landed on both feet to a loud crash. Zeus was just starting to merge with its scattered pieces, but the black staff had a mind of its own as it multiplied into 100 pieces and accurately struck Zeus, scattering it into even tinier pieces. Big Mom stared at the Straw Hat Man. For the first time in her life, she felt fear. How long has it been since she truly questioned her own abilities to match up with someone who can shatter her confidence? Was it during the time with rocks? Kaido was a fun plaything. Newgate was a weak man whose intentions were to build a loving family. Shiki was very ambitious, and Captain John was a lecherous bastard. Too bad for Shaki running off with Silvers. Ah yes, the feeling of utter desperation. How could she get out of this mess? Meanwhile, Luffy had questions on his own. Who the hell was this staff, and why the hell is he wielding it? So there was Luffy with his new long staff, against Big Mom with Prometheus and Napoleon, along with Zeus that slowly reconstructed itself. And Luffy, well, he felt the strength of the black long staff along his hands. He felt it. It spoke to him. It was saying its name. Enma. The power coursed from all over his body as he spoke its name. The staff twirled in the air until it finally settled in the hands of Luffy once more. The staff spoke to him as if to instruct him how to wield the magnificent weapon. "Command me as you will, my king," called out the voice, to which Luffy found that he was in sync with the weapon. The possibilities of the combined techniques with his gum fruit and this amazing staff. What were its powers? The combinations were endless. Expand Enma. With his command, the once normal-sized black long staff grew exponentially. It was aimed towards Big Mom, who brushed off the strike, using Napoleon to deflect the strike. At that moment, all people were able to feel it, from Whitebeard to Katakuri, then Mihawk to Zephyr, Akenu to Kizaru, from Linlin to Ryukaju. All across Whole Cake Island they knew. They all knew that the real king was here. Whole Cake War. Katakuri with Vice Admiral Garp. "Damn, old man, what do you want?" Katakuri caressed his jaw. The punch from the Vice Admiral was very painful, though nothing completely damaging. "Shut up, brat. Quiet down, someone might hear us." Garp placed a massive boulder on the entranceway of the cave, sealing it from any outside interference. "What is so important, old man? If you weren't Captain's family, I would not even give you this chance. Listen here, brat. You are all in great danger today. The fucking world government has created 3 Plutons headed this way. We are only here to keep you all here. Once it arrives, it will destroy everything in sight." Garp had gotten close to Katakuri and whispered the information to him, afraid that somebody might hear. "If it's anything like the one that attacked Sphinx, then we're in a world of crap." Katakuri began to fall into the memory of the war on Sphinx, how it took the combined effort of 4 Emperor-level warriors to halt the advances of the massive ship of destruction, how it left more than half of Whitebeard's forces in shambles. "Exactly, you damn brat. So as soon as Luffy comes out victorious against Big Mom, signal a retreat. Somehow, someway, you will all have to leave out of here. Way ahead of you, old man." In the hand of Katakuri was a mirror, meaning Broly and company were listening. "Got it, sis." "Yes, brother," exclaimed Broly. Lopez grabbed the mirror device and began to coo at seeing his uncle. "Hello, little one," said Katakuri, to which Chiffon took her son back and apologized for the baby interrupting the conversation. "Sorry about that, brother." She apologized once more, but Katakuri just waved it off. "Well then, it seems like we're all set here. Just stay here until then, since they will think we are fighting." Garp took a seat on a rock but felt a presence nearby. Somebody had been listening in. "Katakuri, there is someone." Garp never got to finish his sentence, as Katakuri had already manifested his trident and tossed it at the eavesdropper, though the spy was able to catch the trident. It was a Cypher Paul agent, who was strong, stronger than those present in the current battles. Garp and Katakuri looked at one another. "You want this one?" asked Garp. "Sure," replied Katakuri, cracking his fist together. The former Yonko rushed the Cypher Paul agent, immediately going for the mask as to reveal who his enemy was. The Cypher Paul agent overestimated himself, as it turned out. Dogtooth was no joke, so his mask fell off, revealing a muscular brown-haired man. And the man, as foolish as he is, attempted to use his power, which was his stomach superheating, creating a smelt of sorts. He then took Katakuri's trident and tried to place it within himself, but Dogtooth was too fast, as he was successful in taking his trident back and knocking out the Cypher Paul agent with a roundhouse kick. One kick and the dog of the world noble was out. Pitiful. Not too bad, but you wasted your movement when you could have just kicked him straight on. commented the master warrior, not shying from giving pointers to the former Yonko. How would you do it then, old man? Asked Katakuri, to which Garp took a step forward. With the cipher Paul slowly getting up on his feet, Garp delivered a bone-shattering kick straight to the smelt man's face, sending him crashing to the walls of the cave, effectively knocking him out. See, a straight kick. Got it, responded Katakuri, surprised at seeing firsthand the power of the hero. He was Captain's grandparent after all. Nami versus CP0 Kumadori. As it turned out, the masked Cipher Paul agent was Kumadori, formerly a member of CP9, training up to CP0 in order to surpass his old acquaintances. They all disappeared, leaving him on his own. Not like that stupid brat. Nero was good company anyway. His mastery of his hair technique was bar to none. And funny enough, nobody lives long enough to learn his secret technique. Lady, please surrender or I must adhere to my duties to murder you in cold blood. This was Kumadori's declaration. Too bad Nami was no pushover. Try it if you want. Nami placed her weather staff in her pocket, folding it neatly. She then got into form, placing her right palm forward with her left hand resting on the back of her hip. Her right leg was in front of the left and she invited Kumadori to attack. Her form was similar to different instructors over the course of her life, for the woman who was once tormented by fishmen in her previous life was now the master of their craft. She owned it and mastered it and has become a pure brawler when called upon. Kumadori commanded his hair to separate into 4 limb-like entities. The closest one to Nami attempted to grab her swiftly, ending the predicament, though Nami stopped on the hair, twisting her legs and causing enough friction to burn the part which she had stepped on. Kumadori shredded the burning hair and used another hair limb to attack Nami, who countered with deflecting the hair and then chopping down. Eventually Kumadori will run out of hair. Nami is betting on that. The Cyberfall agent gritted his teeth, pulling his last 2 limb hair to strike down the woman. Nami twisted her body, avoiding the strike, though her mistake was jumping in the air as Kumadori was finally able to grab her by her ankles. Finally, he exclaimed in joy as he pulled in the struggling warrior in order to observe her. Observe before he would cut her throat ... as would be the way of the Cipher Paul. Nami wiggled and flailed around to no avail, as Kumadori had a tight grasp on her. The lecherous man began to formulate a way to toy with the innocent woman before taking care of her. He used one of his free limbs to slowly remove her top, revealing the undergarment of Nami. Kumadori blushed feverishly as her helplessness was making him excited. Nami helplessly tried to get out of her bind. Years of training, years of hard work, and here she was dying by the hands of a pervert. She let tears escape her eyes as Kumadori continued to ride higher and higher up her thigh. Then a thought crossed her mind. She could not lose there. Not here, not now. So with every 1 ounce of her strength, she kicked and used her free feet to try and kick her way out of her predicament. Despite her effort, it was hopeless as the pervert got scaringly close to her private area. Help, was her thought as the man was going to violate her. Her tears would never touch the ground as something happened. From out of nowhere, something appeared before her, standing in between Nami and Kumadori. He was a man, possessed with anger. Nijiwara, come back here, exclaimed an angry emperor in the distance, demanding the return of Nami's savior. In one fell motion, the man had used his new black staff to slice the hair which bound Nami, catching her before she fell. Are you all right? One arm was holding her full weight, while the other still held the black long staff. He gently brought her down and gave her a smile. I must go, he said. Within a blink of an eye, the black staff expanded enough to penetrate clear through Kumadori, his heart coming out on the other side of his body. The anger in Luffy's eyes was evident. If looks could kill, everyone would be dead. Do not touch my Nami, he said before pulling his extended staff back and returning it to its original form. With one final look at Nami, Luffy shifted to his bound man form and returned with his combat with Big Mom. In Nami's mind, she found it reassuring that he was watching over her, despite being in a climactic clash with a world power. She collapsed on the ground and took a deep sigh. She was alive, and Kumadori was dead. Her mirror device began to vibrate, so she pulled it out from her back pocket and found Broly on the other end. Tactical retreat, said Nami, and she noticed quickly that the Marines were slowly going backwards, returning to their ships. Something was going on. Copy, replied Nami. She had to let the rest of the crew know. But first, Nami delivered a powerful kick through the guts of the lifeless Kumadori. That was more for herself, to make herself feel better. Another one for her sake. It made her feel much better. On her way to the battle, she unleashed a flurry of thundercloud strikes and numerous weather eggs all over the battlefield, angry that she was about to be violated. Though happy that she was saved by the captain ... The captain ... Her heart skipped several beats at the thought of him. Her crush for him was definitely growing into something more, but what could it mean? Arlong versus CP0 agent. Underwater, Arlong found that the enemy agent was swimming against him. He knew immediately that his enemy was a fisherman like himself, and he was very skilled in underwater combat. Arlong went after his sinking trident, retrieving it quickly and switching his trajectory to his enemy. Surprisingly, the enemy agent caught up with him, and that on its own was impressive since Arlong was one of, if not, the fastest fishman in the entire world. Though Arlong did not panic, instead he swiped with his trident, catching the enemy agent off guard. The mask of the agent revealed a face of a young fighter fishman, whose tenacious intensity is well known amongst the fishman population. "Kid, do you really want to die?" Though Arlong received a punch in the face as an answer from the enemy. In another world, maybe he could have molded this young man into a powerful member of his army. Come to think of it, why not? So with a new goal in mind, Arlong took the second punch of the enemy agent and twisted it so that he would hold the fighting fishman against his will. The pain was intense, but the enemy would not even utter a scream in their underwater war zone. The kid pulled back though Arlong pursued him, forming into an underwater torpedo, zooming straight to the enemy with his trident over his head. The enemy tried to avoid the strike, but Arlong was faster than the Cypher Paul agent, effectively piercing him through his stomach. The blue fishman blood floats freely in the open sea, though Arlong immediately wrapped the kid with his own shirt as to stop the bleeding. With a confused expression on his face, he looked at Arlong, wondering what was happening. "You are my enemy ... Why do you assist me?" The confused fighter fishman asked the seasoned warrior. "What's your name, kid?" Arlong asked, floating beside the kid. "Dellinger," though by revealing his name, he was sentenced to death by the world government. Oh well, he was dead anyway by losing. "Come with me, Dellinger. I'll make you a better soldier than what those damned celestial dragons are doing." "Okay," replied the child, though passing out from being manhandled by the strongest warrior of the sea. All his life his mission was to kill. It was nice to meet someone who can't be killed by him. Maybe he will learn some things from him. "Arlong," a voice echoed throughout a mirror, one of which had not rung in many years. Arlong's heart skipped several beats, as it was the love of his life, the woman who he had to let go due to his duty. Her voice remained beautiful as the day he fell for her. For a man who was revered as the strongest in all his population, he sure trembled at the thought of speaking with his former lover. Did she still love him? Yes. Arlong deadpanned as Dellinger took the mirror from Arlong's hands and spoke on his behalf, as Arlong was not answering Bruley. Who are you?" asked Bruley, with Arlong swiftly taking the mirror from Dellinger's hands. "Bruley," he finally answered, finally appearing before her in such a long time. Her heart ached at the sight of him, as did his. "Arlong ... We are initiating strategic retreat." "Okay," was his short response as the call dropped. He took a deep breath as he found the pain in her eyes, the pain which he caused her. "All right, men, strategic retreat," commanded Arlong. And Dellinger, like the young man he was, continued to swim alongside his new commander, as he did not know what that meant. Everyone else seems to know, except him. Zoro versus CP0 Hakuba. Hakuba is a monster, a creature who is able to massacre 1,000 well-trained warriors and come out on top. Hakuba was a weapon, nothing more, nothing less. "You are pretty good." Zoro continued to exchange blows with the assassin. Neither man was pushing the other. "Help me." Suddenly, Hakuba's face swapped into a more normal-looking person. Zoro was taken a little bit back as Hakuba took over once more, cutting him slightly. What was that about? Regardless of the setback, Zoro prided himself of being one of the best swordsmen in the entire world, rivaled by only Dracula Mihawk. Now why was he going to be pushed around by this dual personality disorder guy? Zoro jumped back, placing his third blade in his mouth once more. Hakuba stood in place, his arm dragging low as he was the monster that people said he was. Meanwhile, inside Hakuba was a scared man, the former vessel of the body which they shared. Over the course of the Cypher Paul training, Hakuba was able to overtake and maintain control of the host body. Previously, Cavendish was able to keep Hakuba dormant, though the Cypher Paul found Hakuba to be more useful than Cavendish, therefore they wanted Hakuba out at all times. There was also the benefit of the mindless beast only seeking out violence, and therefore a more useful object for the world government. Funny enough, not only was his enemy powerful, but Zoro found this Hakuba to be durable, taking and receiving his heavy strikes. Each time he tried to cut him down with his three-sword style, Hakuba was able to parry and return the attack, exchanging blows with the swordsman. Though Zoro was not really struggling, in fact he was enjoying himself. "Hey monster, I want to meet your other side. It will be a fun game. I will defeat you to bring out your other personality," announced Zoro, to which Hakuba simply turned his head to the side and a shit-eating grin continued to be plastered across its face. Hakuba lunged at Zoro, bringing his blade, Durandal, to a horizontal cut. Funny enough, Zoro actually caught the handle of the blade with his Wado emoji, prying it away from Hakuba. The monster had a concerned look along its face as Sandai Kaitsu and Shusui were sharply making their way for his throat. How did Zoro obtain the Wado emoji? Well, he got it from his fallen friend. How about the Sandai Kaitsu? At a sketchy shop in Logtown. Then what about Shisui when Moria was part of the Straw Hats? Turns out, Moria had forgotten about the sword he stole from Wano and kept it hidden in his floating graveyard. Moria returned and took Shisui from Thriller Bark and gave it to Mihawk before going on his undercover mission. In turn, after Zoro finally earned the right to do so, Mihawk gave Shisui to Zoro but with the caveat of eventually returning it to its rightful place, Wano. Stop. Just like Zoro anticipated, the person within the monster came out. The dark look about his face was replaced by a handsome man, though now fearing for his life. Zoro stopped his swords from cutting the head of the monster clean off, right on time. If he was wrong, then the agent would be dead. Oh well, told you so. Zoro had a satisfied smile along his face, obtaining the psychological victory over the enemy. What's your deal? Zoro asked. We were tasked to kill as many people as we can in this war. We are supposed to kill then when we encounter someone we can't defeat, we retreat, said the other personality of Hakuba. My name is Cavendish, by the way. Thank you for taking care of Hakuba. He has been in control for so long. Cavendish. What kind of name is that? Are you a damn cabbage? Zoro had a hearty laugh in regards to Cavendish's name. And the agent began to get offended, though he changed his mind as it was better he was laughed at than being dead. So what now, cabbage? Damn it, my name is Cavendish. He then began to think of his next move. I want to pay back the world government for giving a platform for Hakuba to murder. Well, if we take care of your alter ego, I guess I can bring you along. What do you mean? As soon as you are free of Hakuba, Captain will definitely clash with the Celestial Dragons eventually, so you can get your revenge then. How will you kill Hakuba? I know a guy who can defeat Hakuba from within your soul for good. Well, of course, Zoro meant his soulful friend, Brook. Deal, responded Cavendish, though he had to see it to believe it. Kuro vs CP0 Stussy. Funny how you ants are actively trying to resist. Despite the slashes of the man with 1,000 plans, he was never able to reach the CP0 agent. With a fatal wound around Jin, Kuro was short on time, and yet he was not even able to dent the agent. Shut up. His blood was starting to boil as the agent was getting on his last nerve. Stussy, better known for her underground dealings, was a proficient fighter, manipulating and toying with her opponents. This is why she is heavily valued in her organization, for her efficiency and willingness to complete her mission no matter what. And no matter what. Kuro attempted to cut her down once more, but every time he seemed to be one step slower. He figured that she was just toying with him, letting him get close enough to annoy him. He figured this out from the moment he engaged her in battle. And so he has been a bit slower than usual, so that eventually, once she would get comfortable enough, he would then use his maximum speed. And his moment finally arrived. Though despite his trickery, Stussy was simply faster, smarter, and more clever than he was. For a man who prided himself of his superior intelligence, it was nice to be outwitted by someone else. It just means he would have to get better. But will he live long enough to learn his true potential? For Stussy, the Cypher Paul agent stabbed him through his guts, coming out on the other side. She had a satisfied smile across her face, licking her lips as she watched his collapse. Though Kuro, well, something else went through his mind at the contact with Stussy. It was brief, yet it was clear. You will all die here today. Stussy knew of the Elder Star's orders for the 3 Pluton. She wasn't given a chance to verify her kill, as a certain Albatross newsman appeared between herself and the fallen pirate. Fancy seeing you here, Stussy. Morgans was familiar with the underworld head of the Pleasure District. He knew of her involvement with the world government, but not this deep. Ditto, Morgans, so you weren't dead yet. The animosity was there, that much is evident. Indigo went after Jin and treated his deadly wound, although Violet was tasked to carry their fallen comrade, as he would need a more rapid treatment, and they would need to get him to HQ as soon as possible. Well, these damned Marines will wish that I'm dead after my next headline. Morgans waited for Stussy to move, though she did not try to attack him. Instead, she retreated back. Knighton immediately went to Kuro's side and began to resuscitate him, though his eyes never left the retreating Stussy. Kuro, well, a new realization covered his mind. As per word of mouth, he learned that the former commander of the Straw Hats was after a certain woman who killed his family. For a brief moment, Kuro saw a vision of Stussy standing before a young Rob Lucci, smiling under her mask as he watched his parents die by her own hands. For Stussy was the one that Lucci was after, the one who murdered his parents in cold blood. Though he wouldn't be able to relay this information. For one, he was passing out, and two, Lucci was nowhere to be found. Battlefield. Be it Enel vs. Admiral Kizaru, Vista vs. Vice Admiral Momonga, Flamenco vs. Vice Admiral Doberman, Jazu vs. Admiral Zephyr, Marco vs. Admiral Ryukichi, Crocodile vs. Vice Admiral Smoker, Mihawk vs. Admiral Fujitora, or Whitebeard vs. Admiral Akenu. One thing was certain, the Marines were not pushing, they were simply stalling. News came in from Bruley that the scumbag Marines were planning to wipe them all out. Kizaru disappeared in a flash of light. Momonga collided with Vista, pushed him back and jumped away from the battle. Marco watched as the plant life of Ryukijiu was being burned down by his flame and no sign of the real admiral. Crocodile had the advantage over Smoker, but the man retreated as soon as the fight was getting good. Zephyr got a good punch in on Jazu before retreating. Then Mihawk and Fujitora had to halt their battle as Fujitora retreated as well. Whitebeard yelled after Akenu as he turned tail, and as soon as the Marines were clear from Whole Cake Island, 3 massive Pluton ships emerged, immediately raining hellfire all over the territory of Big Mom. Not one of the Straw Hats nor the Whitebeard pirates questioned the decision to retreat, and everyone believed that Luffy would get out on time. So with either a door or a mirror passageway, they retreated. Monkey D. Luffy versus Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Enma was a weapon creature, not to be confused by the named Blade Enma. No, Enma is the name which was given to him by his master 850 years ago, for he was a creature created by his master. Well, that was another story. His creator manifested Enma the Longstaff from the strongest earth in the world, making it malleable enough to expand into a great length. It was carved into perfection, enough so that its entity within was able to multiply itself, making a perfect clone. It could expand and girt, making it wider than its normal size. In fact, at its peak, it could even grow to the size of mountains. Thus Enma was dubbed the weapon fit for the king. And now, after being dormant for centuries, Enma was finally awoken by the king, the reincarnation of his original master, embodied by this Luffy fellow. For the weapon has no purpose but to serve his true master. And here it was, Enma, the Longstaff, twisting and turning at the command of the king. Luffy returned to his battle with Big Mom standing defiantly in front of the former strongest woman in all the seas. No longer will that be the case once he finishes with her. Over in the distance, a buffet of weather eggs was happening, and Zeus, like the child that he was, became more interested in the event in the distance than the command of his creator. So Zeus snuck away from the battle between Luffy and Big Mom, and went to eat some thunder clouds. Prometheus noticed the retreating figure of Zeus and chased after him, leaving Big Mom with Napoleon as her only weapon against Luffy and his long staff. Doesn't matter, she was the strongest, and she still believed it. Luffy began to penetrate her guard, unleashing his new staff through the guard of Napoleon. Return to me now, Prometheus. Zeus, although neither homie listened as they enjoyed the meal provided to them by Nami. Big Mom gritted her teeth as she had to use her ace. So Big Mom slashed downwards, slightly catching Luffy off guard. He stumbled backwards as she began to open her arms outwards. She then began to glow a certain color as all of a sudden, from all over the island, life began to retreat from the homies which once filled the entire island. Her wonderland had turned into a desolate wasteland without her abilities. What was once a land filled with life was not filled with emptiness. No more life, no more citizens, no more homies, no more sweets, no more children, no more harmony. It was no longer was it her dream for Mother Caramel. Instead, she used her power to take everything she had and used that stored power to unleash her full fury against Muara. And yet Luffy did not falter, continuing to hold Enma on his side. Despite her massive power-up, Luffy kept up with her. Despite her giant bicorn blade, Luffy began to outspeed her. Despite sacrificing her dream, he continued to outperform her. And just like that, with the fall of Napoleon, Big Mom was no more. She was simply Linlin, the former emperor, now reduced to a kneeling figure. She could not process her loss, and this would be her ultimate downfall. Luffy continued to press on, once and for all deciding to end her life. He prepared Enma to strike her down one final time. As the staff got near her, the life which she lived flashed before her eyes. She smiled at the prospect of death, though it never came. For a body got in between her and her destiny. Linlin, through all her years of controlling her world, never wrapped her head around the chance of actually losing. She was one of the 4 people in the entire world closest to the One Piece. Her reign was supreme, and yet here she was, on both knees, with her eldest son standing in between her and the tip of a long staff. Please, leave my mother alone. Prospero, despite all his shortcomings, truly loved his mother. And Luffy, who's never known the love of his mother, could not relate. But Luffy understood love, and this sacrifice was enough for Luffy to put a halt in his advance. His rapid acceleration was surprisingly halted at a moment's notice, inches from piercing the heart of Prospero, who stood in front of his own mother. He removed his vest shirt and created a makeshift holding for the staff, and Luffy placed the staff, which was named Enma, on his back as he had more questions for it later. Not once did he leave the gaze of Prospero, who maintained his conviction on protecting his mother. Very well then, I won't be the judge and the jury for your mother. Luffy then began to leave, and found the defeated form of Big Mom to be satisfying. There is no more Big Mom, as most of your children have joined up with me. If you ever try to rise up or try to make a power play, remember today Linlin. And the giant woman remained unmoving in her defeat, her eyes never leaving the ground. Captain, emergency. A call was finally able to get through as Luffy pulled out a mirror to communicate with his crew. Yes, Brulee, asked Luffy. 3 Pluton ships are here, you must go. Is everyone? Though he did not finish his sentence as Brulee knew what he would ask. Yes, Captain. Everyone is safe in the mirror world. Even the citizens of Whole Cake Island were directed to safety. You are the only Straw Hat left on Whole Cake Island. Luffy looked back once more, finding Prospero comforting his own mother. Prospero, though the Candyman never turned to face Luffy, electing to continue to comfort his mother. He heard it, the news from his sister, they were going to die that day. I know Muara, just go. He tried to offer some help to his enemy, as he always did, but looks like they made up their mind. Just like that, Luffy left through a doorway. He then closed the door as a loud explosion occurred in the background. For the 2 people who remained in Whole Cake Island that day, they received a world-shattering hell as 3 Pluton ships destroyed everything that Linlin had worked for many, many years. Linlin found herself looking up to the eyes of her eldest, who cried as their entire world collapsed before them. She finally realized what was happening and realized that her wish was finally coming to fruition. And in a sudden turn of events, she found her eldest's sacrifice to be unique as nobody has ever looked out for her well-being. So she embraced Prospero in a motherly hug and waited as Pluton did what it meant to do. Destroy. And Nami, as she played with Zeus and Prometheus within the mirror world, became wide-eyed as the 2 weapons of the former Yonko disappeared in thin air, gone forever. And as her 2 new friends disappeared in a puff of air, Nami found Luffy passing by her with a serious expression about him. Let's go. The rest of the crew had remained within Broly's mirror world before returning to HQ. They waited for the captain's command, and as people began to filter out of the mirror world, Nami found more problems on the other side, as immediately the group was filled with multiple levels of emotions. Dawn Island, Straw Hat HQ, and she's never seen him this way, as he was embroidered in anger, zooming through the HQ and into the open sea, passing through the village in a blur as his anger overwhelmed him. On his trail were the rest of his commanders, realizing immediately what was going on. For aboard a steampunk-like ship were Ace, Kuzan, and Moria fighting a group of 10 people, and within the belly of the ships were 2 women, 2 very important women to the captain. Luffy went past the 10 enemy people, going directly for the belly, leaving the 10 invaders to his commanders. Meanwhile, the king himself, with his makeshift staff holder, immediately broke the cell which bound his wives. Vivi and Viola cried at the sight of their betrothed. Luffy safely removed the cuffs from both women and they immediately went to embrace him. Vivi around his right arm and Viola around his left arm. I've finally grown enough to marry you, said Vivi softly to his ears, the princess of Alabasta in his arms. You were alive after all, you jerk, Viola whispered as the last memory of Luffy was his death. She then tightened her embrace, not wanting to let go of her man. Though Luffy had to separate from his 2 beloved, for the moment he had a point to prove. He carried his 2 wives on the deck, holding them by their waist and gently placing them on the deck of the Victoria Punk, where Robin and Hancock immediately rushed to aid the 2 injured queens. The first thing Luffy saw as he exited the mirror dimension from Whole Cake was the lines of dead bodies all over the HQ, with it destroyed. Then there was Gem and Baccarat dejected from what he assumed was the massacre of his crew. Then before he could even process the lost, he sensed invaders near his headquarters. It was that bastard kid. He remembered that feeling that would only come from that piece of shit. Though more troubling was the feeling of 2 ladies who were important to him. So before asking anything, learning anything from what happened, he went after his queens, now taking out his anger to the outmatched commander. So there he was, on his knees between Mihawk and Katakuri. Every single one of his commanders were caught and were either beaten into a pulp or passed out from being manhandled by the Straw Hats. Killer was face down, his mask broken from the beatdown he received from Fire Fist, Ace. As soon as the allies arrived, the Kid fleet was no match. Bartolomeo's barrier was no match for Enel, as the Thunder God was angry beyond comprehension. If a normal Enel could stand toe-to-toe with a light admiral, imagine a pissed-off Enel against a lousy barrier boy. Hawkins tried to use his straw creature, but found that his creature could not match the strength of Arlong. Heat was unmoving by the tip of Zoro's blade. Wire had his hands up as Moria kept him in check. His shadow was trapped by the former warlord. Caribou's swamp did not get him anywhere as Kuzan froze him in his tracks. Kelly Funk and Terry Funk were manhandled by Crocodile. Apu stood no chance as Corazon sat over his defeated body. No sound escaped the Music Man. Did you do this? Luffy's voice was low and yet Kid stared at him defiantly. He referred to his base, how his friends were now all dead. Fuck you, Muara. Kid tried to spit in Luffy's face, but instead he received the bottom of Luffy's feet to his face, and before he could recover, Luffy pulled on both arms to get him back to his kneeling position. He then placed his foot on the chest of Kid and once again asked, "Did you do this?" Once again, Kid stared at him defiantly. He pushed slightly to the chest of Kid, threatening to pull his arms clean off their socket. "Teach," cried Whitebeard on the top of his lungs as he looked into the lifeless eyes of each of his fallen children. They laid side by side, colder than ice. They were ... while they were dead. Crackles formed in the air as things began to violently tremble. If nobody puts Whitebeard on check, he could destroy Dawn Island in a single punch. The news was delivered by Dr. Hurlock and Dr. Kira, both of which collapsed on the ground with tears filling their eyes, as they were finally allowed to break down with their emotion. They had been strong for some time, enough time until the captain returned. "No," exclaimed Marco as a pillar of blue flame emerged from where he stood. It shot straight into the sky and twisted violently from his anger. Meanwhile, Vista and Jazu fell on both knees. Namor collapsed on the ground. Aizo could not believe what was happening, and Flamenco cried in the air. What was once 16 divisions of the great Whitebeard pirates was now reduced to 6. Luffy then looked back at Kid, who had a shit-eating grin on his face. "Told you so," he said, which he regretted. "Look away," Hancock commanded to the young Vivi, although she remained firm in watching the events transpire. "No, I must see this," said Vivi as she watched her man punish their captor. And Luffy, well, he kept his word and pushed against the chest of Kid, ripping both arms clean off. "That was for my queens." He took one limb each for his queens, both of which were kidnapped by Kid. AHHH. The scream of agony filled the air as the once confident pirate laid on his own pool of blood. His former commanders looked on in fear as their captain was easily manhandled by Muara. Luffy looked at Law, then nodded his head before leaving the scene. He took one massive leap to the shores of Dawn Island, trembling at the thought of his fear becoming a reality. "Ace, cauterize them," Law asked, to which Ace swiftly unleashed a precise fire strike to both the detached limb, closing the wound from bleeding. Then, Kid passed out from exhaustion and Law began to work on trauma. All the while Chopper was trying his best not to cry as he readied the medical ward. Everyone watched as Luffy made his slow way back to HQ, dreading every step as the closer he got, the more real it became. Jabra, Tanaka, Matchvise, Satori, Dice, Crocus, Buffalo, Treble, Chew, Absalom, Buffalo, Zeph, they were all dead. Whitebeard was outside of the facility, waiting for Luffy as his hands trembled, grasping the handle of his Bicento. "Teach, I'm going to go after Teach and murder him." His voice carried a quake, to which Luffy neutralized with his rubber room. "We will go after Teach. I'll kill him with my own hands," replied Luffy, looking into his hands, setting up the next course of action to kill Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard. Little did Luffy know, the decision would not come easy, as on the other side of the world, a certain red-haired man was held captive by the world's strongest beast, Zoo. The Zoo party finally arrived at the foot of the massive elephant. Thanks to Beppo's Vivre card and the speed of their masterful ship made by Frankie, the group, led by Galdino, were able to arrive at the leg of Zoo in a matter of days. They tied their ship at the leg of Zoo and used Galdino's wax to escalate themselves to the back of the ancient beast. "Oh man, I've never been on the back of an ancient elephant before," said Bonnie, jumping in glee. "You think this elephant is tameable?" asked Moji, who looked at the ever-so-shy Beppo, who continued to look around rather than answer Moji's question. He looked around to find Ohm shrugging his shoulder. The bear had been distant ever since they began their travel to Zoo. Meanwhile, Monet left traces of her snow with each step that they took, so that she will know the way back to their ship. Just in case, of course. Once they arrived on the back of Zoo, they found that they must have triggered some sort of an alarm, for a group of minks were there, ready to intercept them. "Who might you be, intruders?" A massive dog mink looked over the group with a vicious gaze. He brought along his loyal companions to intercept the intruders. "Master Inuarashi, please forgive our intrusion, but we have come to give you important news." Beppo got in front of the group, kneeling before the ruler of the day. Bonnie looked at the sky and found that it was nearly night time. A change was going to happen soon. Though with Beppo's words, one of Inuarashi's musketeers thought that it would be appropriate to stab the pirate mink for his insolence. Before his blade could pierce through Beppo, Monet was able to get in between, unleashing a wave of snow throughout the area that completely froze the sword of the musketeer. Chichilian and Giovanni drew their rapier. Even Inuarashi drew his own sword, as he did not know where this was going. Caldino immediately matched up with the lead mink, while Bonnie and Moji faced off against the other two. Ohm found himself in a tight sword lock with a certain canine mink. "What is your name, warrior?" asked the lady feline. "Ohm, and yours?" But a rabbit mink jumped from out of nowhere and drop-kicked Ohm, making it an uneven battle. "Carrot, now why would you do that?" "Sorry sis Wanda, but he looked funny," said the female rabbit mink. "Enough of this, Inuarashi. We have come with some news," Galdino exclaimed, though the disdain in Inuarashi's eyes was evident. "Duke Inuarashi, the bell," exclaimed Wanda as the signal bell was echoing throughout Zoo. It was time for the shift, and yet Inuarashi remained firm. "Nia dog, it is my time, why are you still here?" Above a small hill was Duke Nekomamushi, the nocturnal commander. "Cat, your guardian, Zeppo, interfered with my time," Inuarashi exclaimed. "What do you mean, dog?" "Zeppo is right here," replied Nekomamushi, with the older brother of Beppo standing beside the knight commander and comically waved at the group. In the company of Nekomamushi were Pedro, Peckham's, Rhodey, Blackjack, and Keith. Pedro and Peckham's immediately went to aid their former crewmates. Get your sword out of our face. Pedro stood in between Ohm and Shishilian. Peckham's was next to Bonnie. Meanwhile, Zippo retrieved his brother Beppo, and it was an old-fashioned standoff. Well, this bear is still under your care. As the argument progressed, Galdino had enough, stopping the back and forth by revealing their purpose. We are here by the orders of Straw Hat Luffy. We are tasked to ask for the assistance of the Mink tribe to go to Wano and rescue Kazuki Momonosuke. At those strings of words, Inuarashi and Nakamamashi forget what they were fighting about due to the shock of hearing that name. Lord Momonosuke is Lord Momonosuke. The cat and dog spoke at the same time. This can't be, began Nekomamashi. Trust them, my duke, for these were the people we sailed with for many years. They helped us understand some of the world history, until we had to separate due to the events 3 years ago. This was Peckham's plea. Hopefully his words were enough for the Night Duke. The Morning Duke was another problem. Okay, Pedro, I believe it then. To which Inuarashi agreed as he trusted the decision of Nekomamashi, despite hating him to his core. But did he really hate him that much though? So then our Lord Momonosuke has traveled forward in time with Lady Toki's powers, deduced Inuarashi, calming down. For our Lord Odin we must. Yes, it is through his sacrifice that we are alive. Nekomamashi looked in Inuarashi and the latter did the same. They stared off for a couple of minutes before seemingly hugging in unison, with tears welling from their eyes. The Straw Hat Party, Guardians, and Musketeers all shared a look of confusion. My friend, we must correct our mistakes from 20 years ago. This is the sign. Our chance to right our wrong. Times like this don't come. Everyone still looked at each other in confusion, though the group was more loose when making their way back to Zoo. Pedro and Monet walked alongside one another and exchanged stories of the time that the Minks separated from the Straw Hats and what they needed to catch up to. I can't believe that he is alive, after all this time. Pedro pondered at the thought of the man who impressed him so much that he ended up following him to the Inland War, where the Emperor Whitebeard held a grudge against Muara. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either, she said softly, touching her lips and remembering the fun they had together. Would he still be interested in her? He was already surrounded by so many powerful, beautiful women that maybe he forgot about her. Pedro had begun to talk about his time back in Zoo, about how he was brought back to the Guardians by Duke Nekomamashi. Then Zippo and Peckham's were added to the crew as well. Then Wanda got beside the Mink and planted a kiss on his cheeks. Monet looked between the two of them, wondering what that was. Oh, and I got married, Pedro said as he wrapped his arms around Wanda. Congratulations, exclaimed Monet, to which the rest of the crew chimed together. Then on another end of the traveling party, Ohm and Peckham's were having an equally interesting conversation. He still rubbed his neck from the drop kick that he received from Carrot. Speaking of the bubbly young Mink, she was having a great time with Bonnie as they exchanged stories. The journey back to Zoo was animated as everyone caught up, though in the front of the group, Galdino was talking with the two dukes, who became best friends once more. So my captain is asking for permission to copy your road poneglyph. We needed to further his quest as king. Inuarashi and Nekomamashi pondered the request, for it was their duty to guard this secret, for this Straw Hat fellow to know. How about this, Galdino? You may obtain a rubbing of it, but we will hold on to the rubbing. Once we meet this Muara, this will determine whether we will give him this information or not. Sounds good to me. Galdino responded and off they went. Then a small gathering was put together, where Inuarashi and Nekomamashi proclaimed their mission, recruiting any Minks who are willing to share their strength in the coming war. Who's with us? Asked the two dukes in unison, to a response of a resounding yes. After successfully making a wax rubbing of the road poneglyph, giving it to Inuarashi as per their agreement, Galdino joined the group outside, catching the tail end of their conversation. I'll deliver the message to Dawn Island, offered Zippo, to which the group agreed. Okay, then our next course of action. Wano, said Galdino as he was in charge of this group. Being part of the crew during the 2-year training period had made him a powerful member of the Straw Hats. In fact, in a straight-out battle, he could probably beat. Well, no point of comparing with allies. No objections from the rest of the party. And with the newfound peace between Nekomamashi and Inuarashi, the Straw Hat Mink alliance was underway. Dawn Island with Luffy. His pace took him to Area X, where he found peace in the emptiness. He began to walk to the center of the arena and he just stood there, once again deep in his thoughts. This is my fault. Though he was in grief, he had enough sense about him to take a step back after sensing an incoming Sand Saber straight off the ground. Suddenly the light turned on and revealed the Sand King, standing next to the light switch. He still had his cigar over his mouth and sand swirled around him. In annoyance, Luffy immediately yelled at Crocodile. What the fuck is this? He exclaimed, and despite challenging an emperor, Crocodile continued to pursue him with his sand. Luffy finally had enough, activating Gear Second and electing to punch Crocodile for some answer. So as the sand user got close, Luffy stamps down his golden hook and uses his free hand to deliver 2 perfectly placed 1-2 punches. Crocodile was rattled but maintained his pissed-off expression. I told you I'd kill you if you ever showed any weakness. Then his vision power kicked in, returning to the aftermath of Alabasta and their travel to the New World. Well, I did everything that Cobra said, just that I had the goal to eventually overthrow his kingdom and take over. Eventually get my hands on Pluton with the help of Robin, possibly aim to destroy the Holy Kingdom and say good riddance to those celestial dragon bastards. So what? Big whoop, you wanted to be king. If I didn't come along, I would have found a way to stop you eventually. Just how the universe works. So what then after Dressrosa? Join my armada, become one of my commanders. Sure, but the first chance you drop your guard, I'll kill you ... and I ain't calling you captain. You just did. Fuck. Ain't happening again. And here he was, doubting himself, and just as promised, Crocodile was here to kill him. Returning to the present, it hit him. Crocodile was just trying to wake him up, to not blame himself for the events and to be the captain to the people that they all expect him to be. So just as Crocodile descended with a sand spike, Luffy sidestepped at just the right time, then delivered a powerful punch through the face of the sand user. He must have broken his facial bone into different pieces. Nothing the doctors can't fix. Thanks for this, Crocodile. I'll see you in the briefing room in about 20 minutes. Tell everyone. With that, Luffy left the bloodied Crocodile on the ground of Area X. He adjusted his broken jaw and the sand user. Well, he actually had a smile on his face. Fucking finally. Welcome back, Captain. Straw Hat HQ. What is this? Where am I? Seems like I am all over the place. Several particles floated around the air, floating close enough to maintain his consciousness, but far enough that he could not form his body once more. Oh, am I dead? Flashes of his overwhelming defeat at the hands of a certain swordsman filled his mind. The enemy's invisible blade went through him, and it was painful. He thought he died, but instead his body must have reacted on its own and dispersed itself into tiny little gas all over the facility. For such a brilliant man, he was sure confused about this automatic reaction. Wait, I'm a smart man ... That's right. But how do I get back together? His scattered gaseous parts were all over the place. Though below, he could feel the people he called friends. They were frantic and he felt like they needed him. Maybe they will be happy to see him. Maybe he can help them feel better. So with using sheer willpower and belief that he could do it, Caesar the Clown reformed once more. After many days in absolute suspension, he was finally back together, and the first person to see him turned out to be Jin, who remained in Survivor's Guild. And the first thing the Tofa user ... He slowly approached Caesar, eventually embracing the gas user and crying into his arms. What happened? He asked weakly, to which Jin looked him in his eyes. Then Caesar realized that it would not be good. The news will be heartbreaking just by looking into Jin's exhausted eyes. The red-haired, Straw Hat Alliance returned to base, wildly dejected from the loss which they had sustained. The red-haired pirates, which were led by Ben Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky Roo, were all not their usual self. Their captain ordered them to retreat, and retreat they did. Where is Buggy? Zoro immediately noticed that Buggy was not there, to which Shura and Daz shared a look. He said he needed to meet someone, so he took a dingy and went a different way. Shura then looked around and noticed that his friend was not around. Hey, you know where Satori is? This time it was Zoro who had that look on his face. The people began to filter in, catching each other up on the events. Ben found the addition of the Big Mom Pirates to be a surprise, but expected as he knew Luffy would be able to do it. His captain believed in him so much. Oven and Deifuku had their arms crossed as they watched the people enter the base, still unsure of what their status was within the Straw Hats. There are now literally hundreds of people within the confines of the Straw Hats headquarters, or what's left of it after Teach went through it. 4 Yonko crews were within the facility, along with 2 warlords, 2 former emperors, a marine admiral and 1 current emperor. On the top of the most prominent people present were from the red-haired pirates Ben Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky Roo, Whitebeard pirates which had Whitebeard, Marka, and Vista, formerly the Big Mom pirates which had Cracker, Oven and Smoothie. Last are the Straw Hat Grand Armada, which excluding Luffy, had Katakuri, Mihawk, and Hancock. The crowd in the entranceway began to disperse, as Ben wanted to speak to Luffy as soon as possible. Next to arrive were the giant pirates, finally free from their bondage from Teach. Outside the facility, Moria and Frankie were the first to greet the new arrivals. "Thank you for what you did, Moria," was the first thing Hadrudin said, to which Moria simply nodded, although still holding a grudge with himself for letting everyone die. "Thank you, Moria." Lillian's stomach immediately shrunk to normal height and gave Moria a tight embrace. Meanwhile, Frankie found this sudden change to be fascinating. "Whoa, that was super amazing. Would you mind it if I take some blood samples? The shrinking could become beneficial for our giant friends," Frankie offered, to which Lily looked at Hadrudin, who nodded his head. "This is one of the people involved in making our masterful vessel. Go on, Lily, let the man get some blood samples," to which Lily nodded her head and went with Frankie. "Now then, friend Moria, What is new with you? Hadrudin plopped down on the open field, where the Straw Hat HQ rested. They would not be able to fit within the confines of the headquarters as when it was made. The giants were off with their own adventures. Finally, some time to rest, commented Broggy as he laid flat on his back. Aye, said Dory while plopped down on the ground, causing a minor quake. The rest of the giants began to sit or lay down from exhaustion. There's a lot that happened. Where do I begin? And Moria began to catch up to the giants on the current events of the Straw Hats from his perspective. He only knew so much from being undercover with the Blackbeard pirates. About halfway through the story, Ace went to speak with Moria, with Ace extending an olive branch for being so harsh. Sorry about what I said ... It is not your fault. Ace extended a fist for Moria to bump. Yeah, responded Moria, and bumped fist he did. Well, take care. You too. With that, Axe disappeared, with Perona and Deuce following on his trail. He's a new guy, isn't he? Hadrudin asked Moria. Captain's brother, replied Moria as he watched the Fire Loja leave. Anyway, back to where I was. Later that day, the party that consisted of the Marine deterrent party finally arrived, battered and bruised from the battle they just had with the Marines. In real time, seafair travel is slower than through a mirror portal. Speaking of mirror portals, Brulee's range had grown tremendously, that she could traverse through leagues of ocean in a matter of an instant. Her fruit ability awakened without her knowledge. It was truly through necessity. Hughson left right at their arrival, passing them without even a word. Shiki raised an eyebrow but let him go without a problem. Something for later. The Golden Lion and World were immediately rushed to the med bay, where the doctors of the Straw Hats were working overtime. Even Marco and Law were working double shift, electing not to sleep in order to care for the patients. Right on time, we are going into a meeting. Anil was the one to greet the group, sensing them arrive even from deep underwater. You wouldn't believe how fucking outmatched we were. Bullet shook the hands of the Thunder Loja, to which he returned. They knew each other well in level 6 of Impel Down. They were too strong. Did it give you guys enough time? Asked Guild as the group began to make their way to the meeting hall. Just enough, but they were fast, getting to Whole Cake Island faster than anticipated. Enel stretched his tired muscles. After all, he had to fight with Admiral Kizaru. If we had a bigger team, I suppose, added Magellan, for they were severely outnumbered. But for the job they were asked to do, they did well. Though their conversation was put to an abrupt halt as they entered the meeting area, where there were hundreds of seats around a half-dome-shaped stage. On the stage were Whitebeard, Mako, Katakuri, Mihawk, Hancock, Ben, Yasop, Smoothie, and Oven. Luffy has yet to make an appearance. You big idiot. From behind them, Baccarat had run to embrace Guild. The two shared a moment and the rest left them alone. Tanaka and Dice ... They are. Damn that teach, said Guild, nearly crushing his own hand with his own power. His blood was boiling immensely from the news. Warden, you did a shitty job. Crocodile hobbled over from behind them, limping as he had just received a beatdown from the captain. Instead of getting mad, it was surprising to see Magellan and Crocodile share a laugh. What happened to you, Crocodile? And the two walked to their chair, talking amongst themselves. Bullet then sat beside Frankie and Caesar. Hey, what's up? Bullet had been cooler ever since his return to his prime. It was only natural he tried to act his permanent new age. A bunch of our friends were killed by Blackbeard. That caused Bullet to open his mouth in shock. Then anger. I died ... and now I'm alive. Caesar added. I got it. Shiki had stumbled into the meeting hall with an IV running through his veins. Even Byandy was with him as neither man was going to be kept down for the meeting. Little by little the room began to fill out. Even Jin and Kira were in attendance despite the doctor's orders. Jem in particular kept his eyes down, guilt completely overwhelming him. He hasn't had a decent night's rest because of being hunted by them. The memories. Brooke sat beside Jem, coming up with the best way to cure his hurt soul. Maybe he would have to go in and combat his guilt. He could do it, but it would be up to Jem how he wants to carry this weight. Usopp and his father had a nice little reunion, with Usopp giving his dad a hard time at first, but eventually introduced his Kaya to the old man. He then asked about his mother, who is also doing well, but currently in a safe zone, where the civilians were being kept. Jinbei had joined Arlong as the rest of the C Unit were immediately sent to Atlantis to reinforce their protection. Laboon and Surum could only do so much if there was ever an invasion plot. Aladdin and Praline led the charge. Jinbei would catch the strongest fishmen and steal looks at Brule, who sat with her siblings, Broy and Galit. Bluno, Khalifa, and Kaku hanged their head down at the loss of their friend. Bluno took it specially hard, though everyone knew that Lucci would go ballistic with the news. Though more pressing was learning the killer of his parents, Stussy. Virgo was sitting along beside Nougat and Flamenco, exchanging some happy story to lighten their mood. Sanji was with his wife, Pudding, as they sat along the bleachers, quietly leaning into each other for strength. Despite his low point of grieving over his mentor and father figure, Pudding remained with her husband, loving him no matter what. Mind you, they've only been married for no more than a few days. As far as the kid Armada goes, Well, everyone left but Bartolomeo, Killer, and Kid, with the former commander now sporting 2 bionic arms. For after his cauterization, Frankie immediately made him 2 new arms which would work in conjunction with his abilities. Why did he help the enemy? Well, it was Captain's orders, and now they were part of this world-changing meeting. Looks like the captain had plans for them. Vista slouched on his seat and beside him was Jazu. Both commanders were still at a loss for words at the loss of their comrades. For many years they sailed the seas together, and Teach put a halt to it. Cracker sat by Zoro, Wiper and Baby 5, with the latter stealing looks at Bajet and Chiffon. She was having baby fever. Morgans remained standing, enjoying the content of the room. This was enough to combat the world government. He knew it. Montdor stood beside him as they exchanged story ideas. Finally, right on the dot of when he said the meeting was going to begin, the man himself arrived, situated next to Hancock. Everyone, and that means everyone, kept their eyes glued to the Straw Hat Man, whose overwhelming aura was unquestionable. Hancock, Vivi, Robin, Ryuju, Viola, and Nami all had the same reaction at the sight of him, immediately turning flush with all of their heart rate escalating. He commanded attention like the king that he was, and on his side was Enma, his new and mysterious weapon that found him when he needed it the most. "Let's start," Luffy said, and as they waited for him to speak, the entire room felt it, his overwhelming conqueror. He was angry but calculated, and he prepared himself to address the world powers within the room. At nightfall on the land that was once known as Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin perished from the ancient weapon known as Pluton. Somehow, they obtained the blueprints for the world-shattering weapon that destroyed even Whitebeard's land. The Charlotte family grieved for their mother, but it was time to move forward with the changing tides. It was in their mission to free themselves of her wrath. Mission accomplished. While we were in Whole Cake Island, Blackbeard invaded this very headquarters and killed our comrades, friends, family. The last part in particular hit several people hard, as they let tears stream on their faces. Whitebeard could not contain himself as he let his emotions hang on his sleeves. Then earlier I learned from the red-haired pirates that Shanks has remained behind for everyone ... So I see it that we have 3 different paths to go. He raised his hands and raised his thumb. 1. We go after the bastard Teach and murder him for what he did. Then he raised his pointer finger. 2. We go after the world government for creating weapons of mass destruction and end the tyranny of those fuckers. Then he raised his middle finger. Or 3. We go after Wano and destroy the establishment which provides the weapons for Blackbeard and the world government, effectively cutting off their artillery supplies. He left it for the people to decide, remaining on his feet to take any comment. Let that sink in for a moment and respond with what you feel. I said it before, and I'll say it again, Muara, in this trying times and even our battle from 9 years ago. I choose to protect those who are dear to me. With the loss of half of my division ... my children, I have no place in being called an emperor. So there's only one thing for the Whitebeard pirates to do. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, to which Whitebeard walked up to Luffy in his mighty brilliance and form. He extended his hands out. We are joining the Straw Hat Grand Armada. To this Marco, Jazu, Vista, Blaminko, and Izo stood up, showing their agreement to this action. To seal the proposition of Whitebeard, Luffy took his hands and looked intently into his eyes. Thank you. Thus the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were now merging with the Straw Hat Grand Armada. A sound of shock echoed throughout the room. With this, I entrust the decision to you in the next course of action. I heavily leaned to go after Teach ... but the government targeted me. Though that wasn't it ... I know it wouldn't, as it was now Oven's turn to speak after their exchange. We of the Charlotte family owe it to you to grant us the freedom that we could never experience before. Part of our family will branch to rebuild as they would like to live normal lives. But there are a select number of us that will remain as pirates, and we wish to be placed under your flag. Will you take us, Muara? It was Oven's time to approach Luffy, standing before him and extending his hand out to seal the new alliance. I will, as any family of Katakuri is family to me. With that, Luffy took Oven's hand and firmly shook hands with him. This received a round of cheer from the group, with the members of the Charlotte family who remained pirates nodding their head in agreement. From Pudding, who continued to lean on the chest of her husband, to Smoothie and Cracker, Deifuku, Broy, Colette, Nougat, Noisette, Raisin, Custard, Chiffon, and of course Lola stayed on due to being the original group to plan the end of their mother. Then others who decided to stay were Snack, Compote, Amade, Opera, Bascard, Saint Mark, and Marble. Montdor also joined, but on the caveat that he will not be in the front line, as all he wants to do is document all things. This is why Morgans and him immediately hit it off as fellow journalists. Praline was with Aladdin in Atlantis, and that was the former Big Mom Pirates joining the new Straw Hat Pirates. And as far as the next move, we are extremely pissed at the Marines for sending down 3 Pluton upon our homeland, but we leave the decision to you. With that, Oven returned to his place, leaving Ben as the representative of the red-haired pirate to address the room. Holy shit, Ben began, to which the room laughed. Well, we're not joining the Straw Hats, as our goal is to go save Captain Shanks and Wano, and to kill two birds with one stone. There is some sort of partnership between Kaido and Blackbeard, so it is possible he would be there. So my vote is to go to Wano. Wano would be most beneficial for you, Muara, for Kaido has a road poneglyph in Onigashima. As far as I know, Blackbeard has none, and therefore your revenge would not result in anything for your play for Pirate King, other than satisfaction. Morgans chimed in, causing murmurs to begin around the room. I have come to a decision. His voice commanded attention, and attention he received. Blackbeard and the world government will have to wait for their turn. We are going to Wano. To this, the entire room erupted in cheers, fired up for their next course of action. It made the most sense for Luffy, as time travelers are there. Orochi is a bastard that needs to go. Oppression is widespread throughout the land, and Shanks will be executed if they don't come. This time he was not going to make the same mistake. This time he won't let anyone out of his sight. For this time ... Well, this time Luffy was going to bring the entire Grand Armada with him. Dawn Island, night. A party was thrown in celebration of the life of their loved ones, and the new dawn that Luffy would bring. They could not stay sad, for they would have wanted them to move on and live their lives. Gone, but never forgotten. A certain orange-haired young lady found peace and solitude, for on the top of the former entranceway of the Straw Hat HQ, Nami sat alone, thinking to herself about the events that transpired. She liked this spot because it grew a delicious tree full of oranges. I wonder if Zeus and Prometheus would have been great companions. She thought out loud as she reached for the highest fruit she could grab, not looking at what she grabbed. She remained in her thoughts as she unknowingly bit into something that she was not supposed to. For the fruit which she ate was unique to Dawn Island, and it just so happens that her soul ached greatly from the loss of her new friend, and after biting the tasteless fruit and spitting out its bitterness, the essence of the fruit transferred itself to her, and immediately her center glowed, shining through the night. The group on patrol immediately went to investigate the bright light and found Nami on the ground, passed out from exhaustion. The scouting party included Sanji and Ryuju were the duo who went to aid Nami, with Ryuju bending over to hold Nami up along her lap. Is it an attack? Asked the pink-haired woman. Though Sanji began to investigate, picking up a unique-looking fruit that could only mean one thing. Then suddenly, from behind a tree, a small thundercloud and a small flaming orb emerged, freshly created from the soul of Nami. Hi, I'm Zeus, said the cloud. I'm Prometheus, added the flaming orb. And Nami-sama is our creator, exclaimed the two newly manifested homies, to which Sanji and Ryuju shared a look. Then Nami began to stir awake from the lap of Ryuju, and saw both Zeus and Prometheus, the manifestation of her soul. How do you have the power of Big Mom? Asked Sanji. She came to a realization that this was indeed a reality, and once more, Nami fainted, for on the lap of Ryuju was the new holder of the soul fruit, Sabayati Archipelago. On a certain Grand Line location, where rookies flood the archipelago, two former crewmates sat in front of one another, sharing a drink like the old days. They sat within Shaki's rip-off bar, where the baddest of the bad sat around and had drinks. News of the death of Big Mom, along with the fall of Whitebeard's power, has sent the world into turmoil. With that power vacuum, pirates tried to fill the void. So, Shanks is in trouble, huh? There were no smiles shared that day between the old companions. Really, that idiot sacrificed himself to save everyone. Buggy took a shot from his drink. He then filled himself another. I see. Rayleigh then got up and left the room. Not once did Buggy look up as he continued to down his shots. Rayleigh then returned to the room with his double-edged longsword. You ready, Buggy? The clown then took another swing of his drink, and another until finally he got up on both feet. Ready. And the clown and the Dark King left the bar, with Shaki locking the gates, as she too had a personal stake in the matter. She held a massive sniper over her shoulder as it was time for the former member of the Rock Pirates to rejoin the world. To Wano they go, Straw Hat HQ. In preparation of the travels to the land of samurais, Luffy has a meeting with the leaders of the divisions and his crew. He handpicked them based on merit as well as overall strength. His armada was filled with monsters, so it would take absolute monsters to lead their division. Yoy. I never thought that I could be involved in something so grand. Marco the Phoenix was his name, the former 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now he was the head of the medical division. He was joined by Law and Chopper, who will jointly act as his right and left-hand man respectively. HNN, I can't believe your pineapple head is still kicking this day and age. Douglas Bullet was formerly a product of his age, though no longer was he crippled by said age, as Bonnie made it so that he was in his prime. The new age and the undeniable king that is Muara converted Bullet into a loyal Straw Hat pirate. Now he heads the research division. He was joined by Frankie, who will work in tandem with the mechanical genius. Oh, shut it, Bullet. I thought you would have died back then. Guess you were tucked away in level 6. This more edgy and serious Buggy the Clown was strange, yet amazing to witness. The former member of the Roger Pirates was now the Weapon Division commander. He was joined by Usopp, who gave him sound advice on what they should work on. I feel as though we should attack from two fronts. This way our pincer strike will work in tandem with the forces we have in Wano. Don Quixote Corazon had been with the Straw Hats since the death of his deranged brother. He was tasked with heading 2 divisions in the absence of the other unit's commander. He was in charge of the Intelligence Division along with the Infiltration Division, though Kaku and Robin worked with Corazon in leading their said division. Excellent play. His responses were rare, yet when they were there, people heard his voice. The world's greatest swordsman analyzed the draft of their move. Dracula Mihawk was joined by Roronoa Zoro, as they jointly headed the sword division of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Being the first ever crewmate of the captain, he took certain pride in being with this group of people. I need to crunch the numbers, but if I play this right we should be able to supply our journey. Guild was the man on top of the financial division. He was joined by Nami, whose vast knowledge in anything related to belly was well received, though her navigation skill was the primary resource of the Straw Hat Grand Armada throughout their journey. Now that she had the soul fruit, well, she has become a true monster amongst the Straw Hats. As a new member of this group, I wish to suggest that our food supply will need to go through the middle of the war. This war will span days, even weeks, so I will need supplies to go to our troops so that we do not lose out on our morale. Being the newest member of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, he took his knowledge from his leadership role with the Big Mom Pirates and used it here. He was joined by Sanji, who nodded his head in agreement. Oven headed the cuisine division of the Straw Hats. Excellent point, Heat Man. I wish to partake in guarding our supply run as this is important for our success. Enel patted Oven in the back, backing him up on his suggestion. He was the head of the guerrilla division, meant to act as their own party with the flow of the war. With that big-ass waterway down the center, it should be no problem for me and my unit. We can puncture a hole through their center, but you better be there to go and support us. Arlong was the head of the sea division. He was joined by Jinbei, as the rest of their unit were currently in Atlantis to guard their people. Once the war begins, they will be there in Wano. The one that Arlong was addressing was Whitebeard. Kurara, you damn brat, what do you think of me? Edward Newgate was a former emperor of the sea, a man who lost against Luffy in the Inland War, lost half of his family, and now found more people to call his own. What a crazy life ... But if he gave up, he would just spit on the memory of his children. He had to go on for his people. He currently sat on top of the vanguard units, where prominent monsters and heavy hitters sat. He was joined by Crocodile, who formerly headed the division. But due to the merger, the captain had assigned Whitebeard to the lead role. No argument there. Last, but not least, was the man second only to the captain, the head of the strategic division, Katakuri, another former emperor of the sea, who lost his position due to his love for his siblings. Now he did not have to choose, for his siblings are right here with him. Beside him was Brooke, who was one of the most intelligent people in the Straw Hats. Let us begin. Katakuri headed the meeting, with Luffy and Hancock at the head. He never went to any important meeting without his queen. Wano currently sits on the top of a world phenomenon, as the new world is ever so vast in oddities. Wano sitting on top of a giant waterfall is not so surprising anymore. Guild, make sure our funds are in a steady flow, otherwise this whole operation falls apart. Don't worry about money. Spend what you need, and then some. I got it. The gold user responded confidently. So here is our first hurdle, getting our entire armada through this hurdle. He then looked at Arlong. Upon careful consideration and suggestions from my group, we found that the best way up this massive waterfall will be with Surum and Laboon, towing our forces up this steep climb. No problem, Arlong replied confidently, for their sea leviathans were up for the task. After we get up the waterfall, we have to adapt as we go. We'll send those who can fly to scout the land as safe as possible. He then looked at Marco. You will need to put a unit together for this scouting mission. No problem, Yoi, Marco replied with his arms crossed. He already had people in mind for this mission. Once we put together an outline with Nami's cartography, we can begin distribution of our forces, continued Katakuri. Bullet, I need a failsafe mechanism that can propel us through the waterfall in the event that Laboon and Surum receive a pushback from the beast pirates. Asia, replied Bullet, to which Frankie already handed him with handwritten blueprints that he manifested in the short time that the plan was given. Now, as we make way through the land of Wano, Kaido will definitely sit at his own home base. This is where we go immediately, taking on the Emperor head-on, with our entire fighting force. So Whitebeard and the Giants will pierce through the center of enemy forces. Oven will funnel the supplies and Enel will act according to the situation. Good with me. Okay, Oven said. I will be there for the supply. You can count on my unit. Enel said to Oven. Then that leaves you, Captain. If our calculations are accurate, the Minks will arrive a few hours earlier than us. Then those who actively oppose Orochi will rise up. All you have to worry about is taking down Kaido. Then so be it. Excellent plan. Luffy then stood up, joined by the rest of his commanders. Rest up, we sail at dawn. Meeting adjourned. With his announcement, the occupants of the meeting room began to disperse, working on their plan and relaying the information to their groups. Katakuri, Strategic Division. Anyone want to add anything? Asked Katsuri as he went over the plan for the umpteenth time. I don't like it. Bayajack voiced his concern as he looked at the battle map. Their understanding of Wano was severely limited to public documents and personal accounts. Even then, they still needed more information on it. Essentially, we are blind going into this unknown territory. That's why Marco will go ahead to scout, said Baja, another member of the Strategic Division. Limited information, which we will have to process and adjust our plan according to the data we get back. Hiro was on board with what Bayajack said. We need more time. We don't have time. The Minks are already heading that way. Red-haired is going to die, and I won't fail again. Those damned Marines got us good, but we're prepared this time. Shiki got up and stretched his body. He had been out of the intensive care unit for a couple of hours and is now back to almost 100%. Once this is taken care of, and we have some understanding of the landscape, we should be able to work swiftly with our next course of action. Pudding, the wife of Sanji, was placed in the Strategic Division due to her vast intellect and repertoire in taking down Big Mom. Sounds good to me. Did anyone see Brook? Asked Kuro. With Nami for training, replied Bayajack. The last two members of the Strategic Division were Brook and Monet. The latter was already headed to Wano with the Minks. Speaking of Brook and Nami, they were currently training in Area X, where Nami was tasked with honing her abilities. With Brook's mastery of his soul, he was able to guide Nami with the best advice that anyone could give. Think of it like an extension of yourself. Your soul is what guides you. They are essentially you. Nami paid attention while Prometheus and Zeus played around her, chasing each other like two little children. See how Zeus and Prometheus are like little children? This is because of how much of your own soul you gave them. If you give them more, they will be more mature or however you'd like them. Brook then emitted green cold air from the bottom of his foot. He began to float with his power. This is an extension of my soul and I can do many things with it. But with your ability, as long as your soul is stronger, you will have domain over other souls. So I have domain over you. Yo-ho-ho, try me, Nami, replied the skeleton jokingly. But Nami knew that Brook was too strong to even try. Plus she just said it in jest. Try it, Nami, call upon Zeus. Okay. She then commanded Zeus to approach her. All right, Zeus, I'm getting on. She then hopped on the back of Zeus and the manifestation of her thunderous soul immediately shot her through the sky. Come to think of it, how was she able to piece her soul into Zeus and Prometheus? Was it the burning flame which burned bright throughout the night air? Was it the heavy cumulonimbus that was directly above her when she consumed her new ability? She can't really say as she was passed out from the entirety of their creation. Hey, how is everything? Nami jumped in more shock as she found the captain gliding beside Zeus. Mind you, Zeus was going fast, but the captain was keeping up like it was no problem. Nami did not even get a chance to respond as her soul told her to flee, to run away from him. Why did she run? Well, she did not want to blurt out anything unnecessary, especially her pent-up confusion right at that moment. Maybe later ... yeah. In the meantime, Luffy decided to land next to Brook, confused at Nami's response to his action. What was that about? Asked Brook. Beats me, Luffy replied with a shrug. Hey babe, you should go after her. I have a feeling that she'll tell you if you approach her. Hancock embraced him and gave him some advice. She had a feeling about Nami. While you do that, I'm going to catch up with Viola. She gave him a kiss on the cheeks. Bye. Luffy then looked at Brook, to which he shrugged right back at him. Women. Enel, Guerrilla Division. Mugiwara. Mugiwara is. Bartolomeo sat at the corner of the room talking to himself. He elected to remain with the Straw Hats on his own volition. With his wild nature and unpredictability, he was perfect for the guerrilla unit. So freaking cool. The legend himself is back. The reason why I began piracy. Bartolomeo's eyes twinkled at the thought of the Straw Hat Man. Meanwhile, Enel laughed at Bartolomeo's antics. Imagine not even a couple days ago, the fanboying pirate was a member of the Kid Fleet. Other than Bartolomeo, Chidatsu and Django were the only members there in Enel's group. Beppo, Zara, and Geldino. Zippo, who delivered the message of the Minks. Straw Hat movement toward Wano stayed with the guerrilla unit in place of his brother. So any problem with our plan? Asked Enel to their guest. Sounds good to me, replied Zippo, observing Bartolomeo and his funny antics. Sure, then tapped Bartolomeo on the back, to which he turned immediately and exclaimed how much the captain was so cool. A fit of laughter erupted from the group. The guerrilla division was going to have a lot of fun together. Whitebeard, Vanguard Division. I said strike him down. Whitebeard commanded the members of his division, which he paired off to spar. This is the best way to sharpen the senses. So this is the way he led. The former emperor of the sea was ready to take out his frustration with the beast pirates and his former crewmate. To those who wondered why Whitebeard, the man at the peak of his power, joined the Luffy, well, it was because Luffy inherited his will. All Whitebeard wants was a family. And this was it. The Straw Hat Grand Armada was the family he always wanted. To his children who perished, he must go on for them. They all must. So here they were, the vanguard unit along with the giant pirates, sparring till they could not move any longer. The doctors were going to be frustrated, but oh well, they will have to treat them back to near top form. Crocodile, Yuruj, Scarlet, Byandy, Scarlet, Moria, Deifuku, and Jazu. Kid was added to the crew as his spirit was initially broken, but his sparks returned with renewed life. His purpose was to pay for his sin, understanding that this man is a whole different level. Hadrudin led the giant pirates, as his forces were ready for the upcoming war. He wanted to get back the Blackbeard bastard, especially that damned Senwan wolf, but he has to go with this group for the highest success rate in his mission. He won't even dent through the front row with that weak-ass effort. I said push, exclaimed Whitebeard, to which the division got pumped up, pushing themselves through their limit. Shut your mouth, Whitebeard. Crocodile sliced down Moria, but he was pushed back with a shadow spike. They were pushing each other, which was what the commander wanted. That's it, that's it. Whitebeard observes with a giant smile on his face. Though unexpectedly, he received a mace through his face, though he caught it with one hand. What is this, Dory? Get in the fun, Whitebeard. Dory tried to push through, though Whitebeard was too strong, and he pushed him back with ease. This was fun. Corazon, Infiltration and Intelligence Division. Good. Corazon looked around the room and no disagreement from anyone. The intelligence unit gained 2 new additions in Montdor and Morgans, though they lost Jabra, their friend and family. On the other side of the division were the Infiltration Division. This unit involved Robin, Virgo, Bonclay, Izo, and Rieju. No questions from his squad either. Okay, well, that is all. Interestingly enough, the group got together and exchanged words with one another, with Robin comforting the former Cypher Pol 9 agents. I'm so sorry, said Robin, to which Bluno and Califa immediately fell back to tears. Kaku remained strong, but tears were threatening to fall from her eyes. We're going to win for Jabra, said Kaku. For Jabra, echoed Bluno and Califa. Virgo raised his glass of water to this and took a drink. For Jabra. Meanwhile, Rieju joined Morgans and Montdor as they had somewhere to be. No more world economy news, Morgans? Asked Montdor, as they knew each other from the working relationship between Big Mom and Morgans. There is, but the world government bastards overtook it. I sent my people around the world to spread the news that Morgans no longer had that news brand. This way people will lose trust in the source and thus it will fail. You are conniving. It's an admirable trait, Morgans, Rieju said as they made their way to meet with Marco for their scouting mission. Thanks, Princess, replied the cocky reporter. Oven, Cuisine Division. We need enough rations to be back up to our regular supply. Do not mess this up or our people could fall in battle due to hunger, Sanji commanded as he took over the leading role of the kitchen while Oven was still getting used to his position. Zeph would have wanted him to go on, to grow, to live his life. And this is what he was doing, through what he knows best. Cooking. Impressive, brother. You command this unit with ease. It is your unit. The 2 new brothers found themselves working together on a non-perishable beef jerky. Emergency ration is necessary for long-term war. Hey man, yeah, what's up? Asked Oven. I never had a proper family. I hope you guys are with us for good, because if not, I do everything to protect my family. It was a warning, but at the same time, it showed how much he cared for the Straw Hats. Don't worry, Sanji, as you are the husband of my sister, and Mama no longer terrorizes this world. We no longer have the ambition of being the dominant family that we were before. The former members of the Big Mom Pirates are now with the Straw Hats. We want to see this man rise to the top. After a short time, other members of the Cuisine Division caught the conversation and smiled to themselves. Gin, Bruley, Sugar, Nougat, Flamenco, and Noisette. Bonnie would also be in this division, but she was in the zoo party. Good, replied Sanji. He was glad that they were at an understanding. Brother, the cookie, Bruley was commanding the newest edition of the Straw Hats as she had the most experience with the group. It was a fun experience. Oh, my bad. Noisette was comical in his attempt to pull out a half-burned cookie tray as he burned his hands in the process. Oh, the former Big Mom Pirates were fitting right in. Mihawk, Sword Division. The clash of swords sparked in the air as Mihawk and Zoro exchanged strikes. The black blade Yuru collided with the 3-sword style. Excellent, Zoro. Your craft has improved since the last time we fought. Despite the serious exchange between the two, Mihawk couldn't help but admire his students' swordplay. Can I tag in yet? For their training, the sword units were going in and out of exchanging strikes with Mihawk. Him against all of them. Ever since Zoro got in, he has not tagged out. Kabaji was trying to get some reps in too. Daz and Ohm were currently with the Wano party, which left some prominent fighters in the sword division of the Straw Hats. Impressive. Smoothie licked her lips as she watched Zoro's movement. Other than the Vanguard unit, the sword unit has some real powerhouse whose sword mastery and other skills were perfect for this division. Cavendish, Raisin and Killer stood together, analyzing the movement of the two fighters. Despite his massive experience with the Whitebeard pirates, Vista found that Zoro was indeed better than him already, and at such a young age at that. Then the unthinkable happened as Mihawk leaned back to dodge a strike. The tip of Zoro's blade grazed the strongest swordsman. Exclaimed the one-eyed warrior, though he was pushed back by a hilt bump over his head for letting his guard down. After all these years, he was finally able to draw blood from Mihawk. Well done, Zoro, called out Cracker, to which the group agreed, though Smoothie was visibly drooling over the green-haired man. What was that all about? So as per our agreement, what is it that you were waiting for telling me? It had been years since he promised Zoro this secret that he would only share if Zoro was able to cut him. Now was the time, but how will he take it? Okay, Zoro. He then looked at his other division personnel. Take a 15. We'll pick back up after. He then began to stroll away from the area, where Zoro followed him. He was filled with smiles as he was finally able to defeat his teacher, mentor. Now the secret that hung over his head for many, many years. Zoro, your childhood rival and friend is alive and is currently in Wano. That is all. His mood suddenly shifted. For once being hopeful, now he was enraged. Hyuna is alive. Bullet, Research Division and Buggy, Weapons Division. There's so many damned pacifista parts that it's like a wonderland, Bill exclaimed. The former member of the Cypher Paul Aegis Zero was brought in by Katakuri for being interesting enough. He could be a spy for the world government, sure, but in the event that he dies. Check this out. Usopp pulled up a detached arm of the pacifista and wired some things together, causing the beam to activate. The arm fired a beam which was caught by a shield for Baby 5. Hey, be careful, exclaimed Baby 5 as she reverted back to her human form. Wiper had been scavenging parts alongside his girlfriend when the beam went straight for them. Come on, pick up the pace. We need to get these damn things figured out. Bullet worked in tandem with Buggy as they headed a division nearly similar with one another. Bullet had Frankie, Caesar, Center Pink, Indigo, and Garam in his research division. Buggy had Baby 5, Wiper, Usopp, Gem, and Bill in his weapons division. I like that, Frankie, but I want something bigger. Buggy was talking to Frankie about the blueprint he concocted. You sure about this, Buggy? Frankie began to revise the weapon, to which Buggy eagerly nodded. The bigger the damage, the better. He then proceeded to point out some flaws in Frankie's design. This is pretty crazy, huh? Indigo was speaking to Garam. Yup, was his response. The research and weapon division were picking up the pace, for they had a deadline. I'm going. Caesar was going off on the scouting mission, but he was stopped by Gem. Hey, I'm glad you are okay. Their exchange was gloomy, but it was a ray of light at their darkest hours. 3 survivors from a cowardly attack. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay too, and with that Caesar left. Tragedy struck the Straw Hats, but now was a new dawn. Arlong, C Division. Yes, and O ... yeah, sometimes in the next few days. Freaking Aladdin better be there. Arlong was having a friendly banter with Aladdin, who stood guard in Atlantis Island. The only person with him was Jinbei, who was present during the meeting, so there wasn't much to talk about. Though what he was doing was information to the rest of the party through the communication Den Mushy. He hasn't used a mirror device in a while. Wonder why. So how were your adventures with the Straw Hats with Hancock as your captain? Scary, that woman is scary, replied the second strongest fishman in the sea. For him to say that ... well, she was a demon. How is Atlantis? Wonderful. Our people are living together with humans for the first time in the history of our race, just as Queen Ottoheim predicated. There was a lot of disdain and animosity from both sides. But the children don't see race. So the children taught their parents that race is learned, and that there was no place in our society for it. Wow, who knew ... well, our children are our treasure. Jinbei then joined Arlong on the overlooking hill that faced the sea. Arlong and Jinbei remained quiet for a moment. I strive for a world where my children can live in harmony. Me too. Who would want to have children with you? Teased Arlong, to which Jinbei countered with, oh yeah, where is yours? Jinbei then recognized the look in Arlong's eyes, and immediately he ran, with the sawtooth fishman chasing after him. For this remained a sensitive subject for the saw shark fishman, the subject of law. Guild, Financial Division. Similar to the other division head, Guild debriefed his group on what is happening. In his division were Nami, Moji, Baccarat, Broy, and Colette. A surprising addition to the crew was Hawkins, who has been a great addition ever since his embarrassing defeat at the hands of the Arlong. He knew that it would be against his favor if he tried to rebel, so instead he will work with the Straw Hats for the Straw Hats. To think you are one of the supernovas. Moji spoke to Hawkins, who continued to look into his tarot cards. I am, he replied. He revealed a Grim Reaper in his hands which caused him to drop anything. This can't be, so I think that we should put more stock in our ship repair. It will also provide more business for Tom. Baccarat started off the debate. No, we need weapon parts. This way, all of our crew are well equipped. Brio was another vocal addition to the crew, loving every moment with her new group. She used to hate serving her mother. Big Mom was insane. Nami will know the answer. Well, Nami is not here at the moment. She's with Brook to train her new abilities. Baccarat contemplated her choices, but remained firm in her selection. Well, I'm still right. Marco, Medical Division. Marco had gathered his division together to give a briefing on the meeting. As he provided the conclusion in his current mission, the group were in agreement of the plan and continued on with their day. In his division were Law, Chopper, Knighton, Kiriha, Hurlek, and Hogback. Kaya is currently with the zoo crew heading towards Wano. I'm telling you, if we increase the fluid intake, the body will recover faster. On the way out, Knighton argued with Hurlek on a protocol. If we do that, then how about other panels? You're going to throw it off. Of course, it was an exchange between professionals, so no ill will between them. Law remained along with Chopper as they wanted to get any more information they could with the new head of the medical division. As per orders of the higher-up, I will head out to scout Wano. Hopefully my friend is there to help me if I get into trouble. But if not ... in the event I don't make it back, Law, I would. You'll be okay, Marco, yeah. Law stopped him mid-sentence, turning around and leaving the room. See ya. He's right, you know. You'll be fine. Then we can exchange trade secrets to better help our crew. You're right. Thank you, Chopper Yoi. He went outside of the HQ, where the Giants were currently set up for camp. He joined the people he called for the mission as he would need people who could fly. Ryuju of the Infiltration Division, Montdor and Morgans of the Intelligence Division, Caesar of the Research Division, and Nami of the Financial Division. Speaking of the new wielder of the Soul Fruit, well, she was flustered. You okay? Asked Marco as he majestically transformed into his phoenix form. Meanwhile, Nami, who manifested Zeus with her climate act, got on board of the floating cloud to prepare herself for their journey. Hey you there, Yoi. Marco followed up his initial question as Nami was stuck in place, drooling over something. But Nami was elsewhere. Earlier, Nami sat alone in her room, where she heard a soft knocking on her doorway. She remembered her earlier encounter with the captain and Brook. She learned a lot about her newfound ability, but something was missing. She wanted more from the captain, who did not give her what she was searching for. Back to the soft knocking. She immediately went to her door and opened it. Finding her beloved captain on the other side of her door, he had a perplexed look on his face as she leaned against her door. Hi, he said with a smile, though a bit confused at why she was in such a hurry. Hey, she replied, her heart beating rapidly from being so close to him, the man who she fantasized for so long, her perfect man. It was Luffy. So I wanted to check on you and how you are doing. You left in a hurry earlier. Oh sorry, she dazed for a moment, starstruck by his presence. Oh my, Captain, where are my manners? Come in. Luffy obliged, following her request. She then led him to her bed where they sat alongside the edge of it. You can tell me anything, Nami. Before I am your captain, I am a man who cares for you. She contemplated his words and felt that he meant everything he said, so she will tell him what she felt. Captain Luffy, call me Luffy as we are in the confines of your private space. Wow, he felt so mature with his word choice. Okay, Luffy, I feel as though you still see me as the young girl that needed to be saved all those years ago. I feel like you don't see me as a woman. Luffy, thank you for all you do for me and my family, but I feel like you will never see me more than a friend. Oh, Luffy contemplated her confession. He cared for her deeply, even in his normal timeline. And seeing her like this, revealing her vulnerability and yearning for love from him, well, it made him happy. For he did not pursue her in fear of rejection, as she was already involved with others. Did she mind? Nami, thank you for telling me this. He then leaned in a little bit closer to her. He gently grabbed her hands and placed it on his chest. Please use your newfound abilities to get your answer. Nami nodded her head, pulling a small strand of the captain's soul. She found that all she could feel from it is love. And it wasn't just any form of general love. It was ... well, it was for her. Now she would not invade anyone's soul with their permission, so for the captain to grant her access to his. He truly does, well, love her. He looked into her eyes, waiting for her response. I do. He reiterated his true feelings, verifying out loud how she felt about the young lady before him. If there were any complications later, he would just deal with it. But for now, he wants to be in the moment with Nami. He waited for her response and found that, well, she cared for him as she jumped in his arms for a tight embrace. You have no idea how long I've wanted this. She broke the embrace and stared into his eyes. Her orange locks slightly covered her face. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Why? You could have been with any man you wanted. Well, I wanted you. And with that, Nami leaned in for a kiss, sealing their bond, revealing how she truly felt. He led the way as she let him explore her. Luffy knew how to make a woman feel like a queen. Would she finally be part of his court? Will she be his queen? He broke the kiss for a moment, looking into her eyes. And Nami, oh sweet innocent Nami, removed the clipping. Beep beep. Lemon ends here. If you want to read remaining lemon, then go on to chapter number 44. Fanfic link is in the description. Now let's continue. Present. Marco and the rest of the scouting group waited for Nami's response until she finally snapped back into reality. Her body still wanted more, but later. What, yeah, I'm fine. But in her mind it was not even 2 hours earlier when she caught the captain. All right, off we go then. Marco was covered in his majestic blue phoenix flame. Ryuju released her butterfly wings. Montdor got on top of his book. Shiki floated. Morgans began to flap his wings. Caesar turned into his gas form. And Nami got on top of Zeus. And the Straw Hat Grand Armada scouting party was off to Wano. Kaido would have commanded his zombie minion to go out and hunt for the rebels. But as it turns out, his zombie was no longer available for service, for Joker had suddenly turned into dust before him, which could only mean one thing. Aurora, looks like the fat lady sings. He then stood up and took a swig of his giant gourd, downing the entirety of the strong alcohol. Muara, you better show me something good. Around the monster known as the Emperor Yonko were King the Conflagration, Queen the Plague, and Jack the Drought. Then directly below them were the Flying Six, consisting of Black Maria, Who's Who, Sasaki, X-Drake, Page 1, and Ulti. Then the headliners, Numbers, and Gifters. Headliners were those awakened Zoan users who were next in line for the Flying Six position. The Numbers were giant beings which were too violent for their own good. Then the Gifters were common Zoan users that have yet to awaken their fruits. For without Caesar and his smile fruit, Kaido had to resort to trading weapons from Wano to obtain the Zoan fruits around the world. And now he held down a literal animal kingdom with so much rare creatures for him to pit against his enemies. Yes, Kaido was the Beast King, and soon he will become the Pirate King. Then there was one more person, the person in which was only second to Kaido in strength and merit. This person was, previously, I am Shimitsuki Kuina, a loyal subordinate of the Kozuki clan. Please follow me to safety. On the back of this Kuina character was the blade of Lady Hiyori, Enma. Kainman immediately trembled, as on his waist was aimed no Habakiri, the twin blade of Enma. This woman can be trusted, or she could have stolen it from Lady Hiyori. All right, where to? Said Kainman, still cautious at the new arrival. To safety. And she slammed several smoke bombs before opening a contraption below her feet. We must hurry. Present. Kuina led them through the puzzle that is located underground. It was intricate with many different passageways, but Kuina knew her way, for she has been in Wano for a little over a decade. We're almost there, Lord Momonosuke. Just hang on. Kaiman tried to comfort the young master. I'm okay, Ken. I wish you would stop worrying about me so much. To this the group got silent, but it wouldn't be silent for too long as they finally emerged out of a giant dome, where all around were well-lit candles, perfectly symmetrical around the room. And in the back of the room, where it was most colorful, there was a lady wearing a kitsune mask who played a familiar tune. Momo was immediately intrigued, as this song was something he heard not even a week before. Well, at least in his mind. Beside the woman was a blue-haired samurai, whose eyes remained closed as his attire was pure black. He used his sword to keep himself up. But as the group approached them, the sleeping samurai was on high alert, drawing his blade and pointing it at the intruder. Coincidentally, the song of the young lady ended, thus leaving an ominous mood between the time travelers and the mysterious duo. Lady Hiyori. He immediately took a knee in front of the masked young woman. The samurai let Kuina pass as he continued to threaten the new arrival with his blade. I have returned with Lord Momonosuke and the scabbards of your late father. The samurai immediately dropped his blade, tears welling up on his eyes. Kenjuro, Reizo, Kiku, Lord Momonosuke. The man collapsed on the group on both knees. It has been so long. None of the scabbards nor the young lord recognized the man, as it was nobody they ever interacted with. The samurai recognized their confusion and finally revealed himself. When you all disappeared, I had escaped to the forest where through my anger I yelled into the heavens. I cursed, for I was not strong enough to protect our Lord Odin. He then stood up and approached Kaiman, smiling at him. I am Denjiro, a loyal retainer of Lord Kazuki Odin. It has been a while, my friends. At his reveal, the scabbards immediately exchanged embraces, and Kenjuro, while Lucci was already keeping tabs of the painter. He had been warned to watch out for him, and now he knew why. Just one more strike. That's all he needs, and he will call him out for his crap. Though another exchange occurred. As Momonosuke approached the masked musician, he slowly removed her mask as she continued to play her tune. As he removed her mask, it revealed a familiar person, and he immediately smiled. Hello, little sister, said the much younger Momonosuke. Though despite this being the case, he still saw her as a younger sibling. Momonosuke thought she would hug him. It had been a long time after all. But Lady Hiyori, through her pain for many, many years, decided to do the one thing that she knows best to her elder brother. Now at the tender age of 26, with being a full-fledged adult, Lady Hiyori delivered a dropkick from hell, sending Momo through the Shadowverse. It has been some time, brother. Her tone was cold, but deep inside she was in pain. She wants to be happy for the return of her brother, but it was not a happy time. Momo was out for the count while everyone got situated around a round table. So what is this hell that is now our country of Wano? Kaiman asked immediately, with Kuina and Denjiro tensing at the question. Momonosuke was placed on a soft bed after being knocked out by his younger sister. So the people of the round table were Lucci, Kuina, Hiyori, Denjiro, Kaiman, Kikinojo, Ryaizo, and Kenjuro. After the death of my father, Kawamatsu took me to safety, ensuring that I was not captured by Orochi and his people. Meanwhile, Kaido overtook the land of Wano and made it into his personal weapon factory. He has used this country to produce state-of-the-art weaponry that he uses to exchange for the rare and powerful Zoan-type devil fruits of the world. Lucci was listening. Yeah, but he found this information to be particularly useful. He also determines his crew base on strength. Even better, thought Lucci as his plan was coming into fruition. As far as the current shogun of Wano, Orochi leads through fear and deceit. He has kept the country poor and hoarded all of its resources. He cares not for the people, but he cares for its downfall. Then Denjiro spoke, with his tired eyes evident for the group. I am in Orochi's court as his head military personnel, second to only the Oniwa Banshu, and I am a fake courtesan who is scheduled to marry this rat of a person. It is in this wedding where I would be killed. It was then that she revealed her blood canister, where she would pretend to be murdered by Denjiro, though alas, it did not need to come to that, or so it seems. So where are our men? The others? Ryaizo was of course asking for those who were loyal to the Kazuki clan. Then there are also the rest of the Red Scabbards, which included Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Kawamatsu, and Ashuradoji. Where were they? Nico and Inu are gone. They left for Zoo and we have not heard from them since, said Denjiro. Mia and you, do you think our friends have changed? Said Nekomamushi aboard his ship. He had been communicating with Inu through a transponder snail. I don't think so, especially since they traveled from the future, replied Inuarashi, then added, I can't wait to get my hands on that Orochi bastard. Yeah, me too. Kawamatsu is in Udon prison where former Kazuki supporters, pirates, and offenders alike are sent there to break their spirit. Killed if it has to come to that. Fish. Anyone got some fish? On the worst place to rot in Udon prison, Kawamatsu was bound close to the wall without a way to move. He has not broken since being caught, and no matter what Queen did, he would not do so. Hang in there, Kawamatsu. An elderly man tossed his ration of fish, which he worked very hard for, to the fishman stuck on the back of the cell. Lucky enough, Kawamatsu was able to catch it with his mouth. We'll get you out somehow. And the old man left once more, leaving Kawamatsu on his own with the thought of Lord Odin's will to keep him going. And Ashuradoji leads the mountain bandits, fighting for the bare necessities. This won't be enough. Ashuradoji looked into the supplies that his men were able to obtain. Sorry boss, but there was not much we could do. Orochi had doubled the guards on all supply heading to the castle. A subordinate was on both knees trembling in fear at the wrath of his boss, though this man was fairly new. And this man did not really know the leader of the mountain bandit like everyone else. Suddenly an alarm flared up from the secret entranceway to their hiding spot. It's that monster. We must return to the court of Orochi to maintain our guise. But you must hold him, or defeat him. Denjiro immediately opened another passageway, one in which he intended to seal up. They could not get caught. They had been waiting for too long for this. Lady Hiyori went before Denjiro as they swiftly made their escape. The remnant of the Red Scabbards along with Lord Momonosuke, Kuina, and Lucci remained, for if they found nobody in the hideout, they would immediately be suspicious of a spy within the court. This was the only way, and everyone was in agreement. Be wary because these could be the numbers, or the all-stars ... Even I do not stand a chance at even one of the all-stars. Kuina gritted her teeth because she had tried and failed before. Oh no. Kuina tightly held her blade in fear as it wasn't a group. It wasn't even the numbers or the all-stars, for they were attacked by a single demon-masked person. That person plowed through Kuina and Reizo in one motion of their club. For anyone familiar, they would think it was Kaido doing the move. Fools, you have been all fools, exclaimed Kenjuro as he knocked out Momonosuke at the arrival of the intruder. We must chase after the fleeing traitors. We must. But with the only move that Lucci could get out, they used it to stab through the chest of Kenjuro to stop him from revealing the identities of Denjiro and Lady Hiyori. That was all he could do as the powerful man knocked out both Reizo and Kikinojo. Fucking shit, who the hell are you? Here we have one of the strongest Straw Hat in his peak. And yet he was on both knees in front of an imposing being. On his left, a fallen Kindman and Kikinojo. On his right were the unmoving bodies of Reizo and Kuina. Then the fallen figure of the traitorous bastard named Kenjuro and the passed-out Momonosuke. Yamato, Lady Toki made a decision. She knew that her choice would wildly affect the course of her world, but she made it anyway. The scabbards were sent to the future along with her son, Momonosuke, and her other choice was to send Luffy into the past before he died. Her grave choice was enough to alter many lives, for better or for worse. More prominently was how it affected the life of a certain child of an emperor, who without the inspiration of Odin's execution well, their life would take a completely different turn. A turn for the worst. For this person had become the perfect child to the monster that is known as Kaido. The perfect being to overtake the kingdom of the beast once he passes on or retires. A thunder bagua straight to his face was enough to knock out Lucci. His fall was in slow motion, as he had many questions in his mind. Though more prominent was, how were they going to get out of this mess? That was it as his face met the cold hard dirt. Then darkness. Flower capital. Some time must have passed as Lucci woke up, his whole body aching from being suspended up. How long was he out? Though immediately Lucci was in a fit of panic as he found himself amongst a sea of people, all tied to a post in a spectacle of an execution. The people of Wano were all present to watch. As per the orders of Lord Orochi, they must witness this execution. Here lies the soon-to-be grave of the traitors to Lord Orochi. The leader of the Onowa Banshu, Fukurokuju, was speaking to the crowd. He then pointed at the people tied up by the post. Most of them, Lucci did not know, but he knew that they were loyal to the Kazuki clan, and were now hunted down by Orochi for being loyal to his mortal enemies. Men, line up and ready your weapons. A group of firing squad lined up next to one another with their weapons hot and ready. At your command, Lord Orochi. The big-headed, the conniving shogun of Wano was laughing to himself. He finally won. He finally caught the remaining members of the Kazuki clan and its retainers. Once this execution takes place, there will no longer be any opposition to his control. Fire it, ordered Kirizumi Orochi. Though his words would cut out at the arrival of the beast pirates, and in tow were lines of strange creatures. These creatures were the minks, and ahead of the chain-captured prisoners were Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. In tow were the Straw Hat pirates with them, along with the minks who came with them. The beast pirates intercepted the incoming allies of the Kazuki clan. Who was left, especially with the Straw Hats more than likely days from arriving in Wano. And another thing was, where was Kaido? While the beast cared not for the politics of Wano, all he cared for was having a strong group of people serving him. He rested on his home island, drinking his days away. For the monster was devastated, for he wished to meet someone who could challenge him. If something happens where he is overthrown, well, that will be the day. We have brought more of the resistance. Do with them as you please. The beast pirates were led by King, and all he brought with him were the other all-stars and the Flying Six. One particular samurai who sat beside Orochi was visibly bothered by these new arrivals. His name was Kyoshiro to Orochi, but his real name was Denjiro. This is so boring, exclaimed a purple-haired lady who goes by the name of Ulti. Pepe, I want to return to Onigashima now. The man known as Pepe tried to protest, but her determination was enough for him to open and close his mouth. There was no winning this one. Fine. With that, the so-called Pepe, or better yet, Page 1, transformed into his Spinosaurus form and placed Ulti on his back. Yup, with a capital B, Sasuke yawned at the incoming enemy. It was so easy that he did not even need to go all out. He began to follow after the duo, who followed after without uttering a word. Black Maria and X Drake were the only one to remain with the All-Stars, as both were interested in what would happen next. Are you done? Orochi was angry for being interrupted, but upon seeing the two beasts who once served Odin, more traitors to execute. Get them up. Orochi commanded his servant to bring in more crucifixes. Now the field was filled with hundreds of Kazuki supporters, all of which were at the mercy of the gun that the firing squad was going to fire. Lucci looked around, finding Monet, Galdino, and the others held up by their wooden post. This was the end. King, Queen, Jack, X Drake, and Black Maria observed as Lord Orochi finally signaled the firing squad to unleash their bullets. The line of bullets escaped from the tip of their guns and made their way to the captives. Death knocked at everyone's door, but this was not the day for them to die. For before the bullet could even get near them, a large black pole caught all the bullets and blocked the strike that would have killed all the prisoners. Everyone's eyes grew wide as here came one man, standing between the prisoners and the enemy forces, stood with his extended staff. Who the hell are you? Exclaimed Orochi as he stood up from his viewing area, pointing at the intruder. And the man with the long staff, he smiled. Wano, waterfall. So this is the land of the samurai. Surum and Laboon were successful in climbing the waterfall. And now, well, the Straw Hat Grand Armada were in the land of the samurais. It's a pretty cool place, huh? Marco landed on the deck in his phoenix form. Told you our data was pretty accurate. Now where is Odin? It's been a while since I last saw him. We're breaking off to look for our captain, exclaimed Ben aboard the Red Force, for they were there to look for Shanks. Where was the red-haired man? His call was met with a nod from Katakuri as they went their separate way. It had been some time since I last saw my brother. I wonder how he is doing. Aizo thought out loud. That Odin sure was strong. He could actually damage my shield despite being made of diamond, added Jazu. Other than Roger and Luffy, I only ever saw Odin as my brother while everyone else was my child. I wonder how he is doing. Whitebeard commented. That guy was strong. Too bad Roger never let me duke it out with him, said Bullet. Well done, commented Katakuri as he extended his observation haki. His eyes then grew wide as the captain had immediately made his move. We have to support him now. And the group were immediately aware of what he meant, as the vanguard unit propelled their ship forward, making headway for the flower capital with the intention of breaking through the forces of Orochi. Shiki floated on ahead of the group, recognizing that they were about to hit a literal wall. That wall happened to be the beast, Kaido himself. Now in his majestic dragon form, he blocked off the path of the Straw Hat Grand Armada to stop them from going any further. Worororo, you've come to defy me, exclaimed the dragon, in which case the Straw Hats returned his deadly gaze with their own. Come to think of it, there were actually 3 people aboard that ship who could stand on equal footing with Kaido. There was Whitebeard, Shiki, and Katakuri, and then a few people who can give him trouble in Hancock, Bullet, Oven, and Mihawk. Urarara, leave this bastard to me. I'll hold him over until Captain stops playing in the capital. With his announcement, Whitebeard jumped in the air, infused his Bicento in his Quake ability, and unleashed a devastating slice straight to the face of the dragon. Shiki nodded his head and pressed on. So did the rest of the Straw Hats pressed on, leaving Whitebeard to face his former crewmate, the same crewmate who just ate the Quake Slash and continued to have a smile over his face. Newgate, you are Mugiwara's lapdog now, said Kaido with a thirst for blood as he reverted to his Oni form. He threw his haki-infused fist straight towards Whitebeard. Not a lapdog, Kaido, but his brother, replied Whitebeard with his own smile, meeting Kaido's strike in head-on, which resulted in a thunderous destruction all around the 2 titanic powerhouse. Udon prison. To others, Kanjuro was still with the 9 red scabbards, so the first thing that Yamato did was bring him to Udon prison and got rid of him immediately. He continued to yell and scream that he was with Lord Orochi's loyal servant, but the beast pirates did not care, especially the head jailer of the prison, Babanuki. Shut your pie-hole, samurai. The elephant Zoan transformed into his pure form and continuously stopped the bounded samurai, the traitor of the 9 red scabbards. So you were the traitor, on the pit of darkness, held back by a thick layer of bars. Only those bars separated the enraged fishman from the traitorous worm. What, Kawamatsu? You were still alive after all. Yet Kanjuro was not worried for his safety, as in the hierarchy of the scabbards, Kanjuro was one of the strongest. Before Kawamatsu could respond, an explosion erupted from a distance, for on the eastern wall of the prison was the arrival of the final member of the 9 red scabbards that had yet to make a move. You damned mountain bandit, what are you doing breaking into Kaido's territory? Babanuki switched to his hybrid form and charged at Ashuradoji, though the head jailer was immediately cut down by a light blue-haired princess by the name of Lady Hiyori. This time she wielded her father's blade, Enma. No, not to be confused with Luffy's long staff. Enma the blade was one of the 2 blades that was able to injure the unstoppable beast, Kaido. And now, it was used to cut down Babanuki in one swift motion. To those who support my father, Kazuki Odin, come with me to the flower capital. Lady Hiyori screamed in a passionate plea for help. The Zoan jailers of the prison tried to defuse the situation but were immediately overwhelmed, especially with Ashuradoji going all out. His men went to work immediately and freed the prisoners who were loyal to the Kazuki clan. Most notably were Yasui and Hyogoro. It had been some time, friend. Kawamatsu was let out of his binding by Ashuradoji, though he stared bullets into the passed-out Kanjuro who was now being bound by Lady Hiyori. I could not rescue you soon enough, my friend, replied the mountain bandit, who was truly a member of Odin's red scabbards. Though more notably, Kawamatsu began to tear up at the revelation that Lady Hiyori was doing fine, better than he expected. She was more than alive, she was a powerful warrior like her father. We must hurry to the capital. With her order, Lady Hiyori led the samurais through Flower Capital. Lucci was not a crier. No, he was a strong man who fought until he died. But after seeing him, he could not help it. He was back. He was truly back. How have you been, Lucci? Flashes of their first meeting and war together filled the mind of Rob Lucci, whose respect for this man goes far beyond anything he could ever explain. He pulled himself back and gathered his emotions. Been a while, Captain, answered Lucci as he was removed from his binding by the fancy new staff that the captain wielded. Seems like it could extend and expand on its own. Then the leopard Zoan stood beside his captain and transformed into his hybrid form. Let's get these good people free. Aye, Captain. With that, the 2 men began to rip through the binding of the hundreds of people within the flower capital. Luffy went for Momonosuke and immediately freed Kaiman to protect him. Then he freed Monet and received a powerful kiss for his efforts, finally succumbing to her desire for the captain. Meanwhile, Lucci immediately went for Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, knowing full well that they would be the most powerful of their allies. All hell broke loose as the allies were freeing one another, and the court of Orochi along with the 5 present beast pirates were trying to pin them down. Luffy couldn't help but take his moment with Monet, casually deflecting any attacking samurais as he exchanged a loving embrace with the green-haired beauty. "Hey you," Luffy said as he broke the exchange, pinning 2 samurais with his staff. Hi. She could be mad for his disappearance, but instead she was filled with joy. "I'll take you out on a date after all this, okay?" Luffy used his rubber abilities to catch a samurai and throw him on the ground. "It's a deal." Monet transformed into snow and began assisting the allies. As she flew away, a wax wave made its way toward the captain, with a certain wax user landing before him. "Oi captain, get a room why don't you?" exclaimed Galdino while exchanging an embrace with the man he respected the most. "Glad to know you're all right." Luffy then found that the minks were freed and were now fighting the forces of Orochi and the beast pirates present. Momonosuke then fell on both knees as he continued to suffer from immense pain. "Hey kid," Luffy addressed Momonosuke, who in his other timeline was a really good friend of his. Yes, his face was bloated from being beaten by Orochi. That piece of shit needed to go. It was on this day that Luffy aimed for the death of Orochi. "Care to join the battle?" Luffy noticed that the kid was given aim no habakiri given to him by Denjiro, who took it from Orochi. "I'm not strong enough." "I'm not." Luffy then sympathizes with the young child. He understood his fear for the unknown, so just a nudge in the right direction will do. He then found the perfect person to help them. For a certain pink-haired age-manipulating lady was fighting nearby, so he went after her and brought her back to Momonosuke. "What do you need, Captain?" asked Bonnie as she looked at the young Momonosuke. "Young Momonosuke needs to lead the warriors of Wano. Anything you can do to help." To this Bonnie smiled, knowing full well what needs to be done. And Momonosuke, well, he was about to go through the change of a lifetime, for Bonnie aged him to the age where he should be when his mother sent him forward in time. Momonosuke was no longer the wimpy 8-year-old boy. No, he was now a 28-year-old man, and on his right hand was aim no habakiri, ready to slay the monsters which oppressed his country for too long. Now the pieces around Wano go something like this. Kaido and Whitebeard were duking it out in the entrance to Wano. In Onigashima was Kaido's entire fighting force, without his all-stars and a third of his flying six. In the flower capital were the entire force of Orochi, his Oniwabanshu. And on the beast pirates side were King, Queen, Jack, X-Drake, and Black Maria. Then those on the Kazuki side were the minks, the straw hats, scabbards, and the loyal samurais of Wano ... with the participants of Udon prison, led by Lady Hiyori, making their way to the capital. Then heading towards the flower capital was the entire fighting force of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Knowing how his entire crew died in this land on his original, Luffy was not going to let this happen again. With his entire Grand Armada, there was no way they would lose this time, no way. He can't afford it, he can't lose to Kaido again. Onigashima, clear the way you bastards if you want to live. Then Beckman led the way as the red-haired pirates fearlessly entered Onigashima in search for their captain. Yasop was snipping down the numbers like his life depended on it, while Lucky Roo was tanking some major damage from the stronger Zoans. So where was Shanks? On the depth of Onigashima, in a sea of beast pirates, most of which were awakened Zoans, Shanks was currently chained up to the most secure holding cell of the island. And before him was Yamato, the child of Kaido. "What do you want, kid?" Ever since his capture, Orochi had ordered the torture of Shanks, and he was tossed to Onigashima once he was tired of torturing him. "I wish to know the truth. Is that right, kid?" And for a long time since his capture, Shanks had yet to smile. But this, well, this was an opportunity. "Well, listen, Atlantis." But then ... well, there is something brewing. For on another side of the world, there was an ever so opportunistic pirate who went to Atlantis knowing full well that the Straw Hats, Arlong the Saw, and any immediate allies would be too busy to arrive in time to intercept him. "Zaha, a noisy little fishman let me know that Poseidon is here. Just give her to me and I will leave half of you alive." Marshal D. Teach had arrived in Atlantis. Perfect timing too, because the Straw Hat Grand Armada had just made their way to Wano. In front of him was the half-dead fishman known as Vanderdecken, for this man had obtained the information he needed from the little shit. "Over my dead body." Neptune held his trident tightly, pointing it at Blackbeard. His army surrounded him with Fisher Tiger ready to fight to the death. No way was he going to let this man take his daughter. Funny enough, Blackbeard brought his entire Titanic forces with him to make a play for Poseidon. Then there was Princess Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess and the ancient weapon known as Poseidon. She looked at Blackbeard defiantly with anger coursing through her veins. With Poseidon feeling anger. "Well, your wish then, Neptune." And Blackbeard surrounded the entire surface land in everlasting darkness, which is his domain, his world. Welcome to my darkness. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.